nice.
You like that, didn't you?
I love that. This is 104.9 XFM. You're listening to Nick Frost and Simon Pegg.
Hello.
Hello there. But that was the Pixies with Here Comes Your Men. Oh, it should have been called Here Comes Your Men. Because
You're nuts.
We're men and we're coming on... I've messed it up already. I don't know.
We're men coming.
We're just a couple of men coming. And that's important to know if you're out there in radio world listening to us. Nick, say something.
Hello, mate. It's easy, isn't it? I'm really excited.
You just open your face and magic comes out your chop.
Words fall from... I can see them coming at you.
I can see your words tonight. We got a really great show today. We got lots of music. We got music from Red Hot Chili Peppers, Roix Up, Tenacious D, Muse, Coldplay, all sorts of things. We got Chris Martin from Coldplay is going to phone us later on, isn't he, Nicholas?
Yeah, I like that guy.
He's going to call us from his Glastonbury hotel room.
And we got competitions too.
Yeah, we got competitions. We're going to give away some tickets to see the Vines.
And you can perhaps win a brisket.
You can win some brisket. You can win a mint and a roast dinner. And what's that prize for the other thing?
Top 20 chart.
I told you not to speak. The top 20.
What happened to those boards we gave you? That's Karl.
That's Karl, everyone. Oh, and Ricky Gervais, who is not here because he's supposed to be filming his new series of The Office, which is some show he does. I've never seen it. After pilfering prick. He's listening in and phone us. He just got a message saying that he's just been on Jonathan Ross.
He's meant to be ill.
He said he was ill. He said he had a touch of the vapours. What did he tell you?
Nothing. I mean, he's been quiet since he left here. And then, like, I put the radio on this morning.
Yeah.
Flicking about.
There he was.
On Jonathan Ross's show, because David Bowie happened to be in there.
Oh, God.
What's that guy's beef?
He's a star banger.
He's right.
Give us a call anyway, Ricky, and tell us how we're doing if you're out there. I was going to give you a ring, but I've just started doing a radio show. So, we better not. But yeah, anyway. And we're going to have some talking and stuff, and you can phone up and... Oh, yeah. And Nick, hey, this is... Right. Nick, what's your favourite sweet?
Maltesers.
That's not what I said to you to say.
Yeah.
Just say what I told you to say.
Probably my favourite sweet, Simon, would be M&M.
Hit it! There he is there. Eminem. Eminem with that. I like Eminem, but doesn't he go on?
Didn't he? I've just realised...
Tell me.
That rapping is basically talking over music, as opposed to the more conventional singing.
You are one clever boy.
Yeah.
I never thought of it that way, to be honest.
We should really say hello to a little friend of ours, who isn't very well at the moment.
Yes, we should. That's something we should do quite quickly.
Little Christina Lesberell. She's an 8-year-old girl. She's in the Whittington Hospital. She's not very well.
She's having an operation today to remove some buckshot from her arse. But she was trespassing.
She was trespassing. She shouldn't
have really been on the land. But
I've got a lot of land, and there she was playing a game.
Scrumping. That's what you said she was doing.
Both barrels, right in the backside.
Hello there. This is XFM 104.9. That actually reminds me of when we first heard Eminem was when we were going down to Dartmouth crabbing. Do you remember?
We love to crab, don't we?
We love crabbing. If you like fishing, but you're lazy or impatient, crab, because they come up 10 to the dozen.
Yeah.
And then you can just boot them back into the sea when you're really high on vodka.
Here's a crab fact. Crabs love bacon. Don't they?
It's true, you're not lying.
We've tried a lot of different,
baits.
A lot of different baits.
Triffant?
Lot of terrific baits. and bacon works best.
Bacon is best. There's no better bacon. Anyway. Now, somebody's on the line to speak to us. It's this guy, Ricky Gervais. He's already been on the radio this morning on Jonathan Ross.
You're so angry, aren't you?
What? Just because he won the BAFTA and you didn't? I'm angry for you.
I know.
You dummy.
Angry for me.
I'm angry for me.
Let's get this guy on.
Get this guy on the air. Hello, Ricky.
It's not about awards.
You always say that. People always say that win awards.
I've always thought of, like, particularly Nick, as a winner.
Shut up!
Karl, I've told Karl we're all winners. Before. It's not. It's the turning up. It's just the being there that counts. It's the hanging around and then not winning.
Yeah, that's fun. I got munted on red wine and then punched Alan Titchmarsh. It was a terrible night.
I bought a 10-minute suit for the BAFTAs, didn't I?
Yeah, it dissolved.
Bought a suit, 300 quid. It was only on for 10 minutes.
You look great. You both look great at the BAFTAs.
Thanks, buddy.
And you.
The Oscars next, isn't it? It's the Oscars next.
Yeah, because we're making a film. Touch wood. What are you doing?
I'm not, but the Oscars did give me a call and said, "Well, just put anything in."
No, Oscar gave you a call.
Yeah.
Edgar Wright's brother.
I actually I'm called in for the brisket competition. How do I win a brisket?
You're going to have to stay on the line and find out about that, RG.
Is it a real brisket? It's not just some sort of reconstituted sort of spam fritter.
No, it's not. It's not faux brisket.
Is it okay?
We don't deal in faux meats here.
We came up with an idea for a faux meat.
Yes, we
called
did.
Son of Spam.
No, there was one called Faken.
Faken, which is like fake bacon.
And,
very good.
what was the other one? Bork.
Yeah. It's like an amino enriched sliceable meat
Product. It's like a protein gel that you slice. It's called Bork.
Last time I met your friend Nick Frost, we were in a doctor's waiting room. I was going for a nasty chaffing at the back of the legs, and he was there with testicular mice.
Running about inside the sack, as the French say.
Yeah, and
his bag.
The doctors came in. They said, "I'm not really a vet," and they got some vets in the people and some students. There was loads of students just watching it, and it was the weirdest I've ever seen.
Do you know how they got him out in the end?
Go on.
Cheese strings.
Yeah, we'll talk to Karl about that, because I told Karl that my friend Robin Ince, when he had worms, the doctor told his mother to hold little bits of cheese and bacon near his anus to bring the worms out. Karl believed it, and the reason he believed it, he reckons there's a worm in South America that it gets into your skin somehow, I don't know, via osmosis or something.
Don't say osmosis.
They wrap bacon round your head, and I said, what do you mean? He went, it's the thinnest part of your body. I went, how can the head, how can the brain case be the thinnest part of your body? He went, well it is, and they come up there, so the worm is in the stomach or the foot, and it smells the bacon, and he went, everyone likes the smell of bacon.
It's a smelly meat.
Yeah.
I'm just going to refer to my head as a brain case from now on, because I think that's really nice.
Yeah, it was a bit weird, wasn't
The
it?
top of the head is as thin as bacon foil.
True. I've heard, though, that's the story. When I was at school in maths, Susan Hall told me that there was a man who had a tapeworm.
Well, she's a liar, anyway.
Listen, don't knock Sue. And he put a pie in front of him. and
a snake fell out of his mouth.
opened his mouth and a snake fell out of his gob.
Oh, no.
And then ate the pie. And then went back in, and then he woke up and a load of spiders came out of his face, and they were banging his head on the roof of the car.
That is actually true, right? And if the phone didn't ring at 4, then he's lost his money. And as he jumped off the roof, as he went past the window, his phone was ringing. And his mum came in, and he'd been wanking into and it was a giant water rat.
Look,
that is all true.
I'm a fan of these urban myths.
Yeah.
Right? And this is something that was in the paper. I don't know if it's an urban myth or a true one. No,
Go on,
listen,
say it.
right? This,
I'm
listen.
there now.
No.
Come on, Karl. Don't let me down. You're allowed to talk. I'm here. Go on, Karl.
Right.
Do it. Do your stuff.
No,
Tell us this one.
this woman, she wanted to get a nice tan before she went on holiday.
Yeah, did you do?
Right.
Go on.
Yeah.
So
there was a lobster.
no, right. So she went to, like a suntan shop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And said,
Can I have a suntan, please?
I wanna like get brown for my holiday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep talking.
So the woman said, well, yeah, that's alright.
Finish up.
Yeah.
But you can only do 30 minutes when you're going on holiday. And she said, well, I'm going tomorrow, I want to get a nice tan. So she said,
Sure.
no, the rule is, you can only do 30 minutes.
This
So
isn't
she
the
thought,
one where they put her on a Breville toaster.
no, right? So
That's a good one.
So she has her 30 minutes in that one.
Go on.
Yeah.
Then she goes to, like, Tans Arrows or whatever.
Right.
The
Yeah.
next
That's another one.
And
Down
she
in the
goes,
tan district.
She goes there and has 30 minutes. Goes to the next one, 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Anyway, so she's on holiday.
Yeah.
Right? And, she's got a nice tan. But she thinks, God, I'm starting to stink a bit.
Yeah.
Right? So she gets back off holiday and she goes to the doctors and says, look, went on holiday, body's starting
Sorry,
to smell.
you don't go to the doctor because you stink.
No,
You
but she
do.
couldn't work it out. She like had a bath and stuff, and, and she still stunk, and
Yeah.
she couldn't work it out. Right? So he says, well, tell me what you've been doing.
This is an urban novel.
What's
Gervais loved it. He loved that one.
Go. On it, Simon, look, 2 hours is a lot to fill with dribble. Let Karl talk as long as you want, and then play Radiohead. And I'll tell you what, it flies by.
So anyway,
Go on, let him
so
finish.
the doctor says, well, tell me what you've been up to, and she said, well, what I did was, before I went on holiday, I did, like, about 9 hours on sunbeds.
Yeah.
Right?
And he said, oh, God.
That's brilliant. Do that bit again. He said, oh, God.
Yeah.
So anyway, it only turned out that the smell was her insides rotting, because she
You're a maniac! You're a maniac! Lock yourself up. Turn yourself in.
We're putting him away.
You know when a doctor turns to you and says, oh, God, it's bad.
It was their insides rotting.
But
What, because they
I
cooked?
like the fact that the doctor examined her, thought her insides are rotting, then said, what have you been doing? Like a little cryptic, like a teacher I mean, you're Karl. Oh, that's amazing.
That was good, though. Come on.
Your inside's rotting.
Her insides are rotting.
Have you told her about your, auntie? What's your auntie's name who farted for 5 minutes and went to the doctor?
Aren't we saving
You're allowed
that?
to tell that one. You're allowed to tell that one. Well, I better go now, hadn't I? Because
Right.
it's there, this.
Did you meet, just one more thing, did you meet Bowie?
Yeah.
How is he?
Yeah, he's very nice. And
Did he say, hello, Rick?
He went, hello, he said, hello, Ricky. I love the office. I went, oh, don't go on about it, for Christ's sake, David. No.
Get lost.
I could listen or not listen to Ricky Gervais's voice
All day long.
Shut up.
Bye, mate.
Play me a record.
Up yours.
Here's Coldplay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's lovely. That's a glittering return there for the Coldplay boys within my place. That's a lovely song, isn't
Yeah,
it?
isn't it?
There's the new album, I've heard a little bit of it, and it's absolutely brilliant.
I sometimes lay in bed listening to snippets from the new album,
Do you?
just dreaming that I was Chris Martin.
He'll be calling us later on from his hotel room where he's furiously tugging at his list of things to say. Now, look, if you've got a webcam, or if you've got internet, get on the... Nick and I are going to do the show topless. We've already stripped off. We're naked from the waist up now. But I'm just looking at Nick's capacious
You've
chest.
got a cracking body.
Thanks,
You've really
buddy.
been working out.
I've been getting to the gym. I was so big trainer. I was like a fat blob with no hair, and I just
Yeah.
thought, for God's sake. Incidentally, if
Yeah,
you're
try
listening,
walking a mile in my boots.
I'd like to. If you're listening from Holmes Place Gym in Crouch End, actually, on one of the exercise machines, because I know they get XFM on the thing, then hi, and I'll maybe see you later for a steam.
I found Holmes' Place to be quite elitist when I went to join.
That Coldplay song is about Holmes Place is a gym. Yeah. Now, somebody emailed Nick, a guy called Bifter,
Bifter, oh,
an old mate.
an old friend. If
That you
Bifter's-
gave us that, didn't you? Yeah.
It came to the office, and it was a little surprise for me when I walked in today, and there it is from my old mate Bifter. And if Bifter is listening, I do still have your Fender Tokai Strat copy.
But you smashed it up.
Yeah, I think I did smash it up, and then I wrote on the fretboard, Jimi Hendrix, man, and I tried to fake his autograph so I could sell it in an auction.
And did it work?
I did a year in
Holloway.
a prison.
If anyone else knows Nick, give us a ring. Let's trace all Nick's old mates.
Anyone I used to know from Beale High School, give a ring.
Or Beale High School, or Chiquitos,
I may not talk
Cricklewood.
to you though, because I don't like everyone I've ever met. I like some people, but I don't like everyone.
Not them people that did a putty rub on you.
I hate to be putty rubbed.
I don't like being putty rubbed at all. So anyway, what else have we got coming up? We got loads more music and stuff.
Competitions
And,
and-
we're going to do that competition that Zoe does about the
We'll probably do it in about 10 minutes.
Nice.
on tune in about 10 minutes, so give us a call. Also, we were thinking maybe about doing, we got knocked out of the World Cup, obviously,
Yeah.
Friday before last, quite unspectacularly. Difficult day, wasn't it? Difficult day.
I'm not going to say. Well, hell, I'm going to say it.
Go on.
I felt the same way
Yeah.
when England got knocked out as when Lady Diana passed on.
Did you?
Yeah.
You've got gorgeous boobs.
Thanks, buddy.
If you give us a call if you did something really terrible. Actually, if women,
What? Yeah.
why don't, if your boy, I know I don't want to be sexist about the sort of demographic of football watchers, but if your boyfriend or husband did something that really petulant and rubbish, for instance, well, I was in Greece on holiday. I punched an exotic plant and cried a bit. And Nick, tell them what you did, man.
I went home. I built a small fire. I went to the shed. I got a bottle of white spirit.
Drank it.
Took the England shirt off. Doused it in white spirit. Set fire to the bugger.
He did. I've seen it. It
but
was like a football corpse.
It wasn't because people said, "Oh, how can you do that? How can you hate England?" And it's not because I hated England. What it was is I bought that shirt a year ago when Sven kind of first came.
Go on.
And since every time I wore that shirt, we didn't lose a match.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, when you did that, did you put another shirt on? Because looking at your body today with all that hair,
It could have gone up.
up.
No, I didn't. I didn't care. At
But he
that
has to.
stage.
But he burns it every autumn for stubble, don't you?
Yeah, so
can see-
fresh hair.
It's the same sort of shape as my body hair. I've got the same.
Configuration.
Yeah.
Format.
You can see the
It's body
smoke for
hair
miles
like
when he burns that.
It's not like a fingerprint.
Yeah, it's every man's hair configuration is unique to that man.
Why don't I have any hair on my body?
That's not
It's
natural.
unique to you though. The pattern around your nipples is.
Don't
second
talk
to
about
none.
my nipples on live radio. This
Do
is
you
104.9.
shave?
Do I shave my body?
yeah.
No, I'm like a fish. Do you know what I mean? I'm part fish. I swim very fast, and the reason is I don't have a great big.
I once
forehead.
shaved a crucifix into my.
You did.
And it stayed like that for weeks and weeks and weeks.
Nick shaved a cross into his chest.
Who you know.
Chili Peppers there. That's a lovely return for them as well, isn't it? That's the album, By the Way, that will be coming out on the 8th of July, so buy that.
You're full of facts.
I am full of facts. I'm chock-a-fact.
Can I remind everyone that the lines are open for our competition? 08700 800 1234. And you can win the, what is it, the top 20?
The Music Response Top 20.
Wow, I'd like to win that.
That's quite some prize.
We'd like to also say a little hello to, a little friend of ours, Maureen McCann.
She's in, Great Ormond Street.
In Great Ormond Street. And she's recovering from, what is it?
I think she had a breast reduction.
That's right.
Poor thing.
Poor little thing. Last night, great night, wasn't it? Wonderful night.
What a cracking night. We've got to thank
the Shepherd's Pub.
John and Bernie.
Michelle and Vanessa and Henry the dog.
Oh, handsome Henry.
Handsome, good-looking Alsatian.
Isn't he?
I'm not that kind of person, but he gets me going.
No, I used to have a long head, but,
You went out with one?
No, we used to have a long-haired Alsatian, but Henry is, you know, he's a cut above the rest.
He's a dog that just won't take any ball.
He's a smashing dog.
He's a lovely dog. But at the pub last night, the Shepherds, our local, which is possibly the greatest pub ever, we had a race night. Which is when a man came along with a big screen.
J&J Promotions.
J&J Promotions. If you're thinking of a good night out, hire them, they're great. And we bet on some horses, raised a lot of money for the Whittington babies.
Baby unit.
Seriously. And, that's not a joke. And had a really good night, and it was fun, and I bet on a horse and won £150, didn't I? It was fantastic.
Well done you.
So if you fancy having a, because we weren't going to go.
Tell them the rest of that story,
We thought it was racist night.
Did you give that £150 to the charity?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
I didn't tell you that to say that, though.
He doesn't like to say, but
it was a great night, and if you're in the vicinity of Highgate Tube on Archway Road, and you see a pub called the Shepherds, drop in, because let me tell you, the beer's cold and the company's fine.
And the toasties are hot.
Great toasties. Cham and Hees.
Cham and Hees.
Which is a new kind of food.
Some of the finest space meats available.
Okay, so yeah, the competition lines are open, and phone up and we'll do that, and
do you want to pick a song, Nick?
Yeah, well, we were thinking earlier, weren't we? And, you know, to go with the theme of, you know, people coming into contact. Sugar Cubes are going to come up. Lovely song called Birthday. And it reminds me of a friend of mine, George Chesterton, and his lovely mum, who I used to fancy.
Do you remember that time when it was Christmas and Bjork was playing on the telly, and I was in Gloucester at home and you were in London, and we were on the phone together just looking at Bjork going, we love her.
And we were, as well as being in love with Bjork, we were also deeply in love with each other at that time.
We were very much in love with each other. And we used to watch X-Files, remember, all night long, and cuddle up in that house, that big old empty house, after that girl left you.
Dumped me, took everything but the wok.
But we sat in that wok.
So if you're listening, up yours! I'm on Radio Now and I've got my own show on Channel 5, and you're...
We'll talk about that in a minute, actually.
Alright.
But don't go crazy on me.
I'm angry.
I know, you're
Angry
stripped to the waist. There's two people who have phoned up Nick now from his past. There's a psychotic nurse you met at a dog fight.
Yeah.
And
Sean Cregan.
Sean Cregan, who wants to cut your teeth off with a penknife, he said.
Well, I'm sure I messed up his fountain pen once. I might have knocked it off the table and it stuck in his leg or something.
You said you stabbed him in the leg with a fountain pen.
Artistic license.
Censor yourself?
Give me a break.
Okay, we've got a competition. We're going to do the competition now. We don't know how this works. It's Zoe's thing, but Zoe, incidentally, who we're standing in for, is probably having a great time.
That guy.
I love that guy. She's probably flat on her back in the field in the West Country, having a... I mean, that Glastonbury, that sounds...
Yeah.
Sorry, Zoe. That's
probably just go straight into the...
Probably go into the competition, probably.
Have that.
Okay, this is Pontoon, and we've got two callers on the line.
Adam.
Adam, hi Adam, what's your name?
My name is Adam.
No way, really?
Yeah.
How'd you pronounce that, Adam?
Sorry?
That's right. Are you going to play the game or what?
Yes, I am, yeah.
Hello, mate. How are you, anyway?
I'm very well, and you?
Where are you calling from? I'm okay.
I'm calling from a little village called Hongdon on the Hill.
Is that the one that only appears every 200 years?
In the bottom of that reservoir.
Where is it? He's gone quiet. What? He's gonna kill you.
Adam, have you, little joke. Adam, have you found your Eve?
He's good, isn't he?
Like that. Actually, her name's Delisha.
Oh, do you want to say, do you want to ask her to marry you or something?
Am I going to?
Do you want to do it on the air now? Just say yes or no.
She's not listening, so it'd be no point.
Nor are we.
Fair enough.
Now, okay, Adam, say that. Victoria, hello.
Good morning, afternoon even.
Yeah, what are you've been drinking or something, haven't you?
Not at all.
Can I call you Vicky?
You can indeed.
Oh,
can I call you Sticky Vicky?
Whatever you like.
Oh. Blimey, she's good.
She's
really enjoying the whole thing of talking on the telephone.
She loves the radio.
Now, we're going to do a competition, and Carl's going to explain to us how to do it.
Basically, it's like the card game Pontoon.
Yeah, Pontoon.
Right?
Yeah.
We've got the listener-led top 20, the music response chart with Zane Lowe that he does across the week.
Love Zane.
Yeah.
Good fella.
So what we do now, we deal 2 tracks.
Okay.
Right?
Yep.
And wherever they come up in the chart,
That's
they have that number. So, I don't know, say if Red Hot Chili Peppers came up, I think that's at number 1. So that would count as number 1.
Yeah. Are we getting that, guys?
Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Do you understand that, Adam?
Yeah, so have we got to make 21 or something?
Well,
That's right.
closest to. Closest
Adam,
to 21.
just out of interest,
You're a smart cookie, Adam.
have you ever attempted a belly worm with a pie?
No, I might give it a go, though.
I would. Okay, let's go. Adam, you're up first?
Yeah.
Okay, here's your deal.
Well, we go to the next caller now, don't we?
Oh, do we?
I think so. That's our Pontoon.
I don't know what I'm doing, Carl. I've just walked in, you know.
Where's the stick and twist element of this game?
Because you deal the other 2 cards.
And
see
then
what they get.
Oh, and then they compare. Ah!
Do you know what I mean?
All right, let's...
Angry.
Vicky,
Yes, hello.
are you there?
I am
Are
indeed.
you listening?
Yeah, he's got 16.
Correct.
Well done.
Excellent.
Let's deal her cards.
Let's
Yeah.
deal a cards.
You ready? 18.
18.
Yeah.
18 there.
18 plays 16.
So,
Are we going back to Adam?
go back to Adam.
What do you think, mate?
I've got to go for it, really.
You've got to.
You've got to. What else are you going to do?
Exactly.
Dealing the card.
It's bust.
He's bust! He's bust!
Can we have it out of 31 or something?
Don't, you can't
no,
change the
probably
rules of a 4 million-year-old card game just because you want to win 20 CDs. You do appreciate that, don't you, Adam?
Grow up.
So he's
Sorry, buddy.
Victoria.
Vicky, well done.
You don't even have to twist or stick or go through any of the rigmarole of that tawdry business.
That's excellent. Thank you very much.
You're more than welcome. Have a lovely weekend.
Thanks, you too.
What are you doing for the rest of the day?
I don't know, I'm going to London tonight, so I don't know.
Don't come here. Don't come to the big city. There's a biohazard. The whole thing's roped off by a big yellow cord.
Do you not get into London very much?
Nick's leaked.
No, I live outside, well, I work in London, but I don't really go there for fun. So
What do you do for a living?
Oh, you don't want to know.
Go on, tell us.
No, it's really boring.
Just tell us what you do for a living.
I work for a bank.
Yeah,
work
it
for
is.
a
You're
bank.
right. It's well boring.
That is boring.
Yeah.
Forget it. No,
Have a
actually,
nice
banks can
time.
be interesting.
Don't when you come into London to go out with the girls, do you kind of stand in the middle of Piccadilly Circus and spin round? Oh, the lights!
Run by the lights, yeah, it's amazing. We take our cameras in as well.
Don't get drawn in by the lights. That's how a lot of prostitutes fall foul to roughhousing pimps.
Don't say prostitute. Sorry, Vicky. Bye.
Well done, Vicky.
Congratulations. Hello, you're listening to Simon Pegg and Nick Frost on XFM 104.9. That was Muse and In Your World. Still to come on today's show, we're going to talk to Chris Martin about last night's all-important Glastonbury gig for Coldplay. I saw a bit on the television, actually. It looked very good.
They look good.
He's a worrier, though, isn't he? He's a delicate kid.
He's a worrier. Yes, he's a worrier. He's a blooming worrier, isn't he? He worries ever such a lot.
I'm sorry.
He shouldn't.
He shouldn't worry. He's a very talented young... Do you know what I like to call him? Rain Man.
Oh, that's...
Do you know what I mean? Because he can count toothpicks.
Yeah.
Like a... You're on telly at the moment, aren't you?
Yeah, a little bit.
Channel 5, 7 o'clock on Wednesdays, Danger 50,000 volts.
Thanks for the plug there, buddy.
Tell us about
It's a
it.
cracking show.
It is a cracking show.
It's a great show.
Makes me laugh.
Does it?
It does make me laugh.
Oh, good.
What did you do in this week's show? In the one just gone?
I delivered a baby in a taxi cab. Wasn't
Get
a real
lost.
baby, plastic baby coming out of a plastic pelvis. But, you know, you
Was
get
it a real baby coming out of a plastic pelvis or a plastic baby coming out of a real pelvis?
B.
The answer is B.
Choice B.
Pelvis. Did you enjoy making it?
Very much so.
I
feel
don't
like
care.
you're
I've heard all
interviewing
this stuff. Do you know what I mean? You
Yeah.
told me this that night when you were just raging drunk and you killed that tramp. Sorry, I didn't take it.
No.
Rewind.
Not here.
Silly.
Was that for the programme?
Well, what?
Was that for the programme?
Yeah, how to kill a tramp.
Yeah, we'll
Another
say
problem.
Yeah.
A quick recap then. Get a hammer. No. And so what's the difference between delivering a baby in a car and delivering a baby in a hospital?
It's a lot safer in a hospital.
Is it?
Yeah.
'Cause the
well,
baby
you know,
can't-
anything could happen in a car. You could have a...
Baby could drive off.
that's the least of your worries. You could have a prang, baby's out the window.
A prang or a pram?
You could have a prang with a pram, baby out the window.
Could have a prang pram, baby gone. And what else? What's coming up on the show?
I don't know, let's not talk about it.
I love talking about. I love your show.
I haven't seen it, and I'm interested in all that.
You were going to watch it. You promised.
Yeah, I know. I forgot.
What,
There's all
that's your excuse. You forgot.
Well, I was working late as well.
Yeah, whatever.
Oh, well.
No, go on.
It's just, I really enjoyed making it.
Yeah. And you went across the sea,
I
didn't
went
you?
across the sea.
How far did you go?
On a metal bird. I went to America.
No way. That don't exist.
I went over there and I went up into the chilled hinterlands of the north. Yeah, and wrestled reindeer, pulled its head knife off, and it screamed and ran away.
Nick pulled an antler off a deer.
I didn't know they could do that.
Yeah,
as I struggled with it, it came off in my hand. And yeah, I felt a very odd sensation.
Did it have like a sticky gel beneath, with like a marrow bone?
Yeah, it was just marrow oozing from the wound.
Did you lick it?
Yeah. I did actually, for a bet.
Did you feel like you'd hurt the reindeer?
No, I just felt really... It was an odd sensation that came down from my feet up to my head of... you know, it would be like if I pulled your arm off.
Well, surely not. That's
I'd feel like
not again.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god.
Keep doing that.
Oh god,
keep doing that for another hour.
Oh god, oh god.
That's brilliant. So you felt lightheaded?
Yeah, I did.
Not as lightheaded as the reindeer, because he just lost a couple of pounds in horns. The next song we're going to play is by Tenacious D. Now, I'd like to dedicate this to my baby sister Katie, who I hope is listening, because she told me about this band. And this features Jack Black, who's a great actor who you might have seen in many films.
Yeah.
Shallow Hal, High Fidelity. We first saw him in the episode of The X-Files called...
Quagmire.
No, the one about the Lightning Boy.
Come on now!
D.O.P. about with Giovanni Ribisi playing a boy who could control lightning. We're not sad. And he was always good, wasn't he? You could always notice that he was good. You remind me a bit of Jack Black.
Really?
You were like an English Jack Black. You like kind of Bob White. Was there any point in saying that?
I hate you.
Me too.
I don't hate you.
Play it. Tenacious D there with Tribute. Now, I saw the video to that the other day, and I think Dave Grohl's in it playing the devil. It looks like... I know he's a big fan of the band. I don't know if that's true. Can you confirm or deny?
No? I can't.
Still, phone us if you did anything terrible when we got knocked out of the World Cup, because we'd like to hear your stories. Nothing yet has grabbed us, but if you did something really terrible, then... but not if you, like, punched your spouse or something, because that's not funny.
No, it isn't.
That's not funny at all.
Does Zoe ever do the show topless? Like we are?
Do you know, I don't know.
He's not in here with that, because...
What about Rick? What about Rick?
What about Rick? Does he ever get his boobs out, Carl?
He doesn't, I mean, you're moving about quite a bit. He tends to come in, sit down, that's it, he doesn't move for two hours.
He's a very stationary man.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's got a lot in his head. Do you know what I mean? There's a lot going on.
Up
you
there.
can see that. He plays the fool, he clowns around, but it's like a machine up
Sometimes, if the brain's big enough, the legs stop.
Exactly, they do. They
simply
can't think and walk. That's a great shame for you, Ricky. Just want to say a big hello to a little friend of ours, Matt King, who's currently in the Royal Free Hospital.
In the unit?
In the unit, having his hands sewn back on, which is a great shame, but they were Nick's biscuits, so think about it next time.
Don't touch the niece!
That's what Nick's got written on his face.
That's the warning I give.
So you shaved a crucifix into your chest?
Once.
But it looked good though, didn't it?
To me.
And me.
You laughed, didn't you, when you saw it?
Well, it was
like a little landing strip.
I would have landed on it anyway.
And then I got a lipstick and wrote the word flag on my chest, like Brett Anderson or something.
You're like a rebel. You have gone nuts, but you have drunk a bottle of sherry. What happened last time you drank it? Look, that's quite a funny story. I don't know, we're like Eminem just talking about ourselves all the time. What's going to happen when he runs out of things to moan about?
He'll die.
I went to the zoo when the tiger was bored. No, we've drunk a bottle of sherry one Christmas, and me and Nick were doing wrestling moves, and Nick did a choke slam on me.
Didn't you end up smashing my bed first?
Oh yeah, I smashed your bed.
I threw you quite roughly onto the mattress.
That was not the first time.
And then it escalated.
Oh, that was a really naff kind of... I hate when people pretend to be gay when they're not gay. I'm sorry about that, everybody, it's terrible. Anyway, yeah, and then I landed on Nick's thumb and broke his thumb.
Broke my thumb, didn't you?
And then we went to the hospital.
We were drunk.
And then you were giving up smoking, and do you remember you went absolutely nuts at me and started
Yeah, because I had a cigarette and you called me a loser.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, we should start a rap career.
What's that story I've heard about you and, having a gun in your house, wearing underpants?
Oh, yeah, there was a gun with some underpants on it.
Just had a gun in my house. Who ain't got a machine gun in their house? No, when we were doing space, I had to strip a machine gun blindfold, so Props gave me a weapon to take home. And as I jumped out the cab to get in, into the house, a woman saw the barrel sticking out of the
It was an MP5, wasn't it?
MP5, like what the police use at
Big gun.
Heathrow. Scope, light on the, light sensitive. It's fantastic.
It's got a mag light on the barrel.
Very nice. And, so I was indoors. I'd done the back door, because it was a hot day. And I'm gonna say, I smoked a bong. I don't care who heard that.
Call the police. Carl, call the police.
had a blindfold on, stripped the weapon, put it back together, took the blindfold off, and I could feel something on the left, you know, on the left-hand side of me, where the back door was.
Go on.
And I turned to look, and there were 8 armed policemen coming through the doors, pointing guns at me and screaming, "Don't move! Don't move! Put a gun down! Don't move!" And they went, they came in and went nuts.
And you were really off your nuts on herbals. Flying through the air. And they didn't do him for that. They found a little pipe full of nothing and they didn't do you for it.
I had to literally hold the end of my winkle to stop wee coming out. I was so afraid.
Well, there was some story the other week, it reminded me of your thing, because some bloke was
reminded you of Nick's thing? His winkle?
Ah, grow up. But are you going to talk about the guy with the table leg in the bag?
No. This is one where a bloke thought he had a gun. He was in America, where they've all got them.
Yeah.
And so he thinks I'll play a joke on my missus. So he
shot her in the chin.
So he's in the kitchen, and he hears her come in. So he fires a shot, and then he
fires a warning shot off into the air.
He gets all tomato sauce and puts it on his head. And lies on the ground and doesn't move.
No.
She goes absolutely mental. Oh my God, I'll call the police and stuff.
Go on.
They turn up, he stands up and said, "Oh, I was joking," and he got life.
No way.
Got life for messing about.
I thought you were going to say
what a waste of ketchup.
I thought they were going to say they shot him as a zombie.
The police, didn't they? I said to this to you, they said to me as they left, they'd made their minds up that if I had a gun in my hand, they were going to shoot me dead.
It's true.
True story.
So Nick wouldn't be here now, it would just be me and you, and for all that chest hair, we'd be missing something, wouldn't we? Wouldn't we, Carl? Come on, Carl.
Well, have a new carpet in the flat.
Aye, you could get lost in that. Listen, talking about Space, actually, well, we're not here to do this, but I thought I might as well. There's a double box set of Space Series 1 and 2 available in HMV. It wasn't our decision, but they just released it, so we might as well plug it, shall we? Should we plug it?
Do it.
Plug. It's the... That was the Vines.
Loud band.
Good band. We're going to be giving away some tickets to see them, aren't we, Carl?
Tickets to see them, and No Doubt later on in
and no doubt the lovely Gwen Stefani and her cronies.
Have no doubt you will win some tickets.
Jesus, you were born to this job, man.
Yeah, you're right.
Do some more stuff. Do some stuff like, you know, do some funny things like talking and that. Go.
Hello out there.
Yeah, good. More.
This morning I saw a blind woman walk in a wig.
That's a good story. Did she have a dog on her head?
Yeah.
Now
she's obviously new at blind.
You do. New blind?
She's a new blind. stubborn woman.
Very
her family didn't want to intervene. They saw her with a leash trying to find the dog. Couldn't find the dog. Found her husband's wig.
Popped it on the lead. But the weird thing was, it walks.
I feel so drunk.
We've been drinking quite heavily.
Yeah.
You do an impression of the White Stripes, don't you?
Yeah.
Do it for us.
I fell in love with the girl. I fell in love and the lie completely.
That was it. Let me have a meeting.
I just tell you are not.
Stop it. It was excellent though. I don't want to take anything away from your
I do a Smashing Pumpkins as well.
Are we going to play Smashing Pumpkins later on?
Got it later on, yeah.
Your face is like you're in pain.
Yeah, that's
you don't want to hear it,
annoying,
do you?
Yeah.
Is it as annoying? Is it as annoying as this?
That's annoying.
Is that annoying?
Yeah.
It could be more annoying.
Tell us some more of them things that you do on this programme.
Yeah, tell us about Danger 50,000 volts. What did you do about it?
Well, I did a few dangerous things. My life was in danger several times.
Yeah.
There was no kind of environmental health to keep me safe.
You drank your own whizweed, didn't you?
Yeah, I drank my own
It's
weed.
good for you though, isn't it?
Apparently. It's not, I'm still here. I didn't drink a lot, a litre, but... I feel fine. I feel great. I jumped out of a moving car.
You didn't have to do that, though.
I didn't have to do that, but I was in,
You told a bad joke and you just left the car.
Well, I was quite angry, I think. You might get this, Simon, sometimes people... Because they see...
Never call me Simon.
I'm sorry, Simon. Because people see you on the telly, they say, do something funny, do it now!
Yeah.
Funny, now!
That
And
gets
it's not easy.
No. It's not easy.
So, the producer said to me, why don't you do something funny, Nick? And I said, I'll show you funny, mate.
Yeah.
And I jumped out of a moving car. Really hurt.
It really did. You broke your arm.
Yeah, I got a stone in my elbow.
What were you doing there?
It's the noise of a Stadula Stick 430M pen hitting my...
Tapping an elbow.
Tapping in the elbow. Exactly where the stone went in.
But what's the reason for, like, chucking yourself out of a car? Is it...
I was angry. He said, do something funny. I said, you want funny? Yes, funny. I'll jump out of a blooming car, mate.
And he did. He just did it. He didn't. Was it on camera?
No.
That's how dedicated he is.
No, it wasn't.
Have you done anything silly like that out of a car?
I've nearly killed a man.
Really?
Yeah.
Nearly.
Did you?
Yeah.
How?
I was on holiday. And,
Go
I
on.
was in Wales, messing about.
Just back away.
And, I stood on this cliff, picked up a big slate,
Yeah.
and chucked it off the cliff without looking what's down there.
Just thinking,
lot of
what the
slate.
hell?
Yeah.
A lot of slate in Wales.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And as I threw it and I let go, I saw this bloke walking his dog.
Oh.
And, I got that thing that you went before with the gun, the sort of and it missed his head by about that much. And
No way.
I just think
You could have
that
killed
could have
him.
changed my life.
Yeah.
That could have changed your life. And his.
Well, yeah.
Could have ended his.
What about you?
How old were you?
11.
Well, when you're a kid, you don't think about stuff like that.
It's true, eh?
Yeah, it's true.
No, it scared me.
No, and did that incident affect the rest of your life? Did you not muck about as much?
He doesn't
as you
chuck
could?
slates
For
off cliffs
about
anymore.
5 minutes, and then you sort of forget about it, don't you?
And
move
then
on.
you actually killed
And
a
you
man.
start
with
going
a pistol.
mental again. But,
I know what you mean. I killed a flock of horses with a gat gun.
Yeah.
Make a music happen.
Simon. Caught Simon on the phone there, quite.
Oh, sorry. I'm just trying to contact Chris, who said he was going to be here. I've just phoned his hotel room and he's not there.
Yeah.
You know, he's gone off on wandering, sort of crying about. Like that.
This is Chris Martin.
Chris Martin. Yes, Chris Martin from Coldplay is going to give us a ring and tell us how Glastonbury went last night.
He might give us a
He might give us a ring. He's not the most reliable of people. He's an artist. You know what I mean? His head's everywhere. So he's like, you know, you can't pin him down. He's too busy.
His head is everywhere. He's like that bloke when the Terminator blows his head to pieces.
He looks different on the telly, but he does look like an exploded Terminator.
Titanium Mind.
Nice. Nice angle.
It's the new band. They're out on Thursday.
You wanted to have a chat about Tim Henman, you said?
Yeah, just looking at the news. Am I the only one who sees Henman for what he is?
What's that? Tweety pie?
He's never, ever going to win Wimbledon.
I got the guy on the line.
What?
I've got Martin on the line. Hang on, let me just get this.
Hang on. You
Hello?
can hear live. What's going on?
Where are you?
Look, he's really having a go here.
Okay, go to your hotel room, I'll ring you now. Okay, ring you on your mobile. Well, yeah, listen.
Be like this.
Yeah, he sounds moody.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll read the number that you just called me on. Okay, fine. Bye. God damn it. Do you know
What's
what I
wrong
mean?
with
He's just mental. He's a crazy man. Okay, we're going to be speaking to Coldplay's Chris Martin after the next
he's in
thing.
Coldplay.
This is, The Streets.
He's in Coldplay, really?
Great album. If you haven't got this, get it, because it's absolutely brilliant. My favourite track is Don't Mug Yourself, but there are plenty of good ones on there. Have a listen to this. That was The Streets. A very, very good song. Let's push things forward. You're listening to 104.9 XFM. We're still topless if you've got a webcam. And I've never felt so free, ever, in my life. My breasts are full and ripe. Welcome to them. Now, on the air, from here, you can hear him giggling.
You can hear him laughing.
Is Coldplay's Christopher Martin.
Hello, mate.
How's it going, man?
Good, man. How are you?
I can't believe you two are DJing.
What? It's easy. Look, you just speak and...
It feels like watching your uncle dance at a wedding.
Oh, shut your
it.
mouth. It's 104.9 XFM.
It's easy. You just make your mouth open and a word comes out, it goes up the mic and comes in a person's ear.
Have you had any callers?
Yeah.
No, nobody's phoning. Carl's been doing lots of funny voices.
A guy called Shaw Cregan I used to go to school with.
I got told just now by a guy that works at MTV that all the text messages that flash across the bottom of the screen they make up in the office.
You can't say that. That's a massive secret.
No, but she just said, I can see her, they're in a wedding party next door, I can see them.
I can hear MTV crumbling from here.
Whose wedding is it?
Yeah, you getting married?
It's a lady called, what's the name of the lady who's getting married? Sprocket or something.
That's my wife!
Well, yes, you're not here.
Listen, man, how did it go last night? Tell us.
I don't know, so I was, you know.
Oh, don't be like
Come
that.
on, lighten up.
Lighten up, you
Oh.
pop fool.
And people applauded. There
Yeah?
must have been at least 150 people there, you know.
Did you enjoy it?
I can't tell.
Did a little bit of we come out you were so afraid?
Listen, this is Vicky. Vicky, just say hello.
Hello?
Simon. Hello.
Hi,
Meet
Vicky.
you, Si.
Hello.
Si, that's my friend Vicky.
Hello, Vicky.
I can't flirt on air, my girlfriend's listening.
I know, but Vicky...
Not that I would even if she
works
wasn't.
with us and she's brilliant.
We know Vicky. She's going to the pub quiz, right?
No, you've never met her, she's new.
Yeah, I knew that.
She's
Hey,
new.
what have you been... Have you said you've got a competition going?
We're gonna do a competition later on. It's like a
What
question
for?
thing.
Winner
People are
Chris
gonna-
Martin.
We win you.
Really?
Covered in butter, so you're all yellow. So listen, tell us about the gig. How did it go?
Is that when it started like this?
Go on.
Look at that around the space.
No. Keep going.
Go on.
I'm not going to do. We got paid lots of money to do that. I'm not going to do it again.
I'll give you a quid.
How did all the new stuff go down?
Badly.
No, shut up. No, it didn't.
We were booed off at 11:05.
That was just me. I saw you I saw you looking very sheepish with Joe Wiley at about 1 o'clock in the morning. You were rubbing your head.
She's lovely though.
You're like a captive gibbon, you know, they go a bit weird like that, you were rubbing your head.
I know. John Peel was there as well.
Is he nice?
And the Irish bloke that does rock profiles.
Really?
You know, like the Streets formed in 2001. To universal acclaim.
Keep him talking. He's good, isn't he? I'll trace it. Keep him talking.
So what's planned for you? I'm going to be like proper interview now. What's planned for you now in the next few months?
I don't ask these nonsense questions.
I want to.
What the hell is this?
It's an interview, for Christ's sake.
Into space. We all enjoyed the first one.
Look, just forget that I'm your godfather.
I feel like this is rude, man. Do you want me to go?
No. Have you met Michael Eavis, Chris?
What? Yeah.
Have you?
Yeah.
Did you? What side? Did you get a go on his bike?
No, but I have been. I didn't yesterday. I didn't see anyone yesterday. No one.
No one at all. Chris, you played a gig with 100,000 people. You didn't see anyone.
What were you facing the wrong way?
Nuts?
I don't want to be a knobhead, but I can't really judge how it was because I was just a bit worried about it.
I suppose. Do you think it was the most important gig you've ever done?
Of course it was. Yeah.
Well, I'm sure it went.
I like it when you're like this.
Played in that pub in London.
You are. We actually mentioned the Shepherd's Pub earlier on, and Chris actually did a gig in the Shepherd's Pub, and we again raising money for the Whittington Baby Unit, and that's aside from our jokes about saying about people that aren't really in hospital. That's real, and it was a really good night, wasn't it, Chris? It was very intimate.
It was lovely.
But this is Glastonbury, man. You did like a what was it, 150,000 people?
I don't know. I don't know. I counted.
I don't know.
I got to about 256 and then I just lost count.
Tell us. You should be singing, not counting.
I know. That's what my manager said.
When's In My Place out?
When?
Yeah, when's that released?
What the hell is this? This isn't Wogan. I thought we were just having a chat.
Whoa there, now listen.
Whoa there, Wogan.
Whoa there. Now, the only person that can do Wogan is Peter Serafinowicz.
Or whatever, but I couldn't meet any ladies at all.
Oh, you loser. What? What's your hotel room like?
Posh.
Really?
I was all alone. I had no one to share it with. I got a good jacuzzi the size of Cornwall.
But you're rubbish with women, you know. Whenever you talk to women, you just punch them and run away laughing.
I know. I know. That's Prince Nassim.
That's libelous.
It's not school, Chris. You can't give girls a dead arm to let them know you fancy them.
We've both got girlfriends, you know.
Yes.
Oh, yes, I've got a girlfriend.
You have a competition where people ring in if they want to go out with me.
Who would like to phone in if you would like to date Chris Martin? He's an eligible bachelor. He's a great songwriter. He's in a little band at the moment. I don't know if you've heard of him.
Regularly wash.
And he's a multi-millionaire. So
I showed The Simpsons yesterday where they auction a poo.
A poo?
You know,
I know, yeah, a poo, nothing paying you to pedal. Yeah. I just wanted to say poo on the radio.
You said that last time when you were on with Zoe Ball.
What? You sound unpredictable.
You're a great comedian, you just resort to toiletry humour when you're running out of jokes.
I hate you. You look like Jesus on the front of the NME, man.
What?
You look like Jesus on the front of the NME. They've really made your eyes go blue.
It makes me look like Sting, like I've gone solo, you know what I mean? It's ridiculous.
Could be a lot worse, Chris.
I know, it could be Phil Collins.
That is bad. So listen, to wind it up, just tell us.
You really get people to ring in if they want to go out with me.
Yeah, absolutely. Seriously, if you want to, if you want to go out with Chris Martin, and he's a great guy, he's quite hyper, and he's depressing, and no matter what he says, his hair's not falling out.
Massive Willie.
That's his best friend, Massive Willie. He looks after him. But do phone up. We'll vet you, and we'll pass your details on to Chris.
I've got to go because Bono's on the other line.
Oh, piss off.
Okay.
The music of tomorrow is here.
104.9 XFM.
Simon Pegg and Nick Frost on 104.9 XFM. Now, after we put out an appeal for Chris Martin to get a girlfriend, the switchboard literally lit up like a Christmas tree. We got Sylvia on the line. Hi, Sylvia.
Hello.
What do you think you can bring to the Coldplay frontman?
What have you got?
Well, he has all this sadness in his song. Of course, like I said, I'm a Yank, so that's all we get are the sad songs. So I just want to give him a little bit of American loving.
American Lovin'.
A little bit of American Southern Lovin'.
I've been to that website, and
Yeah.
I now get emails from it every day, and I don't want them anymore.
Are you from the South, Sylvie?
Yeah, South Carolina. Total Southern girl, yep.
Nice.
Now,
Myrtle
where
Beach. Uh-huh.
we had a friend who was from. Where was she from?
Wilmington, North Carolina.
That's North Carolina,
About
isn't
an
it?
hour from where I live.
No way.
Coast,
She's
yeah.
called Taylor. Do you remember her?
Yeah, I think I met her at a club once.
Oh my God!
Sylvia, is that you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi.
Well, listen, Chris will be at the Häagen-Dazs shop in Leicester Square tomorrow at 2.
2 o'clock.
Alright.
He'll be dressed as a fog doctor. I don't know what that is. And just meet him there and, you know, bring him a present. He responds to soft, shiny objects. Yeah.
Okay.
And flame.
And, you know, he's frightened of flame. He hates flame.
That'll do.
But that sounds, it's lovely to speak to you, Sylvia, and
Alright.
I'll certainly pass on the message to Christopher when I speak to him next.
Excellent.
Well done, Sylvia.
Bye.
Bye-bye. We've got a competition coming up. We're going to ask some questions, do some stuff, so, give us a call. The lines are open for that.
08700 800 Smashing Pumpkins there, 1979, XFM.
Beautiful.
London's
Sometimes you
104.9.
forget What a wonderful band the Smashing Pumpkins are.
Now, we got a competition. We got a couple of people on the line, and they're here to win tickets for, who is it? No Doubt in the Vines.
No Doubt in the Vines should be 2 very good gigs.
Who we got there?
It's Alex.
Alex.
Hello.
Hello, Alex. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
What are you up to?
I'm actually at work.
What do you...
Skiving.
Oh, on a
you're
Saturday?
skiving?
Yeah.
What do you do?
I work in Vivian Westwood.
Oh, hello.
Oh, fashionable.
Fashion.
But don't say it too much because I'm at work and I'll get in trouble.
I'm going
Vivian
to
like
tell
as a boss?
Vivian myself, because I know someone that knows her, and if she finds out that you've been skiving, you're out of there!
Who do you know that knows her?
Bob Johnson.
Is it true Vivian Westwood was born in 1505?
I believe so.
Is it true her real name is Clint Eastwood?
No.
Good. Okay, who else we got on the line?
Mike.
Hello.
Hello, Mike.
Hello, Mike.
How the devil are you?
Not too bad, mate. How the devil are you?
I'm not bad.
What are you up to?
What are you all about? What are you all about?
What am I all about? I'm
Yeah.
Doll Scum.
You what?
Doll Scum.
Doll scum.
19, Doll Scum.
Get a job. Join the army, you hippie.
Oh, yeah. I need to ask you something, Simon.
Sorry?
I need to ask you something.
Go on, then.
Where the hell did you get that chocolate beanie?
No, that... That's a spaced item of clothing for those of you, for everyone
Just
that doesn't
tell
know.
him.
It's from a shop in Soho. The costume designer Annie Hardinge and I went shopping before the first series, and I've never seen one since.
Well-
and I've got it. How much do you want for it? I mean, how much are you going to pay me for it?
20 quid.
Get lost. It's worth $1 million.
Okay, $1 million.
Right, listen,
$1 million
Mike.
one.
Mike, listen to me.
I'm listening.
Mike, get down from the window.
I'm not on the window.
Okay.
Good.
Listen, you're Nick's, and
Excellent.
I'm going to go with Alex, okay? I'm going to ask Alex the questions. Nick, whose namesake in space is Mike.
Hello.
That's why...
Hello.
Yeah?
You've basically got a minute. What we're going to do is we're going to ask you a series of questions, and the person who has the most questions at the end of the winner is the winner.
That's the new word for a competition minute.
Winner winning. And then you win the tickets. It's that easy.
Okay,
Are you guys ready?
I'm ready.
Vivian Westwood, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Good.
Okay, Alex. Question number 1. Who said his conviction for assault and battery Who said his conviction for assault and battery, intentional infliction of emotional distress, gross negligence and wanton misconduct was a victory for art this week?
I've no idea.
Oh, you idiot! Mike,
I'm reading the papers after this.
shut up! Mike, who said ahead of the release of the band's album on the 1st of July, I think this is a good album, but I don't think it's the best album we'll ever do?
Your mum. No,
My what?
your mum. I don't know.
Don't talk about his
your
mum.
mama.
No, your mama.
Is that your answer?
Yeah, your mum.
That's
Why don't
both
we
wrong.
just say that the ladies won, because this guy's
Oasis. Yeah, it's Oasis.
Here you go, Alex, there's a point for
Oasis,
Alex.
that's it. Well done, Alex.
Okay, question 3. This is for you, Alex. Name one band who are playing at Glastonbury Festival tonight.
Tonight. Oh, Cooper Temple Clause.
Let me just look on the list.
Yes! Yes! Well done, Alex. Let's have a question for Mike. No.
Oh.
Oh, unlucky. Alex!
Do I get 2 points?
Yeah, you've won, you've done it.
Fantastic.
Mike, I'm sorry, buddy.
unfortunately slagged my mum off, so we cut him off. And, well done you. You've won tickets for No Doubt. And the Hives.
No, the Vines.
The Vines.
The Vines.
Everyone makes mistakes with those monosyllabic band title names.
Oh, he's right.
I'm sorry about that, Mike. You talked about Nick's mum, and he's having extensive therapy about that whole thing at the moment, you know? And, he's gone anyway. But, so listen, you're going to see No Doubt in the Vines. How'd you feel?
I'm very excited about going to see the Vines.
I would be excited as well.
But no doubt.
What are you doing for the rest of the afternoon?
Do you not like No Doubt? You just want something you don't want.
No, I do. Well, they're okay. I'll go.
I don't really.
But I don't really like.
I'll go. If I've got to go.
You know what? You might go and see them live and think, wow, they're really, really good. Often with bands, you know, you think, oh, well, I don't like them, I don't like their image, but you go and see them in a small room and you think, Jesus, they've changed my life.
He's right.
I might be nice and give them to someone who likes them.
Oh, that's nice.
Do you know what, Alex? I like you. Stay on the line and we'll give you the details.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, that was great.
That was nice.
That's the one and only Supergrass there. That's a simple 1 minute and 40 seconds of fabulousness. That's their new single, Never Done Nothing Like That. First single in 2 years. And that's released on the 1st of July. They'll be playing the Festival Hall on the 28th of June. Is that today?
You know quite.
It was yesterday. I just read I read a dead fact.
I've read an erroneous fact.
What an idiot. We just want to say a quick hello before we go. We've had a great... Thanks to Carl, man. Thanks for helping us out.
No problem.
You've done really well.
Lovely couple of hours.
I've enjoyed it.
Your chest is the best out of the three of us for the nakedness. You missed... Well, top's back on, by the way.
3 tits.
Turn off your... He's like that thing off, Total Recall. Little Janie Anderson has been spending a bit of time in the Middlesex Hospital.
Convalescing.
From being beaten about in the face and neck with a leg of lamb. Hope you learnt your lesson.
We should say hello to Suzelle, who was the woman who gave us that bottle of water when we were doing the fun run.
Fun run for Cankers.
For Cankers.
That's a big hello to you. And we've had a great time.
It was a smashing 2 hours.
It was a smashing 2 hours. Should we try and do it again? Should we try and
I'd like to do this again.
If you've enjoyed it, email XFM and tell them so. If you haven't, just don't do anything.
Don't bother.
No point being negative.
If you're a damp blooming squib like that Mike bloke who wants to phone up and insult my...
I thought you were going to say something else then about your mum. Who wants to phone up.
He could have won tickets.
Look, I think he was quite sweet. He seemed nice to me anyway. You're just angry because Nick's having therapy at the moment. I refer to his counsellor as Mummy's Music. Why is that, Nick?
Because sometimes when I cry I like to listen to Johnny Mathis. So sue me.
Who's that?
What?
Forget it. Thanks very much for listening.
Thank you very much.
XFM. Simon Pegg and Nick Frost, live from the Edinburgh Festival. With The Guide, free every Saturday in The Guardian. XFM.
Scotland and the Edinburgh Festival. Whether you're an actor, a dancer, or you're just curious and you want to know more, there's something here for you. And who better to lead you through these glittering streets than two of England's most sensitive lovers, Nick Frost and Simon Pegg. So lie back, try not to struggle, and enjoy this week of broadcasts live from the Edinburgh Fringe. Because if anybody can cut it, these guys can.
Now! Oh, Echo and the Bunnymen. God love them. Hello, everybody. This is Simon Pegg and Nick Frost coming at you live from Edfest 2002 with our little Guardian guides tucked under our arms. We're going to be here all week long. I'm sat here ready to go. Nick, so you're a bit nervous, aren't you, Nick? Oh. Come on, buddy. Get it out. That's it. Come on. Come sit down. Pop your clothes back on. What do we got coming up on today's show?
Hello, I feel a lot better.
Do you? You look better.
Thanks, buddy. Sorry.
You look less pale.
We got Ross Noble.
Lovely
coming
fella.
on.
Good guy.
We got Omid Jalali.
Yeah.
Saint to be praised.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we got Scott Capurro. Lovely gay fella.
He's a lovely fella, isn't he?
Yeah.
We got lots of music as well. We got music coming up from Chemical Brothers, Sugar Babes, Fun Loving Criminals, Red Hot Chili Peppers, loads of stuff. Really, it's packed.
Yeah.
We got a great competition, though, haven't we?
Yeah.
It's really good.
Shall
isn't
I
it?
tell them?
Tell them all about it.
It's called Al-Qaeda. No.
It's basically a true-false thing. Later on, we'll be getting you to ring in, and we'll be asking you some questions about Scotland. They're basically Scot facts.
You could also have Al-Qaeda. Yes.
Yes, you could do that as well. We'll be asking you to say if it's Och-I or Och-not. Facts about Scotland, which will be read to you, and you will have to tell us if it's true or not.
Yeah.
You'll be playing for what? Some CDs?
Some CDs.
CDs as well.
Tickets.
And some tickets.
You know that voice you can hear? That's Carl.
It's not God.
It's not God as we thought it was when we walked in and looked at him. It's actually Carl. How are you today, Carl?
I'm alright.
How can people talk to, if they want to ring us and stuff, what do they do?
It's the usual number. What's the number, Nick?
0800 700 1234 1234.
Whoa, the Germanicness.
German.
And you can also email us on simonandnick@xfm.co.uk. Simon and Nick being one word. Samuel L. Jackson, I'm having a massive fight with that guy at the moment about actors muscling in on DJ.
He thinks you ain't fresh. That chump talking out of the back of his neck.
You're damn right, buddy. Listen, guys, get your tissues out. Sorry, just caught me strangling a fox then. Nick, I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions.
Go on.
Do you live in London?
Yeah.
Do you like pubs?
Yeah.
Do you like beer?
Yeah.
Do you like Coldplay?
Yeah.
Would you like to be able to hear Coldplay's brand new album, Rush of Blood to the Head, 6 or 7 days before it's actually released into the real world?
No.
Yes. You're supposed to... Right. Well, you can! Because if you go to the Shepherd's Pub, which is on Archway Road, right by Highgate Tube Station, you will find that very album already on the jukebox. You can, for £2.25 or £2.50, you can play the whole damn thing out.
But don't just go in to play that, because John and Bernie will get very angry.
John and Bernie are the landlord and lady.
They got a smashing menu, lasagna and chips for about, about £3 quid?
That's delicious.
You can have, what do you have? You like spinach steak, didn't you?
Well, there's a thing now we call it a Matt Special, which is named after our friend Matt, which is basically a salad with some ham and mayonnaise and egg.
And also pilau rice.
Oh, a bit of pilau. You never go wrong with a bit of pilau. I don't know why I went slightly Birmingham then. Maybe because pilau rice was actually invented in Birmingham. That's a fact.
I'm sick of us both talking. Why don't we play a bit of music?
I like music. Why don't we play your favourite song, which is a song a little bit about you?
Yeah, Mint Royale, Sexiest Man in Jamaica, Carl.
Now, you might think that was a beautifully smooth XFM triple tracker, but in actual fact, we had some drama in the studio because we lost our link momentarily then, didn't we, Nick?
Yeah.
It was a bit terrifying. It all seemed like it was going to go wrong, but Carl, you little hero, why don't you...
Don't talk to me at the moment.
Whoa, whoa! You are angry, man.
Fella's mad, real mad.
What's up with you?
It's like Christmas when you wanted a ZX81, but you got a Commodore.
I've been there, buddy.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, Commodore, Schmommodore.
No tape player, so you couldn't load nothing.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Do you really feel like that? Is that exactly how you're feeling right now?
Yeah.
I had the same thing, but it was a VIC-20. Now listen, so everything's fine now, we're all cool. And you never guess what? You never guess who's here. It's only Ross Noble.
Hello.
Ross Blooming Noble.
Hello there.
Hello, mate.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm very well indeed, thanks.
You're our guest on the show.
It's nice to be a guest on the show in your world of tartan.
It's
Look
very...
at it.
We've got a rug on the table.
I've never seen anything like it.
It's lovely. It's just to make us feel...
Very drab tartan.
It is. It's a sort of brownish tartan.
It's to remind us where we are.
Did you bring this with you from London?
I hand-stitched it just a minute ago, this afternoon. Yeah, I've got a crochet needle, I just put it together for
nice.
my own sanity.
Loom.
I have a loom, sure.
An XFM loom.
Yeah, we are. This is XFM, by the way. 104.9, live from the Edinburgh Festival.
We are, but that's...
We are live from the Edinburgh Festival.
Just took a bit of... thank God for that.
Nobody in Scotland can hear us unless you've got the internet or Sky Digital Channel.
You're just outside, maybe?
Oh, yeah.
Listening in. They've come to look through at the tartan, but they've got a show as well.
There are a lot of people
that got their own tartan. Let's have a look.
Yeah.
Just to view the tartan. Carl, what channel is it on, Sky?
864.
864 if you want to... Well, how can you hear me? Well, what I'm talking about. Ross, how long have you been up here now?
I've been up for the full month.
And how many Edinburghs have you done now?
6.
First time I ever saw... I think it was the first time I met you. You were wearing... we were both wearing masks made out of bread.
That's right.
Outside a pub that opens at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Penny Black, the wheat-based face cloak.
The wheat-based face cloak.
That's what they were known as.
You haven't still got them.
Mine's gone a bit green now.
No, I've had mine. I've donated mine to the Hard Rock Cafe.
Oh.
Yeah.
Because they've got Charlton Heston's.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, his bread shoes.
You've come ever such a long way since then, haven't you, mate?
Yeah, I have. I've come about it. Funnily enough, about 1,000 metres.
No way.
That's Penny Black's just round the corner.
Right here now. Your hair's grown.
Yeah, it has grown. And now I have the key to every bakery in Edinburgh.
Oh. Well, you were given that as a mark of respect.
Yeah. Once your hair reaches a certain length, they give you that key.
Yeah.
Do you think now, even now that you're kind of like you're established and you've got a really big following and your show sold out for the whole festival, is that a lot nicer than when you're just you're at it like a soldier?
Yeah, much better. Oh. Yeah, it's like having your own big general's map with a big with all.
Do you push audience people around with a scoop?
Yeah, with a scoop.
It was the first thing that came into my head.
Is it more of a scoop?
It's a scoop or a pusher?
It's more of a pusher, yeah.
It's a pusher.
I bet you there's a proper name for them.
If you know what it is, ring in 0800 700.
A repositioner, probably.
A repositioner. If you email us and tell us what the thing. It's what croupiers use as well, isn't it? Push counters across the table.
The people that do naval battles, they have a scoop because they have actual water in the tank, and they have to scoop the.
Or push. There must be some kind of thing to push the small model boats across.
Yeah.
This is going nowhere.
It's not.
This
really,
is going nowhere.
You know? So that's how I feel. I feel like one of those fellas with a map, as opposed to in the trenches.
Yeah.
You know.
And when did it break? When was it like? Because obviously from here to there, that's quite a progression. But was there one year when it just suddenly went click and everyone went, "Oh, Ross Noble, he's real"?
It went like 10 people, 20 people, 40 people, and then so on and so forth.
Over 6 years.
Yes.
You've got 10 other people a year.
Yeah.
So 10 years from now, if it keeps going as is,
120.
you could be the leader of the world.
Yeah, essentially.
8
No, that'd be
billion
about 800 years from now to make that.
You think? No,
Yeah.
not if it keeps doubling.
As soon as, if I was to go into some sort of cryogenic stasis, I would be fine.
Would you be prepared to do that?
Yeah, oh, but hang on, I wouldn't be doing the gigs. And therefore,
the whole thing cancels itself out.
There's a flaw in me plan.
We want you to be the first person to play a little game that we enjoy.
Oh, yes.
Called Desert Island Sandwiches.
All right,
If
okay.
you were stuck on a desert island, I don't know which one, what would your favourite sandwich be? Number one, what's your desert island sandwich?
Top sandwich would have to be the tuna and mayonnaise.
That's a very-
what am I talking about? I'm a fool.
You've made a foolish error.
Oh, I'm such an idiot. Prawns Mary Rose.
Oh,
Yeah.
explain that. What kind of bread?
Well, any bread. That's the benefit of having the key to every bakery in Edinburgh.
So you can put that on rye, you can put that on soda.
Yeah.
Are you telling me it's that
Soda
versatile?
bread.
Yeah.
That's too heavy for prawns, isn't it?
Well, it's not any bread then. Is
You know,
it?
that's
little
like
bit, innit?
that's like having Angel Delight in a baked potato. You know, it's just too. It's heavy and it's light and.
But can't you see the collision of such textures could lead to a gastronomic explosion in your face?
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
But yeah, prawns Mary Rose.
So what's Mary Rose then?
Well, it's the Mary Rose
It's a cocktail
sauce, isn't
sauce.
it? Yeah.
Did they make it on the Did they discover it when they pulled that ship out of the
That's
water?
where it came
The only
from.
thing that was left.
It was featured on Blue Peter. They actually, when they had the camera that went down there.
Remember when the ropes broke when they were pulling it out?
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
That was tense, wasn't
You
it?
could actually hear Yvette Fielding laughing.
But she was evil, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was.
She killed that cat.
And she was nude.
Hey! Can't say nude before 7.
Or
Sorry.
fielding.
Now listen, your show is
Yes.
is kind of freeform.
Yes.
You do fall back on stuff, obviously,
Yeah.
in case you go down an avenue that isn't
Metaphorically
working.
speaking.
Yes.
Yes.
You do fall back on stuff, obviously,
Yeah.
in case you go down an avenue that isn't
Metaphorically
working.
speaking.
Yes.
Matting.
Is that scary? Is that like skydiving in New Zealand?
Yeah, or similar Antipodean areas.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's just, do you know what it is? I can't really, I'm not very good at remembering stuff.
Really?
So I just kind of go on and start talking about things, and then a lot of just stuff happens. And then, you know, people shout
But
things
is it
out.
like you're actually by the seat of your pants and it's like, you know, what's going to come out of my mouth next? What if you just said...
Sometimes things come out of my mouth, and then there's this horrible moment of realisation that I said it out loud, and people are going,
Yeah,
"Ooh,
and you want a little mind
get
hand
that.
to come out of your gob
yeah,
and grab it back.
yeah.
I get that a lot.
Yeah, you say that all the time.
Yeah.
In social situations.
I'm nodding my head.
For those of you that can't see Nick now, he's nodding his head. So, any funny stories this festival?
You really are the most professional broadcaster ever, aren't you?
I'm relying on you, you're a very funny man. You tell me on so I can put my feet up for half an hour.
Any funny stories? Has anything amusing? That, you know what that was, right? That was that thing that Les Dennis does, right? When he goes,
Mate,
so-
if you're comparing me to Dennis,
No,
I'm
not-
happy.
No, essentially, the fact that, like, he goes, let me, the Wilson family now from Leeds, and,
I hate that.
John, something funny happened to you, didn't it, on your honeymoon?
Yeah,
Or,
but
you know-
then they say something really like, oh, yeah, but my wife was given a different room to me.
This is their moment of truth.
That's
and
their
reality. They can
entire
say anything
life.
they want.
Yeah.
And
you
she
know.
came up to the room and opened the door, and there was a man in there, and it wasn't me. And that's their funny story of their whole life.
And then Dennis has to go.
I hate you.
Yeah.
Let's have a song and we'll come back and talk some more.
Let's do that, man. The Sugar Babes, Freak Like Me.
And she was put in a different room to me,
Really?
you see.
What do you mean?
What?
Sorry, I was just finishing me hilarious.
I wish you could tell that on air.
Yeah.
I don't think they're as good since the Fit One left, Sugar Babes. Anyone?
That's your opinion, and in some respects you're right.
Thanks, buddy.
I was quite surprised, we were chatting beforehand. You don't remember Our Friends Electric, do you, Ross?
No, I don't.
Because you were one when that came
Yeah,
out.
I was.
So that
I
made
was
me feel
one
really sort of old.
year
and you thought,
old.
How
Yeah.
old are you, Ross? Do you
I'm
mind me-
26 years old.
Oh, that's not too
That's
bad.
fantastic.
You told
Considering
me
what
he
you've
was
achieved,
15.
Ross, that's brilliant.
Thanks, thanks. Are you about to present me with a big cheque?
Johnny, can you bring it in?
You've done ever so well.
Listen, Ross, you've done brilliantly.
I've thought of a funny thing that's happened to me.
Go on,
in
say it.
Edinburgh, right?
Do
Such a beautiful thing happened to me in a taxi. I was driving along, this little old man, beautiful little old Scottish man, turned round to me and he went, "I'll tell you what, son." And he sort of nodded like that. I thought, oh, this is going to be beautiful. He's going to tell me about like an antique shop or like a place where his mother used to have him on his knee and like let him play with bobbins or something. Like a beautiful little, "I'll tell you what, son. sort of leant forward and he went, "There's a lovely big pair of tits." That was brilliant.
Was he looking at you?
He was. He just nodded at some woman. Like, that's what he just drives people around, you know. Whether it's men or women, it's not a sexist thing. Just him going, "There's the castle over there, and there's a lovely big pair of tits." Man or woman.
It's about the simple things when you get older.
You know, it really, you know, it was
anatomy, getting to the toilet on time.
It was such a beautiful Edinburgh experience, you know.
That's not,
and he was right in many ways.
Well, can you confirm?
Yeah. Confirm?
Can you confirm? No conferring.
At this point, can you confirm that?
Did you see anybody? Sorry, I thought you were going to say something. No, we really balls that up then.
Nah.
It's our first day, we can do what we like.
You conferred.
We did confer.
You were talking about conferring, and you conferred, and then
the whole thing ground to a crunching halt.
I think you created some sort of negative energy field.
Listen, buddy, I've been out of the way for a while. I've not been doing stand-up for a bit, and quite frankly,
out of the way.
I'm a bit out of touch. Who's good?
I'll tell you who's.
So tell us, who's good?
Who's good, mate?
It's just me.
I know you're ruling the roost right now.
No, I'll tell you who's fantastic, right? The bloke that you should go and see.
Give it to me.
Count Arthur Strong.
That's not a real person.
Well, obviously not. It's a man doing a hilarious character.
Really?
But it is the funniest thing you'll see. Like, just, honestly, there was tears rolling down my face. He's a sort of theatrical man that kind of does a talk about ancient Egypt, but he's got Tourette's. It's brilliant.
That's always funny.
Yeah.
For real?
Yeah, well, no, that would be. But no, he's just brilliant. He's on at the Gilded Balloon, and it's just an hour of, he says things like, his catchphrase is, he goes, I've got a school of drama in Doncaster. It's just like the RADA. They're all telling me that. And then he talks to you about...
Where's he come from then?
He's just a guy that's put this character together, and he's just this kind of, and he's got a hunch, and he's...
But does he do the circuit in London, or is he just...
he does gigs around the place, and, you know, he used to work with Terry Titter, who was a Liverpool-based
one of the greatest. What a lovely pair of titters.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, Sean. So go and see him, and also there's another group called Flight of the Conchords from New Zealand, who are a folk group, and they do very good songs. They've got one about a racist dragon.
Oh, well,
that's a really good one. Yeah.
Now, for people that haven't been to the festival before, and get yourself up here if you can, everybody listening in London, because there's still a couple of weeks left. There is a sort of Edinburgh tradition, which is late and live, which they did at what used to be the Gilded. Is it? Don't do it there now, do they?
No, they got rid of it. It's now a fun pub.
It was very much the actual old venue.
Yeah, they're turning it into a fun pub.
It was a real bear pit for comedians, but apparently it's a bit nicer now. Have you done it this year?
I haven't done it this year, no, purely because it's really nice, and that's no challenge, is it? You know,
you are so tough.
You want the bear pit, don't you?
Yeah. I actually want bears
in a pit.
Yeah, I just want to be thrown in there and have to survive and do an hour. Hey, where you from? Darkest Peru.
Nice call.
That'd be Paddington. He wouldn't be too mean. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, I reckon
he'd be kicking the others off with his wellies.
Get away from him. He's nice.
I reckon he could turn though.
Do you reckon?
Paddington? I reckon if you took that, marmalade off Paddington, he'd go.
Or he had a few.
You took his packer mac off. There's going to be a ruck.
But if he has a couple of if it's particularly whiskey, he just goes on about Peru and like that bloke next door who's always grumbling.
he's horrible. Everything like that. Oh, I don't even like marmalade.
It's an affectation. I hate things under my hat.
Yeah, all the time they make me eat marmalade all day long. I'm a bear. I eat raw meat. I'm going to have that kid's arm off.
Ross, that's a fantastic denouement to a wonderful interview.
Oh, thank you very much.
You've got to go off and do something else.
Yeah, but I'm going to be in London, so don't come to Edinburgh.
Yes.
Don't bother coming.
What are you up to in London?
I'm doing some fancy shows in London's fashionable West End.
What theatre?
I'm doing them at the Vaudeville Theatre on the Strand.
Get this down in your diary, get a pen out.
It's the Vaudeville. It starts on the 9th of September.
Right.
Yeah, and it's the one next to Chicago.
Oh, great.
There's a huge gripping sign that says Chicago and a picture of a woman, legs akimbo, with a hat on. And then
the same thing on yours.
And then, exactly the same, with me looking, going, I'll tell you what.
Brilliant. Thanks, Ross. Here's some adverts.
Cheers, Ross.
See ya.
Simon Pegg and Nick Frost, live from the Edinburgh Festival. With The Guide, free every Saturday in The Guardian. XFM.
Just going to tune up.
Taping now for the radio.
Right.
That's it, the red lights on.
XFM.
Reasons there in Falter. That's released on the 9th of September. If you want to see them live, they're playing Reading on the 25th and Leeds on the 23rd. And they're on tour in November. Are you feeling better, Carl?
I'm a bit better now, yeah.
Because you were really...
It's coming together.
It was all sails to the wind for a bit there, wasn't it?
I was just angry, and I can't hold it back.
No.
It was like...
And neither should you.
You know, on a U-boat, when water starts coming in films, and there's lots of guys in polo necks shouting Achtung at each other, it reminded me of that.
I haven't seen that film, but...
Haven't you? Achtung, my polo neck's wet.
No, I don't know it.
It's a great movie. Listen, we're going to play a competition in a minute.
What we're going to do, we're going to pretend we're starting now.
Okay.
Right? With just like...
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
We're just starting...
This is the
beginning, yeah.
This is XFM, London's 104.9.
Yeah, this is Simon Pegg and Nick Frost, live from the Edinburgh Festival, live from the Linklater Suite at the Scotsman Hotel.
And what a suite.
And what a suite it is. It's large, it's roomy. Nick, run around the suite and shout a bit. Shall we get up and run around? So, where are you now? Go in the corner. Come back. Run around me. Shout. Go to the sandwiches. Chuck one on the floor. Yeah, rock and roll. No, don't spill the mayo. Oh, you idiot. Oh, there's concierge.
I did it.
He's evil. He's got one of them faces like, you know.
So
anyway,
competition.
Competition. Sorry, we're a bit nuts then.
Carl's well mad.
Do you know what, everybody listening, that person listening, we just had a really mad time where everything went kind of wrong and Carl was running up and down and then Ross was in and we were trying to get, deal with Ross because he's such a horrible young man. Very rude.
Lovely
no,
guy.
he's not. He's lovely. But we're going to go on and have our competition now. And what we're going to do, phone up if you want to participate. 2 people we need to play.
No.
Which is basically a true or false game concerning our generous hosts here, Scotland. We're going to ask you some Scot facts, such as, in Scotland, all the wasps speak French. Is that true? Or is that och aye or och not?
I would say that is och aye, no.
That's correct. It is a no. It's a big no there. So if you're in, and what have we got to win? We've got...
I got CDs, and we got tickets to DJ Shadow doing an XFM gig, and we've got tickets to see Ben Queller doing an XFM gig.
We're going to also give away...
We're going to toss something in, aren't we?
Yeah, we're going to give away a limited edition box set of the first and second series of Spaced.
And you're going to get that signed?
We'll try and get that signed by the idiots that created that terrible show.
That's you. Great.
What? That's you. Oh, yes.
Which was double BAFTA nominated, but we didn't get the second one because of Ricky Gervais. But that's fine, because it's a great show.
Let's give the numbers.
Let's give the numbers out. If you can phone in, 0800...
08700...
800...
1234.
Thanks, Carl. Or email us. Oh, no, the computer's frozen, isn't it?
It's all happening.
And there's a dinosaur trying to get in the window as well. Do the noise. That's cool. What is that, a raptor?
No.
Okay. So what, Stegosaurus?
Yeah, probably that.
I thought it was. So give us a ring if you want to play, have a chat, do a thing, win us something. In the meantime, here is a pop music. Rock! That was Sum 41 and Into Deep. We're going to be playing our competition, which is called...
Okay, there. No.
Which is a Scottish-based competition coming up after the ad break.
You know what I heard?
What?
As a bit of trivia.
Go on, tell me.
Trivia.
Out with it.
Scottish people, if they hear a dog barking, it means that someone close to them is going to die. So, that could be like one of your questions.
Oh, yeah, now we can ask that. Is that true or false?
Unless you live near a kennel.
People, yeah, obviously, but then that's why so many people die near kennels.
That's why there's so many massacres near kennels.
That's when superstition impacts on reality. Okay, now listen, do call up. We're going to have some ads, and then we're going to have some news, and then we're going to come back and we're going to have some games.
I can't wait. Hello. That was nice, Billy.
Good evening. Sorry, there's a little bit of a problem there.
That was my fault.
That was Carl's fault.
This whole show has the kind of feeling like it's the fall of Saigon. It's the last days of the...
Nick,
what?
Can you just keep it down?
Sorry.
Next door.
Ah, yeah.
Oh, yeah, we got busted. Someone came in next door because I made Nick run around the room and smash a plate. And then a woman came in and went, "Can you keep it down, please? There's a conference next door."
There's a conference next door.
Oh, no, she was nice.
She was nice, but do you know what they do next door?
What?
Pharmaceutical industry.
They're developing a drug to make people... Sorry. They're developing drugs in there to make people grow a second head. And I know this for sure because I peeked through and there was a guy and I read his lips and he said, "We have to make a second head." And you saw that as well,
Yeah,
didn't
I
you?
saw that.
We're going to do a competition called...
Okay,
No. We've got a couple of callers online. Our first caller, we're talking to Ben from Potter's Bar. Hello, Ben. What's your name? Where are you from?
Hello, Ben.
I'm Ben from Potter's Bar.
No way.
Oh, good.
How you doing today?
Yeah, I'm alright. Picking my girlfriend up, and I'm late.
Oh, what? You're beating your girlfriend up?
I'm picking my girlfriend up.
Oh. You're kicking her up? Oh,
Well,
I'm
not
sorry. I thought you'd been drinking lots of beer and were being violent, which would be wrong. And we'd be round there in a flash, buddy. I don't care where you are.
If we weren't in Edinburgh.
Potter's Bar, any bar. Now,
what's it like? What do you do, Ben?
Well, I'm going to uni soon, so I'll be university.
What do you study?
I'm going to study musical engineering and
musical engineering.
Yeah, with live band.
Can you get up here and help us? Because we're in big trouble.
Hey.
We're in trouble deep, Ben. We need you bad, man.
We need some musical... Actually, I'm casting aspersions on Carl's brilliance, and he is brilliant. He's been wonderful today. I don't know if you know, we had a few problems, because we're live from Edinburgh, you know...
I did hear something like that.
Did you? Yeah.
Sorry about that.
But it's nothing to do with the Guardian Guide, who have been lovely.
What is that you're reading?
What? It's the Guardian Guide.
Oh, it's nice.
Which is looking after us while we're
tells you what's on in that.
Ben, hang on a sec. We're going to speak to George in Muswell Hill. Hi, George.
Hi.
Hello, mate.
Hi there.
How are you?
I'm very good, and you?
You know, I'm not bad, George. I'm all right, buddy. How are you?
I'm great.
This could go on forever. How old are you, George? You sound really young.
I'm 14.
You're 14 years old?
Yeah.
Shouldn't you be in bed?
Yeah, I got up. I was feeling a bit rebellious. So.
I was in bed all the time when I was 14, because I couldn't... sorry. Now, listen, we're going to play a game called, No. What we're going to do is we're going to say facts to both you and Ben, and you have to say whether it's either yes or either no. Do you understand, both of you?
Yeah.
No. Do you understand? You've got to say either yes.
Either yes.
Either yes.
Nice. It was a stupid idea, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I told you that.
My girlfriend's going to kill me. All right, Nick, would you like to give Ben his fact?
All right, Ben from Potter's Bar, are you ready?
Yeah.
Here comes the fact. Scotland is home to the world's tallest greenhouse. Is that either nee or either ye?
Either nee.
Either nee, says Ben.
I'm sorry, Ben, but that's actually either yay. As we hammer the Scottish stereotype further into our own coffins.
That's all right.
George, are you there? You ready for this one?
Yeah.
The Forth Rail Bridge takes 10 years to paint. What do you reckon?
Either yay.
It's actually either nay. It's never, ever finished painting because it takes so long. By the time they finish painting it, the guy that's painting it has died, and then they have to start again at the end. His son starts painting it, or he spawns like another one out of his armpit, and then anyway, you're wrong.
They're both wrong. All right. Ben, you ready? We're going to number 2.
Okay.
All right, Ben. Ben Nevis is Britain's tallest mountain. Is that either ye or either nee?
Either ye.
Either ye. You'd be correct, Ben.
That is absolutely correct. Well done. That's 1 point to Ben.
1 point to Ben.
George, the haggis was actually invented by a German pharmaceutical company in 1949.
Either nay.
That's correct.
It's correct.
It was invented in 1950 in the same circumstances. Nick.
All right, Ben, this is your last question, mate. You ready?
Okay. Yeah.
Scotland is home to one of the world's largest deserts.
Either nee.
Well done. That was well spotted,
correct.
Ben.
It is indeed either nee.
Are you related to Ben Nevis?
No. Not last time I checked.
Okay. Now, George, this is it for you now. If you don't get this, then Ben will win. If you do, we'll go to a tie-break, okay?
Right. Yeah.
Okay, is this true? Up until recently, Scotland was the only country in the entire world where Coca-Cola was not the best-selling soft drink. Is that yay or nay?
Either nay.
George, you fool, you've screwed it up. But you're only 14, and you've got a lot of time to enter other radio competitions and win. Ben, you are our winner today. You win CDs, tickets to DJ Shadow. Nice. Thanks for that, Carl.
That's brilliant. Thank you.
And you're also getting a spaced box set, limited edition, signed by some of the people that were in it.
Brilliant.
Nick, actually. But, thanks for playing, guys. Thanks, George. Sorry you didn't win there.
Sorry, George. You sound chuffed to bits, Ben, are you?
Yeah, I am. Thanks.
Good work, buddy.
Give a love to your girlfriend, and good luck at university, buddy.
Thank you.
Have a nice week, and don't goof off.
Let's play a song.
Yeah, man, let's do it.
That was little Mike Skinner, a.k.a. The Streets, and let's push things forward. Great album,
It's got a whole dub vibe to it, you know?
You're right, though. You're from the Streets, aren't you?
you know
What was it called?
What
street was it?
Beckentry Heath.
Beckentry Heath. Was that
place where they lick it both sides, you understand?
I know what you're saying.
Good.
If you haven't got that, I'll go out and get it, because it's absolutely brilliant. We've still got loads to come on today,
Yeah, we have.
We've got Scott Capurro coming in, we've got Ahmed Jalali, loads of chat, some really great music coming out. You just went into that conference hall, didn't you?
I took a peek, sure.
You took a peek. What did you see?
There was just a whole bunch of guys standing about looking at
crowding round a dead...
Well, it was a dummy, female dummy's face, and they were saying, oh, maybe we put another eye in.
No way, like geneticists.
Yeah.
Maybe they're trying to create the perfect woman.
3 eyes.
3 eyes, that would... No, that now you're talking my kind of lady.
Take one of those eyes away, have another breast.
You're talking to Nick. You're talking to Nick. You're listening to Nick Frost on 104.9 XFM. We're live from the Edinburgh Festival all week, and the show will get better, hopefully, by the day. Okay, that was Scooby Snacks by the Fun-Loving Criminals, and we were all really dancing to that. We threw down some shapes. Did a burn, had a breakdance burn. That was fun. I've got Scott Capurro sat right next to me, and what a joy that is. He's up here at the festival having a great time.
No, the show's fun. I'm just kind of, tired.
I'm not saying
unless I'm. You know what it's like.
Scott's looking a bit tired because it's the 3rd week of the festival.
I'm over it.
A lot of people will know you from the films you've been in, even though you're a superb stand-up. Mrs. Doubtfire, obviously, is the one in which you play.
Well, the porn version.
The porn version?
Yeah.
Which is called what?
Mrs. Doubtfire sucks.
Nice.
Did you see that? Did you see that one?
I just wasn't quick enough for that one. You played Harvey Fernstein's fella in that one.
I did.
And
I was a skinny homosexual in that.
That's right. And you did it really well as well.
Thank you. Thanks.
Harry, this Edinburgh, 2002. How many have you done now?
This is my 9th consecutive.
Really?
Yeah.
That's something.
You're almost Scottish.
Almost. Except I still have a bit of self-respect left. But other than that, yeah.
Is there a Capurro tartan?
I think, I don't know. We can make one.
Let's get one. There's a rug here. We can just rip that up, stick it on you.
Good. Yeah.
Why do you keep coming back? What is it about the Edinburgh Festival that's so much fun?
I think,
good answer.
Yeah.
We'll blow off noise.
Yeah, I think, I don't know. I was going to do a play this year with Jane Kratowski from Ally McBeal fame.
Oh, yeah.
And she dropped out, so the play lost its funding.
Okay.
So she did that in about the 3rd week of June. But by then I had already booked myself to do a late-night gig at Assembly Rooms just to keep myself busy while I was doing the play in the daytime. So now all I'm doing is late-night comedy at the Assembly Rooms. And doing stand-up for me up here is really fun. But I guess I'm less ambitious about my stand-up than I used to be. I mean, the show's new. I really enjoy doing it. But it's all that waiting stuff all day long. Yeah. My 9th time. I've seen everything 4 times here in Edinburgh. You know.
And also it's that big sort of emotional build-up all day to doing something which ends very quickly.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I basically wait about 12 hours every day to go on stage.
I know.
I'm rewriting my act about 4 times, and then I get up there and do it, and then it's over. Yeah.
That's it. Which one was she in Ally McBeal?
The blonde secretary.
Never watched it.
The tart.
Yeah, the dirty one.
Yeah. Oh, is she also in Go as well? She plays the wife of the guy.
Was she in Go?
Yeah.
I love that movie.
The weird kind of the guy, the policeman who invites the 2 guys round and...
Oh, right. And then takes
strange.
his clothes off in the shower. And was that her? I don't know. That could have been her.
Tart.
Yeah.
We've gone around in circles on that.
What's with you and tarts and tartans and everything?
I can't...
Everything Nick thinks about is to do with the word tart.
Jam tarts. Yeah. Tarts. Tartan.
Has it been a while since you've
had a tart?
Had some jam?
About 10 hours since I jammed last.
Oh, really?
Since you jammed a tart?
And I shook your hand. Oh, God.
The hand I do it with.
Oh.
Listen, I was reading this thing. You did something called The Truth About Gay Animals.
Yeah.
And I wanted to ask you, what is the gayest animal you've ever met?
Penguins.
Gay penguins. Well, all penguins.
Yeah, all penguins are very
King?
gay.
King penguin? Probably the queen penguin.
Oh, the male penguins kind of waddle from side to side and feature their asses.
They are very camp.
Yeah, they are, and they're dressed up.
They're saying, do you want it?
Yeah. Come on, bitch. Take it. Yeah, like that.
They do look immaculate every day of the week.
They do, yeah. But I think the gayest animals would be humans, probably, of all.
Nice.
They're severely gay sometimes.
Is it? Was that? Did you do that program because sort of wildlife documentaries resolutely avoid the fact that animals are also gay?
They do, yeah, and
thus could blow the lid off Christianity,
so to speak. Yeah, and they had tried to make the show with a doctor, but found themselves lost in a kind of a boring quagmire scientific, words, and so they came to me and said they want someone that'll bring a little humor to this because it is a very serious subject. So
absolutely,
but it was fun. It was really fun talking to. Well, we went to a swanery in Dorset that's been there since the 13th century or something. It used to be run by monks, and now it's run by these guys who have to answer to the lady in the big house. It's very feudal, So for them to talk about the subject was kind of difficult for them.
Sort of tugging the forelock. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, exactly.
It's probably one of Europe's oldest swanneries.
Yeah.
I would think.
It is. And swans are really, really bisexual. They can't help themselves.
No, they can't.
There's a three-way swan action going on.
Also a very well-turned-out bird.
Exactly. Nice necks. That's where the heart shape comes from, because when they court, they tip their beaks to one another and make a little heart shape. That's where that all came from. Isn't that sweet?
I feel very soft and warm inside now.
I want to eat this one.
Shall we have a Red Hot Chili Pepper and then come back? Come on. Okay, that was the Red Hot Chili Peppers on 104.9 XFM. I love saying that, makes me feel like a DJ.
104.9
on 104.9 XFM. You're listening to Nick Frost and Simon Pegg live from the Edinburgh Festival with the magnificent Scott Capurro.
Hello, London.
There he is. Right there. Now, listen, Simon and I are going to be playing a little game called Desert Island Sandwiches throughout the week. You're stranded on a desert island. You're allowed to bring one sandwich with you. Can be anything in the world, any filling, any kind of bread. Give me it.
Well, it's difficult for me because I don't eat bread.
Oh, there you go. There's a spanner in the works.
Well, I mean, that's nice to tell. Bread's bad for you.
Well,
isn't it, though?
Yes, no carbs.
Cheese on a cracker? That's almost like a sandwich.
I think what I would go for, though, if I had to force myself, would be peanut butter and banana.
Oh, that's a classic.
On bread, yeah.
Simple and smooth.
Maybe with a little bit of mayonnaise in there, too, the way Elvis used to eat it.
Oh. Is that real?
Yeah. Yeah, that's in his cookbook.
No wonder he died on a potty.
I know.
Now, listen. First time I ever met you was back in Australia in like '96, and I saw you performing in a tent, that fringe club thing, full of like rowdy Australian men.
All right.
And you kind of just took them to pieces completely. Is that something you really enjoyed doing, taking to task that sort of hunky men, double mentality?
It is. I mean, I enjoy it. It's easier in Australia because they're not as up to snuff on the comedy scene as they are in Britain.
No.
But I really enjoy a room full of maybe a few gay men, some straight guys, and having that conflict between the audience as much as the conflict between me and the audience, you know.
Because they say they absolutely loved it. I mean, the guys kind of didn't get all angry. They just sort of took it in good humour. And I think some of them changed their minds and their sexualities on that day because of you.
I think that they did enjoy it. And I think that even this year I'm teaching people about teabagging.
I've heard about it.
Yes, heard. All right, Simon, we can keep playing this game if you want. You taught me, bitch. Yeah, so... Yeah, I've heard about it, so I'm telling people about it and showing them in a visual.
Go on, then.
Yeah.
You can't do it on the radio.
No, we can't.
I mean, I don't know what teabagging is.
It's when you dip your scrotum into the mouth of the receiver, and their mouth acts as a teacup.
London's 104.9.
There you go. That was all right. That was all clean, wasn't it?
And where does the milk come in? I get it.
It's up to them, really.
I get it.
How long do you infuse?
As long, whatever. I can't do it right now because I have chicken pox all over my scrotum area.
Is that true?
Yeah.
I've never had chicken pox.
Still getting over it.
That's a nasty image.
I could be infertile after this conversation.
Well, the place to get it is Scotland because a viral disease goes unnoticed here.
Really?
Yeah. But it was strange, showing people that. I had 4 people get up and walk out there while I was doing it to this guy in the front row. So some people get really bothered by stuff still.
What is it with people?
Well, I don't know. I don't know where they think they are. It's midnight. I don't know what they think they're watching. But it's weird because I think that there's something about being American maybe that sets me apart from them a bit. That I might be armed. I don't know. But they always go for it usually.
Aren't you?
That's what I've come to learn.
Some people get so upset by an American man teabagging another guy in front of an audience. What is their problem?
I don't know. Why are they being so upset?
Scott, you got banned from Australia last year. Was it a teabagging incident that led you to be banned from Australia?
No, I was banned from Australia because I went on children's television and talked about having sex with Jesus, and they get very sensitive about that there.
What is their problem?
I don't know. I have boundaries like everybody else.
Absolutely.
Mine maybe it's just a little bit different. I mean, I didn't know it was a children's program for one thing. I thought it was just regular, but there are kids and clowns watching it or something. And then it was live.
Clowns love that kind of stuff.
They do. They do it themselves in metaphor, of course. But no, it was live. And
so you couldn't go back on that.
Right, and I told them what I was going to do, and they said, fine. I think I was set up. I think they wanted press for this TV show I was doing, and they got it, And then I got banned from TV, and the TV company was also producing the festivals. They started to ignore my show and other people's shows in my venue, and it got kind of ugly. But it became huge press for them, and I love that sort of stuff. And if Australia had used it smartly to sell more tickets, it would have been great, but they got shy about it, and they attacked me in the press, and I was one of their guests in their country, and
it's not as if they didn't know that you're a controversial comic who sometimes sails a little close to the wind.
You think so?
I know so.
Oh, but you like it.
Everybody, I think, audiences love to be challenged, and they love to have to kind of address their own opinions.
Yeah, I think that's a comic's job, is to make people do. I mean, that can be, doesn't have to be, but I feel like it can be a good comic's job to push the make people think about something in a different way.
For better or for worse, I think, sometimes.
Well, I mean, I like seeing comics that tell a little bit about themselves. You know, that let you in a little bit. I mean, there are a lot of great British comics that play with a lot of language and that, play around with concepts and metaphors and all that stuff. But for me, I like to feel an arc in a show, like I've gone somewhere with it. I was on Nicholas Parsons' show the other day, and an audience member, he brought up first, I get on the show and he talks about how good I look for about the first 5 minutes. And then an audience member wanted to know what teabagging was because he brought it up and he wouldn't let me talk about it.
Oh, really?
So that night I got about 40 people from his show into my show to see me. All they wanted to see was the teabagging. That was it.
Had you visually show teabagging in your show?
I jump up on someone in a chair. I can't put my feet on the chair because of health and safety, but I can dip my balls in their mouth.
Yeah.
And so I put my...
It's weird like that, isn't it?
Yeah, it is strange. It's weird, enigmatic stuff.
There's a lot of grey areas in health and safety.
Well, they're not grey. They're more beige. But anyway, yeah, I put my legs over his shoulders and they rest his head on the lap of the person behind him, and then I just dip. Dip,
dippity dip.
Nice. That's it. Why aren't you doing stand-up up here this year?
Because I haven't done it for a while and I feel a bit scared.
You can't be asked, really.
Oh my God. You could find yourself dipping your nut in someone's gob.
Shut it.
Sorry.
What should we have next?
Let's have a song?
Let's have a song and talk more about TV.
We are the world.
We are the children.
We are the children.
That was Polyphonic Spree there. That was, there's 23 members of that band.
Really?
It's crazy, yeah. They're rewriting the book on band numbering.
A lot of pay squabbles.
Absolutely. Christian and the guys are really loving that one, apparently, on the breakfast show this morning. But then they're crazy, those boys. Thanks to Scott Capurro for coming in. He had to run away.
He's one of the good guys.
He's one of the good guys. He's he's fantastic, Scott. And he's in. I know we're kind of talking to you. You're in London and we're in Scotland. He's up here. If you do get up to the festival, go and see him. He's on at the Assembly Rooms, and hopefully he'll be down in London doing his stuff.
Yeah.
Pretty soon. So go and see him too.
He will lighten up your world.
He will lighten up your world and offend you mortally when it comes to balls.
Can I say something?
Go on then.
I know you get very upset about me waffling on about Rick Waller.
Oh, God, drop it!
Well, listen, I can't believe that Rick Waller only weighs 6 pounds more than me.
Oh,
he reckons that he's 20 stone, and I'm 19 stone. I'm packing 19.4, and he reckons he's 20 stone. So if he phones in and tells me the truth, 0800 700 1234, phone up, tell me the truth, tell me that you're nearer 30 stone, and I will rip up the death warrant.
You're right. That's one of your hot buttons.
Yeah,
isn't
it is, because people look at Waller and think, God, 20 stone. And then they look, he's not 20 stone.
But
Tell the truth.
But you're so you're compact like a muscle ball.
Say the word brawn.
You're brawn.
You're
that. Brawny. I do. You had me in a headlock once.
Yeah, I did. He looks like a bell with a bloody head on top. He does. So, if anyone knows Rick Waller's true weight...
the best metaphor I've ever heard. He looks like a bloody bell with a head on top.
Mother!
Oh, Nick gets angry about Rick Waller. And I do about most of those Pop Idol noodles. Because, they came along and they gave mediocrity a bad name.
Listen, sorry. Do you know last time we were saying hello to a lot of little people who are in hospital?
Go on.
I've got another one.
Oh, no.
Little friend of mine, 10-year-old fella, twisted his ankle while he was out on the golf course. 10-year-old Vernon Lesberell, and I think he's in Richmond General, and they've put a pin through his ankle. So get well soon, Vernon.
That's because he had too much jelly.
Correct.
I think we're going to go into some things now which attempt to sell you our products and services.
Who's coming up?
If you listen to that. Omid Jalali's coming up later on. He's brilliant. You might have seen him in The Mummy, and he's in Gladiator. He is a great guy, a great comic from Iran, and we'll be chatting to him a little bit later on. We're going to do, I don't know what we're going to do.
It's going to be great.
It's going to be great, whatever it is. Stay tuned. 104.9 XFM, live from Edinburgh. Here are the ads.
XFM. Nick Frost, live from the Edinburgh Festival. With The Guide, free every Saturday in The Guardian. XFM.
Music is music of tomorrow. The music of tomorrow is here.
XFM.
Oh, that was Ash on London's 104.9 XFM with a little song called Envy.
It's lovely, isn't it?
You like that, didn't you?
I like a bit of Ash. They've always come out with good tunes, very melodic, but also with a bit of
Listen, you fancy playing a game with me?
To boot. I do, but can people at home also play along in some respect?
You know what? I guess they could.
Okay, explain the rules, you idiot.
All right. What we do, we've got a list of little birthdays here, can be found in the bottom of a popular... Can I say what paper it is? No, you know what? I'm not going to, because I'm just not going to. It's in the bottom of a popular tabloid, and they give birthdays out of stars and sportsmen. And sometimes, don't we, Simon, we like to have a little game. It's called the birthday game. We're going to do it now.
Now, you can play it. What happens is, Nick's going to read out a celebrity. Think to yourself how old they are, and you've got to say it before Nick gives the right answer. Okay,
all right, let's start. Number 1. Former U.S. President Bill Clinton.
That was a really good name.
Not his voice.
Bill Clinton?
Bill Clinton. How old do you think Bill Clinton is today? Let's go to Carl.
Bill Clinton.
About, must be about 52.
Close. Lise?
About 60.
Alright.
What do you think?
Mike, what do you reckon?
55?
I think he's 141.
Simon is the nearest. He is 56 today. Let's move straight on.
Let's do one each, because otherwise it'll take hours.
All right, fair enough.
Go.
Friends star Matthew Perry. How old do you think Matt Perry is? That one's to Simon Pegg.
Let me think. He's 3 foot wide. So divided by 7. He's 33.
Bang! Bang on! He got it.
Have you read it today?
You can literally determine a person's age by dividing their width by their nautical speed.
How old am I?
I can't. I've got a tape measure, you idiot.
All right, let's have one more. There's
You're
so
27, Carl. Come on.
Let's give the one. Who we got here? Drummer Ginger Baker from X Cream. How old do you think Ginger Baker is today? Old, beautiful old Ginge.
Oh, he must be at least 48.
Oh, what are you nuts? What are you talking about?
I don't even know him.
56.
Oh, really? Oh,
but he sounds about 48.
You know what? He's 63 today.
Oh,
it's nice, isn't it? It's a nice age to be.
Is it?
Unless you die when you're 64.
What's the next one?
All right, let's have the last one. Hetty Body of Manor Park, Slough in Berkshire. How do you think Hetty Body is?
This is the big one, because this is the random chance, okay? You can usually work out, you think, oh yeah, Bill Clinton, he must be in his whatevers.
Yeah.
But Hetty, you think, okay, she sounds to me like a detective, probably in her 70s. She's got an umbrella. She cracked a crime involving a bent spoon.
Go on.
Correct?
Yeah.
She's 74.
Anyone else? Let me tell you, it's higher than that.
No way.
80.
Can I tell you it's higher than that, Carl?
Lisa, go on.
I won't believe you.
It's higher than that.
Shag.
84 for 84.
Lisa. Mike.
I'm only interested in celebrities.
Ah, fair enough. That's true.
All right, well, look.
You do like to touch a celeb.
I'm going to tell you that Hetty Body of Manor Park,
Hetty Body?
Berkshire.
Sounds like a condition.
She has got a Hetty body.
I've got a terribly Hetty body today.
Vitamin E soap. Consider that.
Really?
Anyway.
How old is she?
She is 96.
Holy goddamn.
96 years old. She was probably born in 1806 or something. I don't know.
That is fantastic. Well done, Hetty.
Thanks.
If you're listening, because I know she's big into alternative music.
And I still don't care.
Carl, listen, I just want to say, a lot of people, phones go off all the time and they're really annoying. I do like my mobile phone, but the ring gets on my nerves. Carl is currently packing a phone.
Here it comes.
Which has the only ringtone I've ever heard which actually makes me laugh and smile. Listen to this. For those who've just tuned in, that's the Red Hot Chili Peppers. BRMC, they're rocking out to with their version of Doctor and the Medic's version of Spirit in the Sky. We've just got some stuff, some pills off the guy in the conference room next door, and Nick's growing a 5th penis. I can't believe it. As if you needed that.
Exactly.
Now listen, everybody, this is Simon Pegg and Nick Frost live from the Edinburgh Festival in the Linklater conference room of the Scotsman Hotel.
Yeah.
Having a great old time. We just want to say how happy we are to be in Scotland. It's a beautiful place with wonderful people who are very welcoming, and I should know because I date one of those crazy people, and so hello to you, darling. Now Edinburgh, don't look at me like that, Carl. I was. Oh.
Don't get jealous.
Yeah, just because you asked me out and I said no. Well, tough.
All right, Suzanne.
Oh. Hello.
I've got one as well.
Yeah? Yeah.
All right then, Christina Lesbrell.
Oh, now let's all get... no,
next?
stop it. It was going down a dirty, dirty road.
Yeah.
Edinburgh has a very rich and mythic history. And as a result, we're going to be doing a daily feature on our drive time show with the Guardian Guide. And that show that was pretty good. It was seamless, wasn't it? We're going to be doing a daily feature, and the feature will be called
Carl's wee ghosty.
Carl's going to tell us a ghost story.
That was
like, we couldn't afford to do our own jingles, you know what I mean? Carl's like, no, forget it. And he just wants to get on with his own little bit. So why don't you tell your story, and we'll see if we're scared.
Well, this came about because I'm into ghost stories and that.
You believe in ghosts, don't you?
Not all of them.
How many?
How many of the 12 do you believe in?
10. If there's 50 ghosts, how many would you believe in?
If there was 50?
Yeah.
40.
What about 13 ghosts? You believe in 40 out of the 50?
Yeah.
Are you serious, man?
Yeah.
What, even that one that comes,
Oh, hello, I've got my leg chopped off in the wall.
Well, anyway, right, I'm into them.
Sorry.
Nick said, find some Scottish ones out. Hunt down some Scottish stories with us coming live from Edinburgh, courtesy of the guide.
Yeah.
Guardian Guy for every Saturday.
Right, so I found a couple, but they were only short. So what I've done, right, the first one that was
you
about...
made one up.
No, this is a true one. This is about a, there's a suit shop somewhere in Scotland. Sells suits.
Mossbrough?
Dunno. But, it's haunted, right? And the ghost apparently puts the suits on and wanders about, and the people in the shop who work there don't know it's a ghost, right? Because it looks normal, but the only thing that gives it away
is a lack of head.
Webbed feet.
No way.
Is it Mitch around the shop going like, ooh, I'm free, ooh, I'm free?
But he doesn't have any shoes on, so they can tell.
No, because they only sell suits. So it's wandering around with webbed feet.
Do they sell webbed feet?
No, it's the way that I don't know.
That's how they
it's
tell
like
that it's a ghost.
thing.
But at the end of a ghost story, you're supposed to go, and he was dead all along.
Oh, and he had webbed feet.
Oh, God!
But anyway, that's a Scottish one.
Don't freak us out like that, Carl.
Yeah, it may not freak you out, but it's freaked me out.
But listen to this one, right?
Go on.
I think that's bad.
Go on.
Right?
It was bad.
There's this, these people somewhere in Scotland, and they've got someone died in the family, right? So they sat there talking about this dead person, saying, oh, you know, we're missing a lot and all that. And sat there, and then they forget about this lad they were talking about, and they start messing about with the cat.
Yeah.
Right? And they notice that every time they ask the cat a question, it licks its lips. Right? So they go, this is a bit weird, and they keep testing it out. It's like, do you like cat food? And whenever it's a yes, it licks its lips.
Carl's licking his lips up.
And if it didn't want to say yes to it, it'd do nothing, it'd just sit there looking at them. So this is a bit weird. So they kept asking it questions like, you know, do you prefer whiskers to whatever?
Yeah.
And it's like licking its lips. It's like, oh,
So
this is funny. So they said, let's ask it some serious questions.
Let's get
And they
busy.
started asking them questions. Started asking the cat questions about the dead person.
Oh, God.
And it got them all right. Only turned out that the person was in the cat.
It was inside the cat.
It was what?
It was the cat had eaten him.
Oh, God, that's horrible.
Scary, innit?
Listen, I'll tell you a quick one.
Go on.
That's even worse than the cat eating a man.
Hang on.
Right? This is true, and this is true. I'm quite a skeptic. Right? I'm like Dana Scully to Nick's Agent Fox Mulder. I know someone who lives across the water, across the Forth, who was of the Firth of Forth, who was going home on the train and saw behind them a man stand up, open the door, and jump out of the train. Freaked as you would be, they span round to see there was nobody there, and he'd seen an image of a suicide replayed on a piece of glass. All I can do now is carry on talking. It's not going to get any scarier. But that's what happened. He actually saw someone diving out, and then, but get this, when he looked in the mirror, he didn't have any eyes.
Oh.
And then they had worms for fingers, and the cat ate him.
Oh, no.
And then that's where yours picks off.
Do you want to hear something really horrible?
Go on.
Once I kissed a girl. Oh, that was Misty Blue by A Million Suns. You know what? I absolutely love that song. It makes me feel strangely high. Now, if anyone was listening earlier, they would have heard me having a little rant about a fat guy called Rick Waller. Rick Waller. Because I think he's near a 30 stone, but he reckons he's 20 stone. So I said, if you ring in and admit the truth, I will tear up the death warrant that I have issued. And he is on the line. I don't know how he can hold the phone with his big fat hands. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I can hear you, yeah.
Oh, you sound a lot fatter on the phone.
Well, I did lie, I lied. I'm actually 35 stone.
So why does everyone write that you're only 20 stone and you make me look bad, you fat shit?
You can't say that on the radio.
Oh, what are you gonna do? come bumbling in through the door and try and knock me over.
Yeah, you 20-stone weakling, I'll smash your face in.
Yeah, you're nothing but guts and lard, you overweight thing.
Don't speak to me like that.
Play a song, Carl, I'm sick of this turd.
I'm coming down there.
Songs when the truth are all dedicated.
That was Idlewild with American English. I'd like to apologise on behalf of XFM and myself to Rick Waller for the last item.
Where were you, Rick Waller phone when I needed you?
Well, rim. I was rimming. Where was I? I went to the loo and did a wee. Coming up later on, we've got Omid Jalali, who's going to be coming in for a chat. Fantastic comic. So stay tuned. There's still a lot to pack into this next half hour. In the meantime, don't believe anything you hear now.
XFM. Simon Pegg and Nick Frost, live from the Edinburgh Festival. With The Guide, free every Saturday in The Guardian. XFM.
Can we split the face off? Just let me know when I should start.
XFM.
Alright, that was Extreme Ways by Moby. Do you like that?
Did I shouldn't really express my opinions on we've got to remain impartial. I'm not a massive fan of Moby, to be honest.
Oh.
I did see him once in a place playing the piano while Wayne Sleep danced, and it was the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life.
What a terrifying image.
It was a terrifying image.
Listen, let me take this moment to say welcome to our guest, Omid Jalali.
Hello.
Our
Omid.
esteemed guest.
Salaam alaikum.
Salaam alaikum, thank you very much.
You're welcome. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Oh, yeah, you know, not bad. Simon, you alright?
End of conversation.
Yeah, that's it. Job done.
Moving on, next song, please.
Are you enjoying it up here?
I am, yes. It's always good fun, but I think 3 weeks is pushing it.
You're knackered, aren't you?
I've got my kids up here. I've got 3 kids, you see, and that's what it is. It knackers you out.
I can just see the fun of comedy just draining out of your eyes right now.
It is a bit, yeah.
Oh, no, it's because you're looking at me and Nick, that's why. I mean, listen, I've downloaded your file onto my personal iComputer, and I really love this thing about the world's funniest Iranian stand-up comedian and actor, which is a great start to a thing. But, seriously,
yes.
How many other Iranian comics are there?
Well, there's a lot of them now. There's about, I'd say, of ones I know, there's about 5 or 6.
So you've got, like, pretenders coming up to you and go, no way, buddy, you're not that anymore, because I'm coming up on your tail. That kind of thing.
But I just say to them, look, I'm still the only Iranian comedian that's funny.
Nice answer.
That's a good answer.
There's a good answer. Is there any...
They're not going to mess with the
Iran.
Tehran.
Are there any comedy clubs in Tehran?
There are no comedy clubs, but there is, there are, what they have, cabaret artistes.
Right.
They have, who are basically people who, are like MCs, and they bring acts on, but the MC has to, do jokes and sing. So they do jokes, and then they start a sing-along, basically. So they just do quick kind of one-liner jokes, and then they break into song, and everyone follows them. It's a very weird thing, because they break into usually a westernized song, which is very well known, and the audience just sings. They say, I'll give you. They say things like, they said to me, there's what do you call an honest Iranian businessman? And they go, as if. And they start going, fly me to the moon. Everyone goes, and let me play upon, and everyone sings along with it. So
I want to go to one of them.
It's brilliant. It's a very interactive thing. So
Yeah.
they start singing, and there's no irony in it. Everyone just sings along.
Nobody would do that in England, because everyone's just like, oh, no, well,
Get stuff, sing on your own.
They're just too busy.
I think some northern comedians do that as well. People like Bernard Manning as well. They just start singing.
Come on,
songs.
mother.
It is, but yeah, but then again, but they do make a big point that it has to be an old westernized song. It can't be a pop song, because the pop songs, like some of them said, I get very confused about S Club 7. I said, look at this. They said it's very confused. They go, don't stop, never give up, hold your head high and reach the top. The creamiest milk, the lightest bar, the goodness that's in Milky Bar. So they get confused.
I looked at this earlier, and you're in Gladiator.
Yes, I had my nuts fondled by Oliver Reed in Gladiator.
It's nice work if you can get it. Is that what?
Is that what popped him over the edge?
The weight of the nut just dislodged his neck.
Well, actually, they played the trick on me, because apparently he literally said, "Are you a method? Are you a method actor? Can I?" And I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Do you mind if I really hold your balls? Because that's the only way I can work." But I didn't know he was joking, so he put his hand and held my raw nuts. And held them, and we did a rehearsal, and he held them. They said, okay, going for a take, and they do makeup, you know, and they still held my nuts, and they did a take, and then they went, cut, and everyone had a cup of tea, and they would go for another take, and he still
was holding my nut and then wanted to see how many takes. I was so scared of him.
He just held on to your jewels.
Was he frightening?
Very frightening.
Any man that's holding your nuts is frightening. Let's talk about your comedy, because that's what you're up here. How many Edinburghs have you done now, Ahmed?
This is my... Well, I used to come to Edinburgh doing theatre shows. I was part... I lived in Czechoslovakia for 5 years.
You've been all over?
Yeah, I lived there, and I came and did very weird experimental theatre.
I did experimental
Did you really? What did you do?
No, it's
Come on,
it's about you. I ran against the wall and shouted. What did you do?
I had a goldfish come down on a string with a tight pin spot, and when it came to the ground level, the lights went up, and I blew it up with a Magnum 44 and shouted at the top of my voice, "Lenin!" And then there's a blackout.
That's deep.
People thought that was brilliant.
That is so deep. Do you know what? For me, I understand communism now.
Do you?
In just that one image.
So, was the goldfish Lenin? I don't know.
I don't know what it was, no, but that's the kind of stuff I was doing for 5 years.
Do goldfish? I was honestly naked in a body bag, covered in raw meat. I swear to God.
That's enough about last night.
No, genuinely. Yeah, and, I don't want to talk about that. Let's talk about your comedy.
My comedy show.
If you're enjoying yourself at this Edinburgh Festival after a bit of Reef, is it?
Let's have Reef.
All right, that was the Cornish surf kids, Reef, with Place Your Hands. Is that what it's called, Nick? Place Your Hands?
Yeah, you're right there, buddy.
All right now.
Ahmed, are you having a good festival?
I am having a very good festival, yes. It's been going very well, thank you. And they seem to... See, that people are very sensitive up here to... not ethnic-based comedy, but it's like it's valid if you're a working class, talk about being a working class. But if you're an Iranian, you want to talk about your ethnic roots in September 11th, really try and understand the kind of East-West balance. There's usually, I found coming up here, a real sensitivity to that. But this year, they've really gone for it for some bizarre reason. I think there's probably more...
Maybe they're glad you're actually talking about it rather than trying to forget it.
Yeah, maybe. A few shows have dealt with it, but then again, just a little bit. I think Rich Hall and Mike Wilmot are doing a whole show about Bush. And then I think there's a couple of people doing little bits. I think Adam Hills is doing half a show, but no one's doing a whole hour.
No.
Just about the whole September 11th thing. So I think I hope it's not like I think, oh, he's talking about it, so let's get serious and listen to him.
But is it easy to talk about it in a kind of comic way?
It is, and I think, because I try and make it fun, I try and underpin everything with impish absurdity, so I'll do a serious bit and then I'll just do some belly dancing or impressions of Godzilla, so...
Both of which I love.
Thank you very much, and that seems to help. Everything. So.
Did you find, serious question, did you find after September the 11th that when the whole of the sort of White West was going nuts about anybody that had remotely sort of Middle Eastern look about them, did you find any kind of, when you were doing stand-up, people going, oh no, he can't be talking about that?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Well, not so much about the stand-up, but I felt, because I live out in East Sheen, and people used to come up to me saying, you're such credit to the community, all those people really saw me in a different way and didn't talk to me and were...
Really?
For about, I think I would say a month before people were more relaxed with, taking my kids to school, and there was always like, oh, he's from Iran, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But comedically, I think it worked. In fact, I did shows at the Bloomsbury Theatre just 2 weeks after, and it was, people came and were really relieved to hear someone talk about it.
Stand-up is... It can be completely meaningless, but it can be an extremely sort of effective social tool at times to get things out there and talked about and laughed at. And I remember the night that the night of Diana's funeral, there was a gig on, and people would
just... That was me.
Right?
I was doing that gig. You came with me at the Bear Club.
That's right.
I got booed off.
You got booed off?
We won't talk about you getting booed off, but there was a sense of, like, everyone was relieved to be, just laughing about it. Not laughing about it, or whatever anyone's opinion was about it. There was a sense of, it can be spoken about humor.
Yeah, no, I think you can. I think it's a very important thing to, especially with me. I'm in a very, very unique position. I'm a British-born, fully Iranian person, and I can understand why these things happen, and I can understand both sides. So I think what I'm giving is more of I hope a more liberal view on how the whole thing is viewed in the Middle East. Because everyone just thinks the first things they showed in the Middle East when the Twin Towers came down was people celebrating in Palestine, and I thought that was discussed. That particular piece of footage was shown 6 months before when they were celebrating something completely different.
That's right. It wasn't what they were dancing.
That's when I won the Time Out Comedy Award. Basically, that's when they were all celebrating.
That's a show.
People were dancing in my street that day as well. Do you know what I mean? It's like a global event.
No, but I think that and I try and deal with the fact that most Middle Eastern people think they're all nutters. And to go into it in more depth. So I think that's been hopefully well received.
And are you also, but you're keeping up the whole belly dancing Godzilla thing as well to balance it out?
That has to. In fact, I started doing the belly dancing to cover any crap gags that I had. But then what happened was that the belly dancing got such a good run. It became a challenge to write specifically crap gags. So I do things like proving that Jimmy Savile is an Arab Muslim, which is not very
obviously.
Good. I go it never get to laugh, and then I just belly dance, you see, and that's what they're waiting for.
You get the best of both worlds there, because I actually did laugh at that, and I would laugh at that.
Oh, would you?
And but then you also get the belly dance.
You could be
exactly.
You could be a smashing muazzin. I love that.
A smashing what?
Muazzin, the people who call from the minarets.
Oh right, is that what they're called?
Nick spent some time in Israel when he was.
I'm part Muslim.
Kibbutz, debeaking chickens. It's a great story.
Thank you very much.
We'll do it off air. What's next for you, buddy? What's coming up?
What's coming up is I have a part in a working title film as a boxing manager.
Nice.
Is he...
All the crap roles that Alexi Sale's turning down, I'm just picking him up. They're just a kind of Turkish crap low-level boxing manager. Then I'm doing the Bloomsbury Theatre for...
So you're doing your Edinburgh show in the Bloomsbury
Edinburgh show, Bloomsbury Theatre, 26th to the 29th, and 8 o'clock.
So if you're in London now and you're coming up to Edinburgh, come and see Ahmed up here, but if you're not, you can see him at the Bloomsbury Theatre when? 26th to 29th. Thank you for that plug.
Stay put.
That's all right.
He's coming down. Stay
You
put.
deserve to be plugged thoroughly.
Thank you very much.
Listen, man, have a really good festival, and I'll probably see you...
Good seeing you. Simon, I should say, is one of the best stand-ups who's given up, and we're trying to encourage him to stand up again.
Oh, bless.
Everyone wants him back.
Bless you all, bless you all. Here's some pop music. That was the Mighty Beck there in Loser, and before that we had Nightmares on Wax featuring China B and Know My Name. Well, that was it. That was our first day. Your thoughts on that matter?
I've had a nice day.
Yeah.
I've enjoyed Edinburgh.
Yeah.
Apart from the scuffle earlier, and with the business. I've done nothing but get into trouble with people today.
Well, you taunted Rick Waller like a monster.
Yeah.
Carl, how did you feel about her today? Well, I know you had some technical problems early on.
Yeah, that was all right. Just feel a bit faint now. I think I've got diabetes.
Oh. I can see your left eye clouding over, so
I
maybe
can see that you believe that as well.
So...
Listen, tomorrow is going to be a fun-packed show. We're going to be completely on it. You know, we're going to be so into this by that time. There's going to be no hitches. We got Andrew Maxwell, Michael Smiley, Sean Locke on, some 3 fantastic comedians. More fun, more games. Yeah. More mucking about, more stories, more ghost stories, but, you know, it's going to be great.
We might even tell the story of Reese Pritchard's goat.
You never know. This is Simon Pegg and Nick Frost. We're here all week. Try the fish.
Simon Pegg and Nick Frost, live from the Edinburgh Festival. With The Guide, free every Saturday in The Guardian. XFM.
250 years ago, when dinosaurs ruled Scotland, a caveman done a fart and everyone cracked up. So it was that comedy was invented. Within minutes, the Edinburgh Festival was born, and so began the story of the greatest fringe event to occur during the month of August in East Scotland ever. Yesterday, 2 riders came from Lum-Dum-a-Dum-Dum to face its might. Their names, Simon Pegg and Nick Frost. History, my friends, is about to change.
Now! You bring light in, you bring light in, you bring light...
Ah, Underworld. London's XFM 104.9, brought to you in association with a guide. Nick Frost here, but I'm strangely without Simon Pegg. He's at the other end of the Linklater suite. What are you up to there, buddy?
What?
You're quite a long way away. What are you up to?
I'm keeping this dolphin wet.
Why don't you not do that? Because we're on air now.
You stole it.
I'm
doing it for you.
He looks so tasty. Now, listen, what we're going to do is we're just going to... The Linklater suite, we're in absolutely an enormous room, and what I want you to do, Simon, if you would, shut it up. What? Thank you. Stick the leg of that chair in its blowhole.
Done.
Thanks, buddy. What I want you to do is I want you to make a single tone and approach this mic so everyone at home can hear just quite how big the room is.
All right, I'll do that. I'll start that now.
Action! Here he comes. I can just about see him. Here he comes. 50 feet away. 20 feet away. Hello, mate.
How you going?
The eagle has landed.
It's like the room here in the Linklater suite, and I'm sure Carl, you'll agree with me on this one. It's like that scene in Silence of the Lambs when Lecter's in that cage in the middle of the room.
Oh.
Except there ain't a cop strung up on the wall with his guts hanging off.
You know what? Let's have a music, Carl. Put on the Black Rebel Motorcycle Club right now or I'll kill you.
Black Rebel Motorcycle Club. And spread your love. You spread your love once, didn't you?
Like a fever, buddy.
Really?
Yeah.
That's why they wrote that song. True?
Yeah.
I shouldn't have crept up on you like that. Carl, how are you today?
I'm top of the world today.
Yesterday, as you just said, you had a face like a smack dance at this point.
I did. But I'm well happy today. I'm feeling Edinburgh.
I like your shirt.
Yeah?
Yeah, I do. It's lovely.
Well, you can't see it, everybody, but Carl's wearing a sort of khaki green shirt, long collars with white buttons, and he looks beautiful.
Thanks, Simon.
And he tastes smashing.
Right.
That's from that old... I can't say.
Half the fat and the buttery taste.
Yeah. Now, great show coming up today.
Yeah.
We've got interviews with Andrew Maxwell, Michael Smiley, Sean Locke.
Why have we got them on? Where are we?
We're in the Edinburgh Festival, and we're sponsored by the Guardian Guide, and we're on 104.9 XFM, and will you get off my goddamn back? Yes, we're here at the Edinburgh Festival, and it's Nick Frost and Simon Pegg, and we're broadcasting live from the Linklater suite,
correct,
at the Scotsman Hotel, and it's a massive room. There's a conference of businessmen next door again. There was yesterday. We got told off yesterday.
Do you know who's next door today?
Who?
Kodak.
Kodak?
Yeah.
Oh,
I hate those guys.
but they make tiny cameras now that they can stick up your face.
They might be in here now.
They might be up your nose. So we've got all that coming up. We might keep an eye on the Kodak people.
We're gonna give prizes out and all.
We're going to do our competition, which is called
No.
and we'll also might be doing a new competition called Joker in the Peg later on as
Who's
well.
the Joker in the Peg?
That's right. That's Nick doing his impression of Stuart
Hall,
who likes to lie underneath glass.
Forget that.
Allegedly.
Yeah, move on.
Yeah, we got all that coming up. Loads of really great conversations.
Do you know what else we got?
Bit of music.
We got great music.
And here is some of that said music.
Stay ruddy well tuned.
Talk over the introduction. Go. Stop.
I don't belong here. I don't belong here.
I don't belong here.
You don't belong here. Now get out. Oh, somebody's just walked in. I'm not going to tell you who it is. We'll save that for a minute.
Arioi.
That was Creep there and Creep there with Radiohead. I've got my friend Michael Smiley's just walked in.
Here he is.
Hello.
Hello, buddy.
I'm alright.
Take a minute to settle. We are in Edinburgh live on 104.9 XFM and with the Guardian Guide underneath our arms.
Collect.
Michael, how you going, buddy?
Not bad, mate.
Nice to see you. You look very nice.
It's a lovely suit.
A pinstripe grey.
Yeah, the suit's good. I'm understated label man today.
Let me see the back section. What you got? Single?
It's a single vent.
Oh.
Single vent.
Michael, please just describe the whole suit to us.
The suit, it's a grey pinstripe hacket. Single vent, 3-button, 16-inch bottoms, flat-fronted trousers.
Oh, and the watch, is it Patek Philippe?
No, it's actually, it's a Seiko that I bought in Amsterdam. It's a square Seiko. You only get them in Europe.
Can you now describe a bicycle of your choice?
Bicycle of my choice would be...
What would it be?
It'd be a hand-built Bob Jackson, which would have curly lugs, double-butted, probably
on.
Reynolds 531 competition because it's a stiff ride, but at the same time...
It's going to be a strong ride.
It's going to be a strong ride, and it's going to last.
Keep talking.
I would probably have it in a two-tone, maybe in wine with cream, and maybe with the lugs picked out in gold.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Do you like that? Yeah. I'd have the rest of it in Campagnola.
Go on.
Maybe some Chinelli World Champion bars. Maybe a slight gel saddle with a groove cut out of the back, just to protect the lower lumbar and hemorrhoid region.
Can I just say,
SPT pedals.
Michael is probably the best person for describing suits and bikes, and
Bikes and suits.
Bikes and suits, and has demonstrated that right now.
Yeah.
Listen, we've just been up. We've been up for 2 days now. We've been walking around town today, looking at some street theatre. We've seen a lot of crazy people, you know, desperately giving out their leaflets to sell things.
I've seen a lot of rubbish.
I saw some monks throwing...
What, actual rubbish or rubbish performers?
I'm going to say both. I've seen trash on the streets and trash working the streets.
If only you could see his face now.
I saw some monks throwing what seemed to be nut cutlets at a model of Punt and Dennis, and I don't know what that was about, Michael.
I don't know what to say.
Was it a comment on modern comedy?
I think it was. I think monks are getting more critical as they're getting older.
Telling me.
And with Punt and Dennis, I think To be honest, they've got a fair point.
Well, with the decline of the Frangelico industry, they haven't got as, you know, they got a lot of time on their hands.
Do you know what he's talking about?
Frangelico is it's a very sweet tasting monk-based.
Tastes like nut
juice. It's monk-based juice.
Yeah.
It's monk juice.
It's monk nut juice.
Monk nut juice.
And when I say that, I mean it's from the hazelnut.
It's from the hazelnut. It's not scraped out of their drip tray.
No.
Right.
Michael, you're a modern comic.
Yes.
You're not up at the festival. You've taken a year to get away from the madnesses at Edinburgh this year.
Yeah.
You've done some...
I've travelled around Europe with my sartorial elegance. Getting ready for my 40th year.
You do ooze it.
Yes, ooze. Definitely a good word for it.
Ooze. You've been... When was your first Edinburgh?
1924 with the Tommy Trinder Review.
Oh, you were great in that.
Do you like that?
Didn't you do the vaudeville selection?
Yes, and also I was a high-kicking midget. The high-kicking Irish midget where I had a battered top hat with the eyes cut out.
Oh, because it slipped over?
Slipped over.
That's very clever.
And, do you like that?
Yeah.
Do you want a couple of metal potatoes?
Because you just mentioned midget, do you want to tell that story of when your cousin stole a dwarf, or is that just not right?
I think it's a very long story, Simon, and, you know, if you want to hear it, ring in.
I want to hear about you. Do you want to hear about me?
Tell me. Actually, it was my brother that stole the midget, but I'm using it as a teaser.
Sorry. No, it was.
I'm using it as a teaser.
You came second, didn't you, in the So You Think You're Funny?
Excuse me?
You came in the competition, didn't you? Yeah, but I mean, just goes to show what that meant. I didn't even get through to the final, Michael.
Let's do this right, okay? It was a split decision.
It was your first year,
It had to
wasn't
go. Yes, it was. I've been going 6 months. It was a split decision. I had to go back to the judges again.
Okay.
They give it to that other person,
Dylan Moran.
Oh.
I'm not. It's nearly 10 years ago. I'm over it now.
Yeah.
I'm over it now.
Michael is crying.
Crying now.
I didn't actually get through to the finals. I was in it that year, and I didn't get through to the finals.
Why did you not get through?
Because I was rubbish.
Really?
I was rubbish. I was wearing...
No one want to hear your cat and rabbit stories anymore.
Here we go. Now, you might be also... People might also know you out there well, you've been on television a lot, but you also played the character of Tyres in
Tyres
Spaced.
O'Flaherty in Spaced, written by Jessica Stevenson.
And...
that show.
Yeah.
That character was based very much on you as a person.
Yes.
So like a raving cycle courier.
Yeah,
a bit nuts.
slightly mystical.
Are you still like that?
Mood swings.
Yes. Are you still like that? Are you still crazy?
Do I have mood swings? What do you mean by that? I go raving.
Yeah.
I've went a wee bit sort of loungecore over the years. You know, listeners have coming up to my 40th year. I'll be 40 in January.
You don't look it, buddy.
Old school. I'm old school. I'm an old school dancer. To tell you the truth, I was down in Cornwall on Saturday night, and there was a 7-year-old girl who was DJing, and she was cracking. She went a wee bit too much under the Kylie tip.
Oh, really?
Give her a wee bit of a back cuff around the back of the neck. Got her off. Put on some banging old school house. Yeah, bit of Robert Owens, I'll Be Your Friend. You know what I mean? One foot in her throat, the other one just mixing in some Def Jam stuff. Yeah, it was pucker.
Now you're talking.
I was and I can still slip the hips without hearing any creaking.
Of course, Michael is also a very good dancer. He's quite a good mover.
Well, I've learned how to conserve energy like a fat black woman.
Where did you learn to dance? Was it a school?
It was the Irish Dancing Finishing School. We done that. That was where the Metal Potatoes came in.
Yeah,
that was an award that I got.
You got the award. You did get the Metal Potato, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Oh,
I did. I got the Metal Potato. No, what happened was that my mother, because my dad wouldn't dance, since he was paralysed from the waist down.
Yeah.
But I just think I was an excuse that he was making. Really, he wasn't. Really.
He wasn't.
No.
I've seen your old man, and he walks fine.
He's a good walker.
But you're not in the room.
He's a failed walker.
And, listen.
So I don't know. You don't want to finish that question.
Oh no, sorry. Finish. No, I was starting to panic.
All right. I'll go.
No, carry on. Finish the story.
My mum used to take me dancing with her, and I used to stand on her toes, and she used to whisper the dance moves into my ear.
We used to do
that. I got a sense of rhythm through numbers.
Which you did in your...
You and I used to do that together, Nick. Yeah, that was...
You did the
alternate. Sunny side up for that.
Which you also talked about in your...
You cracked the travel fat that night, do you remember?
Not here, mate. Not here, buddy.
You talked about that in your show, of course. Your last show.
Yeah.
Which we can talk about after Carl presses
Let's have a music
that says funk.
Let's have a bit of music.
What are you going to play?
The Herbalizer.
Herbalizers.
As the Herbalizer and Worldwide Connected off their excellent album Something Wicked This Way Comes. If you haven't got that, get it.
What radio station are did they just listen to the Herbaliser on?
They were listening to 104.9 XFM, Simon Pegg and Nick Frost live at you from the Edinburgh Festival with the Guardian Guide, with Michael Smiley, who is sat next to me now fiddling with the CDs like a nosy bugger.
And there's nothing I love more than a good fiddle with some CDs. You know, if you ever invite me around to your house, and I hope it's someday soon, what I'll do is I'll just come in and I can check a man by his footwear and his record collection.
Oh. Really? And what you can surmise from that? What
I can tell where you are in your life.
Considering you've bought me both a pair of shoes and a couple of records, then it's not going to be that difficult, is it?
What would you say?
I was talking actually to the people out there.
Oh, I see. Sorry.
No, I've been round your house and been through your record collection.
What kind of man?
When I wasn't there.
When you weren't there. Huh?
What kind of man do you think I am?
A killer.
Cold-blooded killer.
It was a blood-splattered CDs and the Hush Puppies.
And the one shoe.
And the one shoe.
Which wasn't mine.
Which was, yes.
Michael, tell us some funny stuff about Edinburgh. You've been coming here for years and years. You've been late in lives.
You're like the clown prince, aren't you?
I'm the... what?
Sorry.
Good.
Never ever say anything like that again.
What? Come on, give me a break.
I bitch slap you, man.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna watch him do it. Yeah, I'm gonna, because I'm on Michael's side of the table now.
Oh,
and you're on your own, buddy. Oh, get out of this town.
Yeah, back off, Chunky. You're gonna get it.
Oh, wee. So listen, you used to compare a lot late in life, which even now is like a kind of is now quite a sweet gig. A swite gig. Because it's moved. When it was at the Gilded Balloon on the Cowgate, it was pretty much a bear pit, wasn't it? Did you have some good gigs there?
I had some brilliant gigs. Had some really memorable ones. There was Bay City Rollers in the front row one night. That was pucker. I'd used up all my material in the first week, and I was there for 3 weeks. And then the second week, it was when you start blossoming as a compere, when you put your material to the one side and actually start playing with the audience. And I was getting really into that for the first time ever. It was about 94, 95. And I recognised two people in the front row, sitting with these two really dippy-looking dolly birds, you know, with that sort of Havana Trump haircut and whatnot. I looked and I realised it was Alan and the drummer, who subsequently got done for child porn.
Yeah.
And Woody, who was my sister's favourite. So I couldn't believe it. They were the Bay City Rollers. Asked them what they were doing. They got engaged that day to those two girls.
Oh,
bless them. So anyway, brought on the first act, told everybody backstage at Bay City Rollers, we found an old tartan rug, ripped it up, tied it round our wrists, went back out, started singing for them, tried to get them up on stage. They weren't having it, right? No. So Sean Cullen took Alan, I went to Woody. I said to Woody, look, listen, at the end of the day, let's be honest, my sister was in love with you in 1974 and she wrote a letter to you every day, and you never replied to it, and all she wanted of you was maybe a card and a kiss. And on behalf of my sister, I'm going to take that kiss now. And I grabbed him by the ears and stuck my tongue down his throat and dry humped him across the floor. It took me 1:30 in the morning in a loaded balloon, calling him my bitch. It was great. And I was probably one of the...
My bitch-a-lich, as they probably do.
You went McBitch, if McDonald's had anything to do with it. And then at the end of the night, got both of them up on stage to sing Bye Bye Baby, and the audience were going buck mad, man. And I was going, right, let's go, got some microphones for them, going, let's go, we're going to sing Bye Bye Baby. Got them all stand up and wave. And Alan tried to be smart and said, I don't know the words.
Oh, yeah, like he wouldn't.
Yeah, and I was going, well, let's be honest, it goes Bye Bye Baby, Baby Bye Bye, Bye Bye Baby, Baby Bye Bye, Bye Bye Baby, Baby Bye Bye.
Is it?
That's about it,
I picked that up myself.
Yeah, so I drop kicked them off the stage, and me and the audience done themselves, and then stood at the end, and I goes, after 3, I want you to call them and they did.
No, so you basically
500 people pointed at them and ruined their evening. It was their engagement evening. But if they weren't going to play with Smiley, then they were going to crash.
Well, so you castigated his wrath. You castigated, assaulted, and insulted the Bay City Rollers in one evening.
Yeah.
Edinburgh is a hell of a place to be. You got to get yourselves up here now.
The Leighton Lives pucker. Leighton Lives pucker. Go and watch people cry.
We're going to go along later, I think, aren't we?
I think we're going to go on later on tonight.
You've done Leighton Live, haven't you, Sam?
I've had some great times at Leighton Live.
I see you did Leighton Live one night, man, and you just killed the place.
I did.
Killed the place. It was like, there were people going up there going, how can I do that? You know, real evil, angry, on the edge comedians, you know what I mean? You crash, wah! And then Simon walked out and done his cat and dog stuff.
Oh.
I swear to God, he beguiled them. It was like...
I wouldn't do that now.
It was like a slightly retarded child who walked on stage and everybody just loved him. It was a beautiful thing. They cuddled him. They cuddled him. And
with their
never
laughter.
Looked back. He was, beforehand he was going, look, I don't have any material. I've stuck it all this old stuff. So I went, just go out, man. Go out. It's not the material. It's all about you. It's about you. It's about
Bless you for saying that, Michael. Bless you.
Yeah.
Yeah, cheers. What about, there was a night I remember at Late and Live when Boothby Graffo was kind of like drive-by heckling you from the side, another comedian, in a Northern Irish accent, and in your
I
kind of
love you like a
confusion,
mother loves a son, he kept shouting.
You thought it was some enemy from somewhere that was going to just take you out on stage, didn't you?
Yeah. Well, that was after one of the hardest men in Scotland threatened to shoot me in the face.
Nice work if you can get it.
Yeah, yeah. But then again, you know, you got to have something to talk about in the press later on.
Precisely.
Correct. But it was, Edinburgh's fun. It's great. I love that smell of Quaker's porridge oats in the air.
I think it smells like Weetabix. I think
Ready Break.
Like Weetabix. Yes.
Ready Break.
A cereal, a popular cereal.
A popular hot milk cereal.
And what it is, it's the breweries, isn't it? It's the yeast or something.
Yeah, it is. It's that and the smell of the old people after the rain.
I didn't realise what that smell was. As I woke up this morning, I thought I'd cack my bed.
I love the smell of old people in the morning.
Had you cacked the bed?
Yeah. What are we going to do?
I think you should carry on talking about cacking the bed.
Stop looking at me, everyone. I hate it.
You look brilliant these days, Nick. I haven't seen you in a while, and I just seen you last night, and I thought, you look absolutely beautiful. You know, because, you know, you do have a tendency to uglify yourself.
I can look bloated at times.
Well, you also like to uglify yourself. You like all that face carpet and face furniture.
I don't like to think that people, you know, I like to be unattractive.
Why do you do that?
I don't know.
Listen, I love all this...
Because you're in love now, aren't you?
Very much so.
I love all this licking each other's balls business. I've got to say, let's put some adverts on and really get gobbling.
Yeah.
Go. No Doubt There with Hella Good. That's off the album Rock Steady. Michael, you've got some interesting opinions about Gwen Stefani, haven't you?
I think she's a foxy-looking chick. You don't mind me saying that, but she's going to be a right minging-looking pensioner. She's going to be a really ugly pensioner. Do you know when you look at some men and women, you think you look great now, but you're just on the cusp. Another 20 years and you're going to look at a red old minger. It looks like you smoked too many Embassy Regals and went straight corner of your varicose veins with them explode. You're shaking it here. I hate you all. You know what I mean? Because you're just crispy and ugly and old. You know what I mean?
Well,
you're going to snap off as you're running for the bus.
You thought you were here today to have a chat with me and Nick, but Gwen Stefani is here tonight. Michael! Sorry. So listen, the story that is of legend among your friends and peers, but of the stolen dwarf.
Right.
Kick it.
What happened was, right, my brother lived in Yorkshire in a town called Batley, and he was a hod carrier. And all the lads, all the, you know, earthy men who work with their hands, drank in this pub called the Black Bull. And the landlady was this 20-stone woman called Elephant Arse. Well, that's what they called her. They called her Elephant Arse.
Jane Elephant Arse.
Jane Elephant Arse. Yeah, it was double bar. She's quite posh.
It's a long surname.
Yeah, Elephant Arse. It was slightly French. You know.
I think that was my mum's maiden name.
Was it? Yeah. Arche, right. And so they used to go down to the rugby league finals. You'd hire a couple of coaches, about 40 of them would go down and just wreak havoc on London like a Viking raiding party. You know what I mean? Go down and get the soft southern shouts. And as they were leaving this one afternoon to go down to the final, Elephant Arse said, "When you go down to London, lads, will you bring us back a lovely present?" And they went, "Don't worry, Elephant Arse, we'll bring you back a lovely present."
I love it when you do the parts.
Do you like that? Yeah. So off they went and just wrecked London, just like wrecked it. And some got tattoos, some got the clap, went and seen prostitutes, you know, 4 or 5 of them got arrested.
Oh no.
And all a great time, nobody can remember it. But on the way back up, we used to stop off in this pub in Watford on a Sunday morning. And you knew the landlord, and he'd open the pub early, give them early doors, put a bit of food on, loads to drink. So they're all standing, and they haven't slept, you know, for 48 hours. They're all standing around, and somebody's chipped up, going, "Oh, we haven't got Elephant Arse at Chuffing Present." And our John looks round and sees this midget sitting in the corner, having a drink and reading a book, minding his own business.
That's your brother John?
My brother John. And John goes, "He'll chuffing do." And I went, "What? Leave it to me. What's this?" And he goes over to him and he goes, "All right, lad, how you doing? What's the book you're reading?" And he goes, "It's War and Peace." He goes, "War and Peace, put that down me dies me in. Come and join us for a chuffing drink. Go on, join us for a drink." So they bring him over. What are you drinking? He said, "Brandy." He said, "Get him a brandy. Get him a brandy." So they just plied him all morning with these treble and quadruple brandies, to the point where he collapsed unconscious, and they kidnapped him and brought him onto the coach with them and took him back up to Yorkshire. And while he was unconscious, they painted his face up in the team colours and put one of those little jerseys on him that they bought for the kids, one of the replica jerseys. God bless him. They go back up to the pub, so everybody's in the pub, ole, 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 ole. Next one, Elephant Arse goes, "Lads, it's the biggest fucking present." And they go, "Close your eyes and put your arms out, we've got a lovely present for you." And they put her arms out, and they dropped this comatose midget in her arms. And she opened her eyes, and she seen him, and she screamed. And he wakes up. Now, the last thing he can remember is being in his local pub with his really friendly Yorkshireman who kept buying him drinks.
In Watford?
In Watford. The next minute he's in the arms of this 20-stone woman who's screaming. So he screams and has an asthma attack. So run around the pub and get this ventilator and managed to calm him down. And they've had a whip round for him and got like 30 quid in loose change and a woolly hat and given it to him and packed him off in the cab and kicked him out the door.
That was chuffing funny. Can't be going to build a shack till that one in the morning. Kidnap the midget, whatever next.
And that's absolutely true.
That's exactly what they did. No, those are the days before Channel 5. When you need your own fun.
When actually they had that show, Kidnap a Midget.
Kidnap a Midget, yeah.
Which is based entirely on that.
That went down really well, that show.
What, Kidnap a Midget?
Isn't that thing? There's teenage midgets on this week. Teenage dwarfs, are they?
What?
This week on Channel 4.
Listen, back to Edinburgh. We're in Edinburgh at the Edinburgh Festival live on XFM 104.9 with the Guardian guide, Nick Frost, Simon Pegg.
Hello.
Michael Smiley right here. Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Hi. Hi. Hi. Do you have a one final sort of story about Edinburgh, a memorable moment that you look back that really sums up Edinburgh for you?
Oh, probably, if it was to be honest, it would have to be some of the great sex that I've had here.
Now you want a dedication, don't you, to?
Yeah, I've had oral sex performed upon me in a shop doorway in Princes Street.
Hey!
At 9 o'clock in the morning when people were going to work.
Put the fans on.
Yeah. So there's a mental picture for you. My grizzled old member. Hung in 3 sheets to the wind, while his pensioner looked like Gwen Stefani was on her knees.
Like Gollum.
Yeah.
Anyway, listen, the next song is for someone you
know and love, say it.
Yeah, this one goes out to my son, Dylan, who's probably at home now, with his sports sock collection, trying to snap them in half while his mum's away on holidays. Dylan, it's Daddy, don't touch anything in your mother's knicker drawer. This song's for you. My son, he's just got 3 A levels in his exams.
Well
I'm
done,
very proud
Dylan.
of him. He's a lovely lad. He's taller than me, and he's got lovely teeth. And this song is called Envy by Ash.
Well, thanks, Michael.
Cheers, lads. Good luck.
The Vine's there without that, tap that way. Or something like that.
And away.
Smiley's gone. Lovely Smiley is gone.
Thanks to Michael Smiley there for as always being very entertaining. Sorry if anyone's offended by the F word because he slipped it in by accident, but you know, it's only an Anglo-Saxon word that dates back longer than some of the Latin words in our language, and I don't know why people get upset about it. But if you are in that camp, then very sorry to you for that.
Really smart bloke though with a suit and that. And
he's a lovely
dirty
smart
mouth.
Potty mouth.
A potty mouth, isn't he? He's got a potty mouth.
He turned the air blue.
He does wear a suit well, though, I've got to say. Michael's gone recently. Michael's always very sort of skatey and like a kind of a raver dude, but recently, as he's approached 40, has started to wear a suit, and I just wonder if one day you and me will do, Nick.
I hope so.
Do you think so?
I'm sick of shopping at High and Mighty. to be honest with you, mate. Can I tell you something? What happened to me last night?
Go on, tell me.
I got home and I was a little bit drunk.
All right.
A bit tearful, you know.
You don't have to justify yourself with booze.
A bit tearful, a bit sad. And, you know, I'm just missing my lady a bit. And I ordered a pizza. I thought that would make me feel better from room service because I was really hungry.
Go on.
And it turned up and it was horrible. And it's really sullied my stay here in Scotland.
It's a good story. It's a great story.
You know what the base was? It was like it was like the base was made out of a big digestive biscuit, and I just don't think that's appropriate, to be honest.
Oh, you joke. It wasn't like a thin crust bread-based fact.
No, it wasn't.
Do you know what else they haven't got here?
What?
Cash points.
No. They've got loads.
They haven't. Me and Mike went out last night, needed some cash. Right.
Oh, me and Mike, is it now?
Must have done about 6 mile.
They have money changers here.
Ian Botham would have been proud of me last night. The distance, seriously, it must have been...
Ian Botham is proud of you.
6 miles.
6 miles? There's one right here, next to the Clydesdale, right here.
Apart from that one.
6 miles and 5 pubs, I think.
Yeah, yeah, that's
now
what you're talking about.
Of it.
You were pubbing. You're a newsman, you should be responsible.
We're going to have a competition, aren't we?
Yeah, we've got a competition coming up, which is called...
Okay, there.
No. It's basically a true-false competition, all related to Scotland. Phone in during the next song. Is it song or adverts? What song?
Can I give the number?
Yeah, you can give the number.
08700 800 1234.
And you can participate in this competition. You can win some CDs, some tickets to XFM gigs.
Yeah, Ben Queller gig.
Ben Queller, who's a very young, very talented musician.
And I think we're going to persevere with a birthday game as well, even though
that's coming up later
felt
on.
like a lead balloon.
We got Carl's ghost story in the third hour, so hang on for that.
If we're lucky as well, Carl might he might tell us the story of Reese Pritchard's goat. He doesn't really agree with it, yeah.
Well, listen, if we hear the story of Reese Pritchard's goat today, we're going to be a lot richer mentally. Well, you could also win, by the way, some signed Spaced box sets that are limited edition, and they'll be signed by some of the stars of Spaced. Not me and Nick, because we don't care about the people that like our show, because we're mean, rotten human beings, and we stink of wee.
Correct.
Here's the song, Phone Up, play a game with us. By the Yeah Yeah Yeahs, which they're great. I really like the Yeah Yeah Yeahs. What do you think of them?
Yeah, all right.
Coming up very soon, we've got Sean Locke, a man who has been described as the comedian's comedian by many comedians. And he's a comedian, by the way. So we'll be talking to him in a minute after we've played our competition, which is called
Okay No.
Okay the No. It's a true-false thing. Who have we got online, Carl?
Is it Dave or Ben?
Have we got Dave?
Dave, you there, Dave?
Hello, mate. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm not bad actually. I'm doing all right. I've had a rough day. Worked out in the gym this morning, and the gym's not up to much at the hotel, and I just got very tired, and my shirt was wet. And when I was coming up in the lift, I felt very cold, and I felt a bit chilled the rest of the day. But I'm okay now.
Tired as well.
Sorry?
Was Jim tired when you finished with him?
Oh my God! It's a bloomin' comedian.
He's casting aspersions about his sexuality.
Get him off. Where's Steve?
Oh.
Hey, Steve, how are you, mate?
I'm rocking, mate.
Oh, nice. Where are you?
I'm currently cruising past Crystal Palace Transmitter Tower and into Dulwich.
It sounds to me like you're cruising past some seals mating. Is there what is going on?
Oh, no, that's the window wipers. Can you turn the window wipers?
Who's washing the windows?
For God's sake, Andre, stop it. Who? Are you driving?
No, I'm not driving. That would be illegal.
Yeah, because them new fines have been introduced today. You could go to prison, mate, and then you're not going to be able to watch your DVD, are you?
Gutted. No.
All right, Dave, you still there?
I am.
Oh, sorry, Steve. Yes, so what, Steve? What?
This DVD, is it the same as the two original ones that have been sent out, or is there extra features on it?
Yeah, they just put them in a fancy box.
Oh, well...
But we'll sign them, and then you'll have our names, and they mean everything, because our names are really important.
I could be the ultimate space geek.
If you go on the internet, you can sell it for 30 pence.
Excellent.
Couldn't think of a number quick enough.
Wave, are you there, mate?
I am.
Hello. Where are you from? And what's your name, Dave?
Northwood.
Northwood?
Yeah.
Where's that, in England?
Middlesex. Oh. It's near Watford.
Oh, I know, okay.
Sorry, buddy.
And are you okay today, man?
Yeah.
Have you just arrived?
Go on.
Okay, now we're gonna play Och I the No with you, and what you've got to do, both of you, is answer this question, the questions we give you, whether they are Och I the Yes or Och I the No. It's a Scottish-themed quiz. Are you clear?
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm very clear.
Give Dave his first fact.
Dave, are you ready?
I am.
There are 8 million rivets in the 4th rail bridge. Do you think that's Och I the Yay or Och I the Nay?
I'd say it's Och I the Yay.
Correct.
Absolutely well done,
1-0 to Dave. Well done, mate.
That's 1 point to Dave. Steve, are you there, buddy?
I'm here.
Okay, here's your question. The actor Sean Connery has appeared in 100 films. Is that Och I the Yay? What is it, Och I the Nay?
Och I the No.
Yes, correct. It's actually 60 films.
That's 1-1.
Get that crowd out of here.
He like that. All right, Dave, you ready for your second one?
I am, mate. Go on.
All right, grip the arms of your chair. There is an aquatic dinosaur in Loch Ness.
Is that Och I the Yay, or is it Och I the Nay?
Och
Well, actually, you're very sceptical, and there is, because my Uncle Dave saw it, and he was in a bus, and he looked out, and there was this black thing in the water, and then that's it, and that's the monster, and so you're wrong. So it is actually there, so you're wrong.
Yeah, you Joey.
Actually, no, it's wrong and right, so you can have that one.
Oh. 2-1 to Dave. Steve, you need this, buddy. You're playing catch-up.
Okay, Steve, okay. Now, this is a fact. Is it true, or is it false? Scotland weighs 8 pounds.
False.
Ah! But you've got to say okay the nay.
Okay, the nay.
Okay, that's 2-2 now, 2-2.
All right. The question I will ask you now, Dave, if you were listening, is as follows. David Byrne, the lead singer of the band Talking Heads, is from Scotland. Is that okay the ye or okay the nay?
It's okay the nay.
Okay the nay!
You're
Dave,
wrong,
you're
buddy.
wrong, buddy. It's true.
He was born in Glasgow and he lived there for 4 years. And what's weird is yesterday we had a question about Ben Nevis, and the guy we asked was called Ben.
Yeah.
And then today we got a question about David Byrne, and the guy we asked was called Dave. That is some kind of weird X-Files thing. You should make that tune from the Twilight Zone, because that's really funny when people do that.
Stop it! What, Steve next.
Steve, now this could win it for you, buddy.
Oh, I'm really excited.
All right, don't lie.
He loves it. He loves the show.
Okay, Deep Sea World in North Queensferry, Scotland, features a 112-metre conveyor belt which runs beneath an aquarium containing 1 million tonnes of water. Is that okay the yay or okay the nay?
Okay the nay.
Oh, you plum! It's true.
Oh.
That means we have got a tie-break question, because we've got to decide between Dave and Steve, Steve and Dave. Okay? Now, Steve and Dave, who is the biggest selling Scottish band? Go.
You two.
Simple Mind.
No.
Oh, biggest Scotland selling band.
It's a band that is related to...
going now.
It's related to electricity.
And also, sexuality.
It's another word for bisexual.
AC/DC.
Yes! Correct! Who said that? Who was that?
Which one? Don't bloody lie.
Dave?
Dave, yeah.
Where are you from, Dave?
Northwood.
It's right, it was Dave.
Was it definitely you, Dave?
Yeah, man.
Oh, Dave,
yeah,
well
man.
done. Steve, sorry, mate.
Simon,
Yes.
did you enjoy your breakfast this morning?
I didn't get any breakfast this morning. I heard I heard that Christian O'Connor had ordered me breakfast, but I didn't get any breakfast.
Oh, he's a scamp, isn't he?
I would have loved the breakfast. I would have really appreciated a breakfast, but it didn't come to my room. So where the hell was it?
You loved to nosh a square sausage, didn't you?
Oh, I love a square sausage. I love a square sausage. Dave, you've won the presents.
Nice one. Cheers, mate.
It's been nice talking to you.
Sorry, Steve.
Oh, well.
Listen,
mate. Good luck, mate.
Why don't you guys meet up in a pub and kiss or something?
Have a Frenchie. Look at my tongue.
Okay, we're going to be back after this with the amazing Sean Locke.
No!
That was Mint Royale with Sexiest Man in Jamaica, which is a great song. I really like Mint Royale. I like their last album very much. It's full of really great songs. I just want to say, apologise to Steve, actually, because the aquarium actually contains 1 million tonnes of... No, a million gallons of water, not 1 million tonnes. So we'll send you a spaced box set, even though you've already got it. And but you can flog it on eBay for 30 pence, as Nick said. We're joined in the studio here right now with comedian Sean Locke. Hello, Sean.
Hello, Good afternoon.
How are you, bud?
I'm fine, very well, thanks, yeah. What was that?
Bund. I meant to say bud. I meant to say buddy.
Alright, I thought it was some, like, street word I didn't know.
Yeah, no, it is a street word.
What's up, Bund?
Yeah.
Listen, Bund, how's it all going? Is it third week now, isn't it, Edinburgh?
No, yeah, I've only been doing 2, though. I've only been here a week.
Because you're kind of, you're above that now.
Well,
you don't have to slug your
I'm
guts
just too tired and old to do 3 weeks, so that'll kill me. Basically, I'd like to think of it as more of a career choice, but it's actually just basically a medical fact. There's no way I could do 3.5 weeks.
You'd simply die.
Yeah, I do 2 weeks, do 2 weeks here, and I don't get that, sort of dead-eyed fatigue.
Well, we spoke to Scott Kapura yesterday, and Ahmed as well, Jalali, and they both looked really tired.
Yeah.
Even though they were still, sparking, they were both really knackered. And I think it takes it out of you, doesn't it?
It's grueling, yeah. It's all that late night drinking, basically.
Well, you don't have to do that.
You do.
Okay.
Yeah. What are you going to do? Go home?
What are you going to do? Go back to your little apartment?
Read a book?
What, are you nuts?
Listen to operas?
Walk up that windy staircase? To that horrible musty place you're renting from some
because you go to a
vet.
flat, there's nothing in it.
No.
You know, it's not like you can go home to your home.
Lovely
and
telly.
There's a telly in it, but there's none of the sort of little things that you collect around you to soothe you when you get home.
That's because everybody that leaves Edinburgh during the festival and rents out their apartment just takes all their stuff and puts it in a big metal box so you can't touch it.
You go into these completely stripped, bare flats. There's not even like, you're lucky if they leave you some salt. And you have to go and buy washing up liquid, and the local shop of cotton nonsense, and they only sell giant washing up liquid bottles and giant tea bag boxes which you could never use. And it's just the whole of Edinburgh is colluding to screw every penny out.
There's no way I'm going to use 5,000 tea bags in a week.
Yeah, and you can't buy a miniature anything in the whole of Edinburgh during that period. They just ship it all out.
But I mean, quite right too, don't you think?
Yeah. No,
it's morally wrong.
Expensive enough as it is, but no, you do. You just tend to, after you've done your show, tend to want to relax with fellow professionals and discuss see how the evening went.
Where do you hang? Where do you discuss?
Well, I've been working at the Assembly Room, so I've tended to stay over there.
What's that like? Because that's like kind of the posh venue, because you've got, of all the comedy venues, it was the Gilded Balloon, the Pleasance, and the Assembly Rooms are like the big cheese place.
A lovely theatre,
It was all together. Everyone was a little bit more refined. They had smoking jackets and glasses whereas the Gilded Balloon is like
beer
punching.
out of teas and saucers.
Yeah. Well, it's more, it actually looks like a bank, and in many ways it is a bank.
It does look like a bank, doesn't it?
There's just been money being poured into it, and we don't get any of it back.
No.
But it's a lot more conservative venue in a way, but it's a lot quieter. There's not as many comics there, so I don't have to talk about other comic shows.
Theatre and stuff.
Not that I don't love comics.
No.
But the Pleasance is a bit more frenetic, and you know, when you're knocking on a bit.
You don't want it, do you? No. You want the quiet time.
Yeah.
Has it been a good one this year?
Yeah, no, it's very good, yeah. Done all the shows have gone alright. Fine. Don't want to blow my own trumpet.
You're being all modest, aren't you?
Very good.
Blow it loud.
Blow it.
Make a noise.
It's been amazing. I've sort of changed people's lives. I've completely reinvented a whole new genre.
Did someone get married during one of your
shows? I'm getting coffee. No, the show's gone fine. Yeah.
How many Edinburghs have you done now? We're asking every comic just to how long they've been coming up to this thing.
I've probably done in total about 8 or 9. But there was a break. The first time I did it in 1989. I probably had the least successful Edinburgh that anyone has ever had, because I was up here and we only sold 1 ticket.
We could use that as a Scott fact.
Yeah.
In Ochre the No.
What did you do? Did you go on and continue?
Well, what happened was we sold 1 ticket on the first night and nobody came into the room. So the 3 of us, I was with Noel James and Paul Ramone.
Paul Ramone. Yeah.
And we were on backstage, and there was nobody in the audience. And we spoke to the woman at the front of the house, and we said, well, what's going on? She said, well, you've sold a ticket.
You got to do it.
So we were waiting, going, but they're not there. And about 10 minutes in, we thought, well, let's just start the show, maybe they'll turn up.
Come late.
The one person, and then they still go, excuse me, as they're coming in.
So I don't know whether I was on first or Noel was on first, but he did about 5 minutes, and then this woman came in and went, sorry, I went into the wrong show. So we took her out for a drink, and then we decided the next day to paper the show. So we got 20 non-payers in.
Okay.
And they paid it the next day, and we thought, right, now we've got the people on our side. We'll go back to charging. Nobody. So we were only here for a week, and that was the least successful one I ever did. But I've done a few since then, yeah.
It is really hurt.
Did
it hurt?
Did it hurt?
Yeah, I mean, you know what I mean. Did you just think, oh God, why do I?
It was an education.
Where were you then as a stand-up though? I mean, as a working in London, you like a it
was an open spot really. I didn't deserve anything.
You don't deserve anything.
I was a bit presumptuous for me to turn up here, really.
You should never have come.
No. Shouldn't have come, but I've only been doing it about a year then. So,
do you have a memorable? Because from my experience at the Edinburgh Festival, there are some years that are kind of a bit weird, and some years which are great, and then they kind of have this kind of feel all of their own. Do you have any kind of festival that you look back on and think, oh, that was the best one?
Yeah, well, I mean, last time I was up there, I had a very good time. You know, Edinburgh's quite weird. People can have a terrible time there, and I always think it's a real test of character. The people, I can remember, Lee Mack, who's doing great now, he's doing really well.
Yeah,
I remember about 5 years ago, what I really admired about him, he was having a terrible festival. He was getting completely coated in the papers, and he was getting, he wasn't getting many people in. But throughout the festival, every time I saw him, he maintained his good humour. And I thought, I really admired that, 'cause it's very easy to be good-humoured if everything's going well and you've got Perrier nominations.
You can't come up here with that, and not kind of just be ready for that, do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't feel like that with my act.
No, you wouldn't.
But I'm usually prepared for the sort of bathing in glory.
The joy. And so as would Lee Mack now, who's great, but I mean...
But yeah, it's quite interesting, actually. You do have a bad year, and you have to sort of handle it. It's quite a good thing. I mean, a lot of people go through it.
Builds character.
Yeah, but we don't... I used to spend a lot of time just you'd see somebody about to crack, and maybe just try and push, get your finger in there and break open the crack again. Just see if they go. But no, I'm not cruel like that anymore. I don't do that anymore.
Let's have a chat about some of the great mental breakdowns that have occurred in Edinburgh after this song.
Oh, that was Badly Drawn Boy, who some people say I look a bit like. Once Around the Block from the album Hour of Bewilderment.
I bumped into him recently in town, and I went up to say hello, and he was a lovely, lovely man.
Oh.
I just went and shook his hand and said, I like your albums and stuff.
I was in a club once in Birmingham with a woolen hat on and a slight beard, and someone came up to me and said, I love your album.
But you have actually released an album. Maybe it was your album.
Yeah, it's called The Hour of the Crying.
Sean Lott's right here.
He's still here.
He's come to save us. A lot of people have melted down in Edinburgh, haven't they? I mean, obviously on a lower level, there's been lots of kind of... no, I don't mean lower, but people that haven't got such a high profile, like students and stuff, they've melted literally down.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm talking about. But there have been fights. There was one year when I remember, I'm not going to mention any names, but there were fights, and these are artists, comedians, got punched out in bars, and somebody had butted a policeman. It was a really weird year. One comic gave up for like 3 years because couldn't handle it anymore.
Yeah.
Why do you think Edinburgh does that to people?
Well, it's very intense, and it's like a lot of people's hopes and aspirations are all focused on these 3 weeks. And they've got this idea that if I don't make it this year, then it's back. It's back to the cake shop or the TV repair shop, wherever they work. And and I think people expect too much from it. And it's like with any business. I mean, in show business is not something that's fair. And people expect the world to be fair. And like, it's like a pyramid, isn't it? You can only have so many people at the top.
Yeah.
And you've got natural wastage. It's cruel.
People fall down the side.
Yeah, there's people going to be sliding down the sides. And they are not aware of the fact that it's not their job to be at the top of the pyramid. You need some people at the bottom of the pyramid. But it's very hard to just tell them that. They've got to find out their own way.
And it's a terribly brutal way of finding out.
Yeah. I've accepted my part in the pyramid. I'm not going to say where it is, but I know exactly.
Listen, we know where your pyramid is, or rather where you're on the pyramid.
But it's a tough place, and of course people are drinking every night.
Yeah, that adds fuel to the fire.
And there's some strangers writing things, basically saying that they're rubbish and they should never have taken the stage in the first place.
And also, I tell you one thing is that you've got comics are quite. I mean, generally speaking, comics are really nice people because they kind of do it because they want to make other people laugh. But there's a lot of egos up here, and suddenly you get a lot of big egos all in the same place at the same time, and there's a lot of competition. How many stars did you get? How many people did you get in? All that kind of stuff. And even though you pretend not to sort of participate, you constantly want to. I bet every comedian here buys, the Scotsman or whatever, the Guardian,
I don't. I never read
the Guardian Guide, which has brought us up here today.
Shows you what's on.
Are you sponsored by the Guardian Guide?
We're still sponsored by the Guardian Guide. Brilliant little What's On guide comes with the Guardian.
It's kind of pocket size, You can just put it in your pocket and
it slips into your pocket.
Really handy. Yeah.
I use it as my TV listings and my also What's On in London guide.
All right.
Pontoon.
Sean,
but I don't read reviews. I never read reviews when I'm up here because you can get the most fantastic review and there'll be just one word which sets you off. You'll go, he's wonderful, brilliant, hilarious, but he's really cheeky. You go, cheeky? I'm not cheeky.
I was perfectly polite.
One thing I'm not is cheeky. You spend the whole day stewing, being as uncheeky as you can.
I'll give him cheeky. What do you mean? What women?
Go on. No, I was going to before we do the Desert Island Sandwich, which we've been doing with everybody, I was going to say the thing about reviews is even if you get the most brilliant review in the world that makes you feel like $1 million, say, as a currency. If you believe that, you also have to believe the one that says you are the worst comedian this person has ever seen, because it's all random. So I think you're right. You should not look at them.
No, I don't. I don't read them. I read them at the end, but I don't read them while I'm up here. Because I don't read anyone else's either, because you do get into that sort of feverish nonsense.
Yeah, absolutely.
And people find themselves going, have you read so-and-so's review?
Yeah.
Have you been down that corridor?
It says he was cheeky.
Yeah.
But then they say it as if they can, did you see old something? He only got 2 stars. Yeah, and there's a kind of a fake veneer of pity, but actually thinking, I'm glad! Are you glad? And unless you go, yeah, I know.
I remember there's one year up here, and every year, a journalist likes to proclaim the death of stand-up. They like to make this big sort of speech where I'm the person who's going to finally kill off. You go, stand-up is dead. And there was one year they did it in the Scotsman, big thing about stand-up is dead, it's useless, it's no longer any worth, nobody's doing it interesting.
Yeah.
And I wanted to get all the comics together and say, let's cut all our stars out, and then just do a procession to the Scotsman and just hand them in, saying, so these are worthless then. These stars don't mean anything. Is that what you're saying to us? Don't do this.
These stars which you got now?
You gave us these stars, and now you're saying...
Have no currency.
No value. But it's very difficult to organise.
Yeah, obviously.
2 comics to
Get
do
everyone
anything.
together. A lot of them sleep
Other than
in.
slag off a third comic. That's very easy. You can organise 2 comics to slag off comics any time you want. But to do anything other than that.
Well,
set up a pontoon bridge, impossible.
I love pontoon
Slag
bridges.
each other off. That's why I said it for you, Nick. I thought you'd like that.
Well, you know, I like engineering. Anyway, we've been doing this thing all week, well, since yesterday, called Desert Island Sandwiches. And if you're on an island, Sean Locke, you're allowed 1 sandwich for your stay there. What would it be?
Is that 1 sandwich I can have every day?
Yeah.
Number 1. You've got to eat it every single day.
I want to know the bread, you know, everything.
God, I hate when people just spring stuff
I
like
know.
this.
We should have told you about this before.
Just throw it at me because you've really. Oh,
Let me give you. I
like
like a toasted Stilton, but I couldn't eat one every day.
No.
Well, I don't think we should think about whether you're going to eat it every day. It's just a kind of.
I think I'd have ham.
Yeah.
In there. Definitely have ham in there. Have tomatoes in there.
A lot of people have said that.
Lettuce, but also rice pudding.
Get off. What?
So you just scrape the rice pudding off.
What
eat
kind
the
of
ham sandwich. You're on a desert island. You can't expect too much. But then you've got a pudding.
You foiled the rules. You've put variety into your desert island. You've made a mockery of desert island sandwiches. What kind of bread though would hold rice pudding? Something like a crispy ciabatta.
I really didn't think this would run as long as it has.
Or me.
I'd say a wholesome whole meat.
Whole wheel.
Whole wheat
Can I
bread.
have a whole meat sandwich?
Quite a dense bread.
I'll have a whole wheel of meat bread, thanks.
Rice couldn't seep through it onto my much stained Bermuda shorts.
Oh, you've planned your clothes as well. That brings us on to Desert Island shorts. So listen, where are you playing firstly in Edinburgh?
I'm at the Assembly Rooms at 9:15.
So if you're coming up for the last part of the festival, go and see Sean Locke because he is absolutely fantastic. And are you just going to be going back to, when you get back to London, you're going to be doing gigs around London and stuff?
No, not really. I'm just.
Oh, well, what about 15 Stories? Let's
yeah,
talk about
I just
that.
finished that. So that's that starts going out. Initially goes out in October on Choice. Actually, goes out first of all on Choice.
Which they're doing a lot at the moment, aren't they? They're premiering and stuff there.
And then, but I've just heard they've commissioned another series, so I'm going to start writing that in.
What that is you had a series on Radio 4 called 15 Stories, which was transferred to television, and it's all done. It's in the can. It's ready to go.
Yeah.
And we went down. If you didn't hear it on the radio, it was really, really funny. So it's obviously going to be.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty excited about that. Yeah. Set in the Tower Block of South London.
Yeah, and all the different rooms sort of and we got Benny Wong in it, haven't you?
Yeah,
It was a friend of ours.
yeah,
Lovely
yeah.
Benny Wong.
Yeah,
He's a great guy.
Yeah.
So you're happy with that? You're looking
Very
forward
happy
to
with it. Yes. So I'm not going back to London and start touring. Actually, I'm going to start working on that. Well, I'm going on holiday actually.
Cool. So you're just having a bit of a break.
Going to Morocco.
Oh yeah.
Never been there before.
Oh.
I think you'll like it.
You'll really like it.
Well, have you been there?
No, never.
I have.
I bet you have.
Yeah, I have.
Is it dangerous there?
It can be. Keep out the way of the Berbers. They cut your throat for a couscous. For one piece of couscous.
So don't get any traps in your clothing.
They can smell it.
If you have a couscous salad and you get a bit down your front, you're dead.
Yeah.
Well, in most Moroccan restaurants, they have a small face hoover, so you can just get rid of any excess. Because forget it, don't matter.
You've got a face couscous hoover.
I can't plug it into the. Shut up.
Every year, 1 million people die of face couscous. Give everything you can. No, anyway, Sean, thanks for coming on.
Pleasure.
It's really good to see you, and have a great time in Edinburgh. And look out for 15 Stories, which will be out when?
October.
Which will be on in October and will be excellent. Here is
Thanks, Sean.
some entertainment.
XFM. Simon Pegg and Nick Frost, live from the Edinburgh Festival. With The Guide, free every Saturday in The Guardian. XFM.
100 Reasons there with Falter, and before that, Rockstar, the Jason Nevins remix by Nerd. Carl, I'm upset. I feel Sean Locke has left the studio. He's a good friend of mine. My friend Michael was here earlier on. He's gone. I know I've got Nick next to me who's my...
What am I, chop liver?
You're my tidiest bitch. But I'm just feeling I'm feeling a bit blue. I just wanted
I think I can sort you out.
Go on, cheer me up.
Oh, that's great.
Thanks, that's Carl's ringtone.
Can I go to Late and Live with that and just play it on the stage?
Just go up on stage. I swear to God,
think
the
you
audience
turn the
will
place a
roll
bit.
around. It's the only ringtone on any phone I've ever heard which makes me feel joy and not, oh, that's a bit annoying. Do you know what I mean? As you do with ringtones. Let's play the birthday game.
We need a bit of music there or something. Well, it went so well yesterday. The birthday game. It's just a game. We're going to play the birthday game again. So let's start with you, Carl.
Go on.
It says here Funny Man Joe Pasquale, but that obviously must be a mistake. How old do you think...
Sorry. How old do you think Funny Man Joe Pasquale is?
Funny Man Joe Pasquale.
Play along at home.
39.
Oh, it's close. I'm afraid it's 41 years old, Carl. Lisa?
And his voice isn't broken yet.
You ready?
Yeah.
Government Minister Lord Gus MacDonald. How old do you think bombastic old Gus MacDonald is?
He's a lord.
Yeah.
I reckon...
Yeah.
I'd go about 69.
69.
She's close with 62.
Oh, that is close. If,
all right.
You know, 7 is not a long way away.
Here's one for Mike. How old do you think rocker Robert Plant is?
Ex-Led Zeppelin.
Oh, hell.
Old Robert Plant.
Jeez, 58.
Oh, I'd be very angry at you. Do you want to have a guess at Robert?
No, I'll take my own turn.
Oh, okay, Robert Plant is 54 today.
He looks 58.
And let's give Simon the lucky dip.
Oh, you're giving me the wild card.
Yeah, I am giving you the wild. All right, here it is.
Who is it?
Simon Murdoch of Hastings, East Sussex. How old do you think Simon Murdoch is?
Simon Murder?
Yeah. No, sorry. Yeah, Simon Murdoch. Simon Murdoch.
Sounds like a superhero.
Simon Murdoch.
Simon Murdoch. Well, let me just think. Murdoch is in the 18.
Yeah.
Simon's my name, which means simpleton.
He could be around your age.
Could be my age. He's 32.
You Wally. He's 26 years old today.
That's nowhere near my age.
How old are you?
32.
Oh, you're right. It's nowhere near. Sorry.
Did you think I was...
What have we got coming up in the last hour?
We got Andrew Maxwell coming up.
Oh, I like that guy.
He's a fantastic comedian from Ireland. Stop it! You're making me laugh. And we've got another competition, maybe, which we might try and fit in, called Joker in the Pack.
Oh,
and
maybe we'll get Carl to tell the chilling tale of Reese Pritchard's goat.
Oh yeah, Carl's ghost story, which is good, and lots of fine music. Stay tuned. Rock. That was the Weezer with Hashbone. You're listening to Simon Pegg and Nick Frost on 104.9 XFM, live from the Edinburgh Festival, courtesy of The Guardian Guide, free with The Guardian every Saturday. Beautiful pocket-size What's On guide, which you can keep with you. You can pop in your pocket. If you've got an inside pocket, it goes in beautifully. Use that if you can. Nick is... Wait. Nick!
Yeah?
What are you doing, buddy?
It's not very well.
What? Are you still... what are you doing with that dolphin?
He's dead, buddy.
Of course he's dead. You told me to stick a chair leg in his blowhole.
He's dead.
What do you think was going to happen? I stuck a chair leg in his blowhole.
I thought he'd osmose it.
What does that mean? What's osmose it?
I thought he'd just break it down.
When did you turn into Frank Spencer?
Oh, he's dead. Dead.
Listen, it doesn't matter. We'll cut it up and eat its face up. Now listen, while you're there, go back. Let's remind people how big the room we are in is now. Using a single tone, don't touch your balls. We'll go back a bit more.
Go on.
Back a bit more. I'm speaking. Sorry, I'm talking away from the mic there. Carl was giving me such a dirty look. He wasn't ready. A single tone, walk towards the mic and say how big the room is using the tone. Go.
And shut the door behind you.
Shut the door behind you. He's still coming. He's still coming. Still coming. Hello, mate.
Hello.
We're in a massive suite at the Linklater Room at this Scotsman Hotel on top of the bridges in Edinburgh.
I don't know if I can say this, but I feel dangerously high.
You look dangerously high.
I think it's because I took a really big breath.
It's because you took...
Shut up.
Carl, we want you to tell us... But listen to this. It's a Scottish ringtone. It's as we're in Scotland.
Because we're in Edinburgh.
I'm really sorry. Just play yours again, can you?
Hang on a minute.
Just play it quickly, because I'm feeling dangerously down. Like I'm going to kill myself.
Looking through.
I don't care about life anymore. For me, it's a black, dark pit of despair, and I don't...
Oh. That makes a little bit of wee come out of my willy. Every time I hear it.
More later.
That's a fantastic... I mean, please, I don't want to advertise any kind of anything, because I'm not a corporate slag. But if you do want a phone, get one with a ringtone like that, because it makes me laugh every time I hear it.
Oh, great.
Now it's time for...
Cars we ghosty.
Right, this is one that Nick's well sort of happy with. You've learnt this ages ago.
Yeah, I was learnt it as a small child, and it stuck with me for the rest of my life, to be honest with you, Carl.
What do you like about it?
I just like the fact that a human being can look at an animal and learn from that animal.
Right, is Reese Pritchard a famous fella?
Yeah, he was He was an old vicar. He became a vicar in the end.
Right, cut a long story short.
Yeah.
This vicar,
Say it like you mean
He
it.
wasn't a vicar at first. He was a very, you know, he was an alcoholic and he beat people up. He was bad.
He was a roustabout, a roister-doister, a naughty man. He drank too much and he didn't care.
So he went out one day, and he had a drink with his goat.
Yeah.
And he thought, oh, that was a good night.
They both got battered.
They loved it. Right, had a great night. Next day, the vicar said, he wasn't just the guy, Reese. He said, I fancy doing that again tonight. It'd be great to go out again. So he said to the goat, fancy coming for one? And goat said, no.
I'm not having it.
He said, I sort of enjoyed myself last night. I don't want to ruin it. It's like, you know, sometimes you can have too much of a good thing.
Yeah.
This goat decided he had too much of a good thing. He said, I'll leave it tonight.
Yeah.
And he didn't go. And the vicar said, you know, you're very wise. He said, it's good that, you shouldn't overdo it. You shouldn't have too much drink. And the fellow was well chuffed. He said, I've got an intelligent goat here.
I can learn from him.
Yeah, and that's that. So
give me that book here.
There you go.
I think there's been a misunderstanding. I said ghost stories, not goat stories. I thought we were going to tell something that was slightly frightening.
It is kind of frightening. A man learned how not to be an alcoholic from a goat.
You learned how to blooming spot weld from a rabbit.
Yeah.
And you didn't get scared then, that little thing.
They just use your mask and touch the thing with the metal end and it gets on fire and then it moulds to something. Help me.
Listen, the whole story evected Reese.
How can you evict anything these
I know,
days?
but
The
it did
word's
him.
dead.
How much wiser than I am the goat, he said to himself. This poor animal can profit where I cannot. And from that day on he reformed and touched not a drop of drink again.
But how does he know that goat wasn't at it at lunchtime when he was at work?
I don't know, it's not here.
That goat was a smack addict.
And Rhys Pritchard went on to write the famous Welsh poem Canwyll y Cymru.
Which is a good one.
Which I think it means...
You can't deny that's good.
It means the Welshman's candle. Carl's looking at me like I'm some kind of idiot.
One that I read, right, here's a quick little
Right, do it,
story.
but do it properly. Do it scarily. Do it scarily.
Right.
Turn the lights off, turn the lights off.
Right,
Okay, they're off.
these people, they were driving to Scotland and going down the motorway.
Yeah.
And everything's normal. The weird thing is, it's not like 3 in the morning. It's
No,
not
it's not.
dark
It's
and scary and stuff. It's a normal day, really nice day.
Yeah.
And got the windows open in the car and that, got the radio on. And they run into a bit of busy traffic.
Go on.
And sort of sat there talking and that. And they look out the side window, and there's a car parked up with another car with some jump leads.
Oh,
right.
Giving it a jump, and they were like, "Oh God, look at that! They've got a bit of trouble. They'll be all right. They've got jump leads and that." So anyway, so the jump, traffic moves on and it's slowly moving.
Yeah.
And they carry on driving down the motorway, and 60 minutes later, hit a bit more traffic.
Yeah.
Still having a good time and that. Look out the side window.
Yeah.
Same 2 cars.
What?
Yeah.
I am kicking my brakes.
So it's weird because like they were held back because the cars wasn't working. 60 minutes later, they've been like giving it some down the motorway, like 70 miles an hour. Yet for some reason, they hit some traffic, and the same 2 cars are there. Same problem with the battery. Jump leads out and stuff.
How did that happen?
That's what's weird.
Is it possible it could be 2 exactly the same models and colours of car?
And it was the same people.
Is it possible that their twins had trouble with their car, which was the same as theirs? You don't want to
So,
believe that, Carl. All you want to believe it. There's some goosty out there who's gonna... I didn't say the word you thought I said, then I said flumping.
Yeah, but you're telling me that when you've just been telling me about a goat who's giving alcoholic
I didn't talk
advice.
about the goat, that was Nick! Nick's going on about goats! All I want to do is I want to get scared. I just want to be frightened.
We'll get another one
You know
tomorrow.
what? I am going to scare the britches off you tomorrow with the tale of Rhys Moggan's hamster. That was Incubus. And are you in?
Incubus.
Incubus. Succubus. They're African witches, I think.
Both of them.
The succubus.
There was an X-File about them. Avatar, Skinner got attacked by a woman in a red...
Kill yourself. Now listen, we're going to play a little game. We want someone to ring in, and we want a lady to ring in, didn't we?
Well, yeah, because we've always been talking... We talked to lots of blokes, and
Let's have a pretty lady ring in.
It's just to kind of, to even out the demographic, because we feel like we've been talking kind of...
You're right. Let me give him a quick run down what it is. It's called Joker, the Joker in the Pack. Joker in the Pack. Joker in the Pack. Can't afford jingles. Anyway, what we're going to do is we're going to play you 3 jokes, and what we want you to do is decide which one is told by a professional joke teller or comedian. 2 will be told by the general public, and 1 is told by, as I just said, a comedian. So give us a ring and you can win tickets to DJ Shadow, something else, CDs,
pair of Nick's pants,
yeah,
and some shredded wheat. Here's Blur talking about 2 of my favourite things. Okie dokie, that was Blur with Coffee and TV from the album 13. We're going to be playing our competition now, which is called Joker in the Pack.
Joker in the Pack.
Joker in the Pack. The Pack. Which is a game that Karl invented, isn't it, Karl?
We'll see.
Oh, right, and then it goes rubbish and it's not you. So, who have we got on the line now?
It's Jenny, isn't it?
Jenny, hello Jenny, where are you from? What's your name?
Hi, I'm Jenny Andrews from
Jenny,
London.
really?
From where?
From London.
Oh. Whereabouts in London, Jen? Can I call you Jen?
Yeah, call me Jen. I'm from, Crouch End.
Oh. That's weird. Oh, I see, okay.
And you want to win up the DJ Shadow tickets, yeah?
Yeah, I do. I really like them.
Wicked. So what we're going to do, Janie, is we're going to play you 3 jokes.
Jenny.
Sorry, Jenny. We're going to play you 3 jokes. And you need to decide which one is told by the professional.
Right.
So, Karl, are you ready with joke 1?
He's just about to come on.
All right, Jenny, listen.
Are you ready, Jenny?
Joke
yeah, I'm
1.
ready.
Here's Jenny's joke 1.
2 devout church-going women are stood in front of the store when a dusty old cowboy rides in, ties up his horse in front of the store, climbs off, walks round behind it, lifts its tail, and gives it a kiss, right, full on the rectum, kiss, everything. Disgusted, one of these church-going women says, "What's that, sickening? What are you doing there?" To which the cowboy replies, "I've got chapped lips." He says, "What, does that make them feel better?" He says, "Well, no, but it stops me licking them."
What do you reckon, Jenny? Do you think that was...
Is that a professional comedian, Jenny, or is that not?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Jenny thinks no, alright. Hang tight there and we'll play your joke 2.
This guy's going through a security checkpoint and he's got a dog with him. And the security guard at the checkpoint says to him, "Sir, you can't bring a dog into this airport." And the guy says, "It's a seeing eye dog. I'm blind." And the security guard says, "Go on through." And by the by, another man comes along and he has a dog, and the security guard says, "Sir, you can't bring a dog in here. It's a secured area." And the man says, "I'm blind. This is a seeing eye dog." And the security guard says, "But sir, it's a Chihuahua." And the blind man says, "They gave me a Chihuahua?"
Oh, God, I hope it's so much fun.
What do you think, Jenny, what do you think? Was that a professional comic or not?
Do I have to answer straight away? Can I listen to the third one?
You could, absolutely, you don't have to say anything if you don't want to.
I'll hold tight.
Jenny, can I just ask you, just very quickly, I detect and notice that you haven't got a London accent. Are you from elsewhere? Moved to?
Yeah, I am actually, yep.
Whereabouts are you from elsewhere in the world?
I'm Australia.
Oh, Ripper! Oh, Ripper, mate, cobber, let's have a couple of tinnies on the Barbie. I'm so sorry. Play the next thing.
There it comes.
A guy goes up to his doctor for a checkup. After a lot of tests, the doctor says, "I've got some bad news for you and some good news. After going through all your tests, I've discovered that you've got a latent homosexual personality." "Oh my God, that's awful," says the guy. "So what's the good news?" The doctor says, "Well, I think you're kind of cute."
Jenny, what do you think?
Jenny.
2 or 3?
Well,
Who do you think it was, Jenny?
I reckon the middle one.
Joke 2?
Yeah, I reckon joke 2.
Oh my God, Jenny, you have won the tickets to DJ Shadow. I think
that's brilliant.
Well
Thank
done,
you so
Jenny.
much.
I can hear you're clearly cock a hoop.
I am.
I think we're going to go to a song now. Thanks, Jenny. But say hi to Matt for us. Bye bye.
I will, Michael.
Okay, that was Moby and Extreme Ways. You'll be able to hear that probably quite soon on a car advert or something. Don't you think, Nick?
Correct.
Look who's here, it's Andrew Maxwell, the comedian.
Hey, fellas!
Hello there!
How are you?
Not bad, how are you?
Brilliant.
You look... Well, can I say, you look well, but you look slightly tired. What went on last night, buddy? Fess up.
Just, you know, just the usual kind of festival business of your booze and carousing, that sort of business. Your sort of...
Did you smoke a jazz fag?
No, I did not. Arts festivals aren't for marijuana.
I think you look
That's
really
what my
handsome
t-shirt says.
today. Well, don't mind me saying, I just think you look really handsome.
Thanks very much, Nick.
Thanks, man. You got jeans on and a...
I got jeans, I got shoes.
A lot of kids are wearing jeans, you know.
A lot of kids wearing shoes.
I said it wouldn't work, but apparently it's really taken off now, jeans.
Oh, mate.
Let's talk about the Edinburgh Festival.
Let's.
How's your festival been so far?
Rainy.
Really?
It's rained every single day.
I hate that.
It's so hard
Has
to
it had
do.
an effect
The
on
biggest comedy festival in the world, in the world's most grumpy, wet country. Mate, like the first 10 minutes, you just have to let them steam off.
Why don't we move it?
I want to do it in Antigua next year. Gabon, yeah.
No, they need a fringe festival.
It's so unstable in Gabon right now.
That's why they need a fringe festival.
How's the show's been going there, seriously?
Let me go on fine.
Yeah?
Anything else?
Give us more than that.
I don't know what to tell you. I walk into a room, people are there, I make them laugh, we all shuffle off.
I'm definitely coming.
I'm just, this year, my show grapples with the intriguing things of death, liberty, forgiveness, redemption, fear, anger, greed, lust.
So, jokes then?
Does really, yes, jokes.
It's just jokes then?
Yes, just jokes. Now, there's a lot of stuff about it's the world. The show's mostly about this year about football, prejudice, hatred, love, snowboarding, and terrorism.
Why are you now Maxwell as opposed to Andrew Maxwell?
It says I'm opposed to Andrew Maxwell. It's just you can't I've got a 4-syllable name. There's no room to just whack it all up.
I just thought you're going like Prince or something. Next year you'd be just like a squiggle on a bit of paper.
That's what I'm looking for. I want to be the comedy share.
You could be.
Yeah.
Okay, listen to Oasis for a minute and we'll come back and talk about it.
Alright.
Andrew, you fan of Oasis?
Not really, no. Don't stop living in the return of... They used to be brilliant. Really brilliant. I think the first 2 albums, I have no idea what's going on now.
I don't know what happened,
I can't follow it at all.
I kind of... Yeah, me too.
When all your songs are about, like, the hope of getting out of urban despair, and then your third album's all about feeding acid to the dog. And the 5th album's all about how you get lost in the mansion. I can't find the West Wing. It's where all me mates are. Not left to say.
Well, these things happen, you know, bands change. It's a bit like you, do you know what I mean? You started off talking about being a young knacker in Ireland.
Young knacker
selling 3 lighters for £1.
Yeah, 3
for £1.
And now look
giving people rides back from the theatre in a horse and cart. And now look at you talking about
the nature of hate.
Leather boots.
The nature of communal hate is one whole section of my show. There's another whole section that's just purely about the joy of snowboarding.
And of course,
you've grown up a lot.
Well, one thing you've done,
I've grown sideways.
If you don't mind me saying this, one thing you've done is you've had a nipper.
That's right.
Has that affected your comedy? Do you talk about it at all, or do you keep it to yourself?
To myself, but I don't really talk about my son on stage, but like, it's affected me comedy in the fact that like, he's a year and a half, so you spend when you're with him, you just spend your whole day playing with him. So you're just in a really playful frame of mind. Then you go off and do a gig in the evening, and nothing can stop you.
Do you just get on stage and think, I've got to tell you about this thing today? He was in the corner, and he puked.
Oh, no. Do you know what? My son is so clever. We arrange eggs with different types of faces on them, and then we brought a common rook into the room, and the rook played with the eggs and sorted them into different sizes. Then he came in and smashed the rook to smithereens.
And his yolk came out of the rook's eye.
No, I don't do any of that. It puts you in an unstoppable mood. You're just in a great frame of mind to do comedy. You can just get, you know what I mean?
You feel very active and you're inspired because you've been
totally. You're in a very familial and communicative.
Well, it certainly,
kind of mood.
it certainly would.
All the different bits of your brains are all joining up. Do you know what I mean? The way a kid's is just like, all right, let's play with water. Let's rip down a tree.
It's all the same to a kid.
Yeah, it's all the same, and that's where the funny stuff is in your brain.
Do you want him to be what you are?
No.
A monster?
No, not really.
Now listen, you've been all over the world doing stand-up comedy, and what's your favourite country other than, say, Ireland? Or England? Or what's your favourite place other than your home?
the most exciting place I did comedy recently, and I have done comedy all over the world.
I know you have.
Hong Kong, Singapore, Australia, New Zealand, Austria, Britain, Ireland, and America.
That's most continents.
Yeah, in a year.
You big-headed bastard.
I am, look at that. Big-headed bastard, tiny body, that's the thing. My brain isn't getting bigger, my body is just shrinking.
Can I tell you, my brother, right, has got,
yeah, tell us. What about your brother?
He's got a tiny head, but a massive body. He's like, his body's grown. And, anyway, look,
Really?
so it's on my mind at the moment.
Is that real?
Yeah, he's got, you know, his head's the size
I'm
of
terribly sorry for you.
It's a child's head, but he's big. He's got a... I think he's growing from the bottom up. Eventually his head will go like that and become big.
Overnight?
Yeah. But,
how old is he?
He's just turned... He's 21.
Oh, there's plenty of growing
There's plenty of head growing room there, isn't it?
He's my dad's boy.
Fair enough. Don't know what to say to that.
What we've been doing desert island sandwiches.
I'll
haven't
do
we?
it on Maxwell.
All right, desert island sandwiches. You know desert island dish, how that works.
Yeah, I do, yeah.
All right, number one.
I'm not scared.
No, I don't expect you to be. What if you're on a desert island?
Yes.
For 10 years.
10
you're allowed,
years?
You know, the same sandwich. What would be your number one desert island sandwich?
That'd be a ham sandwich.
What kind of bread?
Just white bread.
Just sliced.
Just sliced, yeah.
Right.
Fresh, like.
Yeah, yeah.
What kind of butter?
It would be a bit of a Olivia butter mix.
You don't have to watch your weight here, buddy. You're on a desert island. You're not going to gain.
I need to gain pounds, probably.
I can wolf a load of those down.
Nothing in the land. A bit of pickle, a bit of cheese,
bit of piccalilli. Bit of piccalilli. I love a bit of piccalilli.
Yeah, it's a ham sandwich.
Yeah, that's really. I respect that, man.
I'm a knacker.
Carl said ham as well. A few people have said ham. Just plain
ham.
A lot of
that's
people
my
like
favourite too.
I don't like all the I don't want too many flavours in my sandwich.
No, why would you?
Oh, fighting for each other, just tying for my attention.
Bacon, avocado, cheese.
What's bacon? Where the hell did you get bacon from? Ham's much better.
Ham is just
give me a thin strip of pig meat.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you like off the bone or packet ham? Sorry to...
Honey, the honey
roast?
Yeah.
Oh, now you're a bit getting posh.
Yeah.
I don't like off the bone ham.
Lord Fauntleroy.
In triangles.
Listen, this is going nowhere, so Andrew, thanks so much for being with us. It's really great to see you, and I'm glad you're having a good festival, and you look brilliant, and it's always a pleasure to spend time in your company.
We love you,
strange little man.
I like you guys.
Here's the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Red Hot Chili Peppers there, but by the way, brilliant stuff from them. We're just about finished. If you want to hear the Coldplay album 6 days before it's released, go to the Shepherd's Pub by Highgate Tube Station in Archway, selection number 00 on the jukebox, buy a pint, listen to the album.
Great lasagna.
£50, you'll get you the whole thing. Great lasagna and chips. Brilliant. Coming up is Zane, the Zipper, the Zip Man, my favourite DJ in the world, a man who just knows his stuff and is super cool. I sound like a little groupie.
I don't know why they call him Zane Lowe, because when I listen to him, he makes me feel quite high. You're funny, but I think we'll use that tomorrow.
Talking about tomorrow, we got Jason Byrne, Jeffrey Hayes, who's Jeffrey off Blooming Rainbows, coming on. I'm nervous about that. And Jimmy Carg, another great comedian who we'll be chatting to tomorrow. So when you're driving home, turn the dial to 104.9 XFM. Nice. Listen to Simon and Nick and Carl and Lisa and Mike.
In association with the Guardian Guide.
Great for skinning up. Stick it in your pocket.
And just get us out of this.
Pegg and Nick Frost, live from the Edinburgh Festival. With The Guide, free every Saturday in The Guardian. XFM.
My name is Kyle MacLachlan, and here be my tale. 30 moons ago, whilst wandering on the glen, I became sensible of a chitter-chatter in the undergrowth. On further investigation, I discovered 2 wee magical heather bairns. "What are your names?" I inquired, and though their lips didn't move, I heard their voices clear as a Scottish bell deep within my noggin. "I am Simon Pegg," said one. "And I am Nick Frost," said the other, who was about 40 pounds heavier and freakishly hairy. "What is your business here?" I yodeled like a kelpie. "We're here to tell you that in 30 years' time we'll be presenting a radio show on XFM all about the Edinburgh Festival, but you'll not be able to hear it unless you've got Sky Digital and the internet, so what's the point of doing it? We might as well have stayed in London." Now! XFM from Edinburgh in Scotland in association with the Guardian Guide. Hello, I'm Nick Frost, but I'm strangely once again not joined by Simon Pegg.
'Cause he's a lovely fella, but he's got the hump, ain't ya?
Shut up!
He has got the hump. He's standing right at the back of the room. What's wrong with you today? You what?
I'm not doing it!
Why not?
Sick of it, I'm bored of it.
This is the third time we've done it. They're paying you £150 a pop. Well, what's the problem?
I don't give a stuff! I ain't doing it!
Carl, do something, buddy.
It's got the thing here.
This'll get him. Oh? Here he... Look! Ah, here he comes. His face has turned from a frown to a smile.
Thanks.
Hello, mate.
You know it's make me happy, don't you?
How you feeling?
I feel better now for hearing that little ringtone, which I like a lot.
You're a lovely looking fella. You look nice today.
Thanks, buddy. I'm wearing a sky blue Carhartt t-shirt. My cap's on backwards. I feel young.
Give me 5.
Shall I tell them what's coming up?
Do it, man.
Today we've got some great guests. We've got Jeffrey off of Rainbow, who's we're very excited about meeting, aren't we?
Correct.
We've got Jimmy Carr, brilliant comic, and later on we got Jason Byrne as well, another brilliant comic. We've got loads of great music. What kind of music have we got, buddy?
We got all sorts. We've got Nightmares on Wax, Muse, Miss Dynamite, Radiohead. It's all there. Plus 6 or 7 more records.
Records?
I love. Do we still play records? I don't know.
Spin a record, Carl, and make it the Doves.
Oi! Oi!
Hey, Scotland!
What's going on? Well, I was happy then, mate. I was just... Moby came on and nodded off.
I was dreaming I was back with Boy George again.
You had a dream about Boy George last night, didn't you?
Yeah, it was
What crazy dream was that?
It was nice.
Not saying he ain't.
I had your car, by the way.
I thought it was gone in my head.
It was.
I parked it just behind my cerebellum. Listen, everybody.
Sometimes I just look at you and nothing but love falls out of my eyes.
You're a sweet man. Let's just, no, let's not. We've got a great show coming up. We've got our competitions coming up as well later on, which is, the first one of which is called,
yeah. No.
which I really like. And a new competition, which we did yesterday, which we really loved, called Joker in the Pack.
Joker in the Pack.
Joker in the Pack.
It's a pack.
And with a Joker in it. And that's going to be fun. So we'll be doing that. Hot news just in. The Perrier nominees have been announced this year. They are Daniel Kitson, Omid Jalali, Jimmy Carr, Noel Fielding, Adam Hills, and Phil Nichols. Now, we've had Omid, and we've had... Who else is there that we've had on there? Nobody.
Jay Carr's on today.
Jimmy's coming on, Jimmy's coming on today. We've got Noel on Friday, and possibly Daniel as well. So we've got a lot of really good comics on our show, because they want to come on our show, because ours is the best show, so get stuffed.
We're like a really great radio station, and we're here in Edinburgh, and we're just getting the pick of the fringe.
Oh yeah, and we're actually in Edinburgh, by the way. We're in Edinburgh, and I know you can't see us, but we're in a big room in Edinburgh. Outside spreads out the beautiful city of Edinburgh. Can you imagine it? Can you picture it? There's lots of spires, and there's a lot of Scottish people walking around with a little bag.
Hello there, sir. And you can see the sails of the boats on the loch.
And so that's where we are. We're not in London, even though you're hearing us there. I don't know how it works. How does it work, Carl?
It's probably something to do with computers.
Wires and that, yeah.
Arnie, would you bugger off? Last night we all went out and got really drunk. You can't see us, but we've got a posse here, right? There's me and we got Carl, there's Lisa, and there's Mike who does the news. Say hello, everybody. We went out last night, got really hammered on drink, didn't we, Nick?
Yeah.
Yeah, and we were just so drunk, because I didn't bloody care. I was just like,
get the feel of Edinburgh, so picture it.
Yeah, picture it, reeling around, I was puking and stuff, it was brilliant.
I was walking up and down old Ricky with a bottle of whiskey, shouting at somebody, get off me, you little bastard.
It was great, and Carl told us something in the place where we were about blending up leeches. I want you to tell the people what you told us last night, because I think it's nuts!
Why don't we keep it as a teaser?
Oh, and we'll do it later. We've got something amazing to tell you about leeches, and so hang on for that. It's an amazing leech fact, one of the best leech facts I've ever heard. In the meantime, here's Blur's Park Life.
Oi! That was Blur with Park Life.
Wasn't it, though?
You know, when I walk around this beautiful city of Edinburgh, the thing that most comes into my mind every time I walk up and down the Royal Mile is, grow up, you little prat. And I see just bunches of stupid students walking up and down with their stupid plays.
That's stupid. That when that guy, that dressed up as Doc Cox from That's Life noshing off the Pope. I thought that's offensive.
You walk up the road and you just hear that, I am a woman, oppression. I am a woman, oppression. Britain.
But that was brilliant.
Stuff like that all the time. It drives me nuts.
I thought it was the best thing you ever wrote. Coming up after the ad break, we have got Jeffrey Hayes from Rainbow, which we are very excited about.
He's in the building as we speak.
As we speak. Jimmy Carr and Jason Byrne, we got our competitions. We're giving away tickets to see DJ Shadow's CD, some Spaced box sets.
There's so much here.
There's so much. We've got Carl's Wee Ghosty.
If you tune into London's XFM 104.9, you've literally reached the foot of the rainbow.
Sell something.
What an idiot I am.
Alright, that was Miss Dynamite and Dynamite, which is we like, don't we? We like Miss Dynamite.
I love her. She's wearing kickers. She's a beautiful black woman. She's strong and proud.
And you love her, we love her, we all love her. I'm a bit excited as well because we've got a really special guest on now. Now, I'm in my early 30s.
Yeah.
Nick, so are you. We kind of grew up with this man, and if I said to you, up above the streets and houses, rainbow flying high, everyone can see a rainbow over the sky, dub, 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 dub.
What would spring to mind?
Who would spring to mind but Jeffrey Hayes? Hi, Jeffrey.
Hey, hi. Hi.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you, yes.
Is this your first Edinburgh Festival?
It certainly is, yeah.
And you're doing a show up here called Over the Rainbow.
That's right, yeah.
Which is about your, well, kind of loosely based on your experiences in Rainbow.
It's a fictitious account of how Zippy George, Bungle and myself got together.
Can you tell us a bit about this, because I'm intrigued?
Well, basically, it's all set in 1992.
Go on.
I'm welcoming the audience in for our birthday party. And I just reminisce about how Rainbow started in a very fictitious and funny way of how...
So where did Zippy come from, and what the hell is he?
Well, as I say in the show, he's an ill-conceived bundle of cheap man-made fibre.
Do you know what? I always thought that.
You've destroyed Nick's childhood!
Sorry.
And obviously George was...
He was discovered in an old washing machine, in an old cushion cover or something.
That figures. And George was a pink hippo, right?
Yes, yeah.
So, when you go back to those days of Rainbow, what was the kind of atmosphere on set? What was it like? Did you get on with Rod, Jane and Freddie?
Yeah.
Did they get on with each other?
We all got on, oh yeah, everyone got on. That's why I think the show worked so well. We all got on so well together.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's no lardy, starry, bitching and all that sort of stuff.
How long was it before you realised you were sort of, spearheading what was an absolutely classic, seminal children's television programme?
Well, although I knew it was popular when we did it, but I think it was after we left.
Yeah.
A few years went by and people were still coming up and saying hello to me and talking about Rainbow.
And still doing it. Oh, there's like people like us coming up and doing Ian Camfield, who's a DJ on the station, is a massive fan.
Really?
He's sent up express orders that you be pumped for souvenirs and autographs and stuff.
Oh, so I'll do that for you, Ian. Yes, all right.
Hey! Oh, God! It's all happening! Now, listen, I'll tell you something I wanted to ask you. I remember as a kid, when I was watching it, the guy that played Bungle, he changed, didn't he? There was a different actor that came in to play Bungle, and even as a kid, I heard the voice change. What happened there?
Yeah, the actor who played Bungle for many years, he left. And then the puppeteer for George took over the Bungle.
So he was taking over. He was muscling on everyone's patch.
Yes. That's towards the end, though. It was about 1990 or 89.
How long did it run for?
20 years.
Blimey.
Yeah.
Wasn't there a thing recently that someone nicked Bungle's costume?
Yeah, well, they did. In the show I'm doing at the moment, there's pictures of Zippy George and Bungle in various costumes and disguises. And our production manager had gone down to a studio in Bristol to do the photography. On the way back to London, stopped off in a service station and somebody nicked Zippy George and Bungle from the back of the car. I mean, they wouldn't have known it was Zippy George and Bungle because they were inside a bag.
So they must have just freaked out so much.
Yeah, it must have been.
Right, what have we got here?
Let's share the booty out.
That's right, yeah.
You have Zippy.
It must have been so funny. I mean, what would you do?
I would have run a mile. So what happened? What's the story?
Did you get them back?
We got them back. Eventually, they turned up on the doorstep of the producer's office in London. How? I don't know.
Someone obviously felt very guilty.
I think so. I mean, what would you do if you got them? I mean, you could never say to anybody.
Trying to flog them down the pub. Here, mate. Do you want a gay pink hippo?
And was there a note with the package?
I think it said sorry.
Do you see what happened there is that the guy opened the thing, saw that he'd basically, kind of did a poo on his own childhood there by stealing that.
Yes.
And thought, I cannot go through with this. I've betrayed somebody that's, informed my youth I have to return these things.
Yeah.
Also, he probably thought that they were dead because they weren't speaking.
Oh, they're definitely dead.
He thought, not only I've stolen, I've murdered.
He's been taking blind telephone bids from Japan. Millions of yen.
I've got Mr. Yakamoto on line 2. He's saying £1 million for Bungle.
He's bumped 25 million yen.
They're probably quite, I suppose they're priceless, really, because they are actually the original ones. Yeah.
People would probably, I'm sure you could, you know, if there was a sort of hypothetical auction, there would be, the prices would be extremely high.
Well, if the Big Brother chair goes for 30 grand, then I think you'd get
30 grand?
You'd cap 100k for Bungle.
Easy, easy.
Yes.
Let's
go and kidnap them then.
Let's have a little bit of Roixop now, and we'll come back and speak a little bit more to Jeffrey after this.
That was Roy Scott. Who? Roy Scott. That was the late great Roy Scott. With a song "Remind Me."
Who's Roy Scott? I never heard of him.
Me neither. I just thought he said Roy Scott and wanted famous jazz clarinetist Roy Scott. Anyway, we're still here with Jeffrey
Hayes. If you've just tuned in, this is 104.9 XFM live from the Edinburgh Festival.
Professional.
Myself and Nick Frost and me, Simon Pegg, are sat here with Jeffrey Hayes, the presenter of Rainbow, hero to many, and he's up here doing a show at the festival. How's it going for you?
Very well, actually. I'm told that the average audience at the Edinburgh Festival is 4.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I've heard, anyway.
For a lot of people, yeah.
But we've been getting in an average of 80, 90.
Well, of course, I'm sure. Your reputation precedes you, so people are bound to...
Well, it's all people who grew up on Rainbow, yeah.
Amazing. Are you doing it, I mean, are you getting a slight joy from sort of just being a bit irreverent about it, you know, knowing those people come in there with very sacred, and there's Jeffrey himself kind of like taking the mickey a little bit?
Well, it's not really taking the mic as such, it's just a funny slight send-up.
Yeah, affectionate.
But it's very, very affectionate, yeah. Yeah. No, I wouldn't do... I must tell you, originally, the idea for this show was completely different to what I'm actually doing. It was very irreverent. Would have been swearing and all sorts of things going on. But I said, no, that's not what...
that's not what the kids want to see.
People can't handle old, people who we saw as children swear. We were talking about, who are we talking about? Johnny Ball.
I mean, Johnny Ball is a lovely guy, but of course in just conversation he swore now and again. And I was like, stop, what are you doing? You can't do that. You taught me how to think of a number.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Not think of an effing number. And so it's weird. But a lot of comedians are doing Keith Harris now does a blue Orville show. But Orville isn't blue, he's green as
He's sprayed in blue.
But he's sort of like swearing with the cheeky monk. What's he called, that thing?
Kedros.
And he's thinking he does
and it's kind of like, well, why?
Breaks the illusion, I think. People still hang on even after 30 years.
And I think it's fun to see, it must be fun to see you kind of like talking about Rainbow and having a bit of fun with it. But I mean, everyone that goes there because they used to watch the show, you know.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, I get the Rainbow storybook out and I read a story.
Yeah.
But it's a funny story. As I said, it's not rude, no swearing.
When you open it up, do you actually go into the book and it opens like a big thing and there's a picture and it goes in like it did in the show?
Tell us, yes.
Please tell us that's true.
Well, you can do if you want, but it is the actual original one. There are pictures in it from... It's not the pictures of the story I tell in the show, obviously, but it's the original one. I sit there in my rocking chair, the lights dim and...
Stripy jumper?
No, I've got T-shirt and dungarees.
Oh, of course, yes.
Yellow dungarees, yeah.
Nice. Can I ask you, does the actor that portrayed Zippy George and then obviously got his claws into Bungle as well, does he know about this show?
Well, yeah, in fact, he came up to see it last week.
Oh, really? Yeah. And what did he make of it?
He loved it, thought it was really good.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And are you kind of like, you're talking about the characters as if... do you do their voices? I mean, do you do...
yeah, I do a little imitation of Zippy and George. I try Bungle, but it's not a very good one, I can't
Bungle was more generic, he was kind of just sort of, had a kind of nice light voice, didn't he? But with George, you knew George is like that.
That's very good, actually.
Thanks very much.
Better than mine.
Sorry. Anyway, everyone does it, I think. Everyone, you do it, don't you?
Jeffrey! Hey, great.
It's good. So, well, why don't you ask the key question of the festival that we're asking every comedian?
We've asked everyone so far who's come in, and like I said earlier, it's kind of falling flat, but I'm going to carry on with it anyway.
This is up to you to save us, Jeffrey.
Okay.
You ready for this? Okay.
We're playing a game called Desert Island Sandwiches. You're on a desert island, you're allowed one sandwich. What is it?
Bacon.
Bacon sandwich.
It's a classic and no one said it yet.
What kind of bread are you using?
White.
Just a white sliced loaf?
Yeah. White sliced loaf. I'd have to have brown sauce.
Oh, he's saying all the right things now.
Yeah,
That is a classic sandwich.
It's a nice sandwich.
I would probably go with you, but I might have a bit of cheese and put it in a baguette. Am I French?
No, I wouldn't. No.
Really?
Big poncy, isn't it?
Hey,
Come on.
Jeffrey called me a ponce. I'm retiring now.
Every morning, when I say morning, about midday, I get up.
You have to, Edinburgh.
You know how you do it, Edinburgh?
Yeah, of course.
I get up about midday. It's round to the shop round the corner. Two, they're not sandwiches, but they're rolls.
Nice.
Bacon rolls.
Nice.
Get me newspaper.
Have a read.
And read. And slowly wake up.
You're just like us.
Well, I know. It's just
You've really exploded in an
ordinary
illusion.
guy.
Are you still in touch with Rod, Jane and Freddie?
Yeah, I see him occasionally, yeah.
Are they still sort of doing songs and stuff?
They do, they always do Panto together, but they split up and do different things.
Who was getting off with who?
It's Freddie and
Rod.
no, Jane.
Is it really Freddie and Jane?
Yeah. No, they've been together as a couple for many years now.
Really? Now, Freddie was the guy without the beard at first. I know they all lost their beards eventually, even Jane.
Little beard, I just remembered that.
Jane never had a beard.
But there was one, the guy with, just clear it up, there was the one with the beard at first was...
That was Rod.
That was Rod,
Before
okay.
he shaved it off, yeah.
That's right. So Freddie had the dark hair, right?
That's right, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
and Jane was the blonde woman.
That's right, yeah.
Right, well, that stands to reason, really, doesn't it? Yeah. It's the process of elimination. So if you're in Edinburgh and you want to go and see something, catch Jeffrey's show, which is called Over the Rainbow, and keep your eye open for it if it goes to tour, which it most likely will, because I'm sure it'll be a roaring success up here. Thanks for being here. Thanks for teaching me how to read. And
my pleasure, yeah.
have a great festival, and we'll hopefully see you again soon.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Mr. Jeffrey
Did we
Hayes.
say goodbye like at the end of Rainbow? How did we go?
Yeah.
Goodbye! Goodbye!
Excellent, Jeffrey.
The White Stripes, Dead Leaves and the Dirty Ground. I love that song. I'm on my own because Simon Pegg has gone off somewhere. I think Carly's gone off to have a little poo.
Oh, what are you doing?
He's back.
I was doing a wee. You didn't say we were going to go back.
He says wee, but I think he means poo. We're here in the Linklater suite
I believe you just
at
did
the
that.
Scotsman Hotel. Where
You
have
all
you been?
stabbed me in the back, you Judai.
Listen, we came out the song early so I could have a little chat about you for the people. You got a little book in front of you there.
Stop hitting my book.
What's in it?
The Perrier Award nominations have been revealed. They are this year Daniel Kitson, Ahmed Jalali, Jim Carr, Jimmy Carr, not Jim Kerr from The Simple Minds, although he's a very funny man.
He's got a show up here.
Yeah, Noel Fielding. We just ignored that then. You said, you threw me a line about Jim Carr doing it. We could have said, yeah, it was like, you know, Simple Minds.
That's all right.
Okay. Adam Hills, Australian, and Phil Nichols, Canadian. Your tip for the top, Matt?
Your tip for the top, Matt? Where is Matt? I don't know. You know what? After seeing Daniel Kitson last night...
I didn't call you Matt.
Didn't you? No. Listen, Dan, I think it would have to be Daniel Kitson. He's a lovely bloke.
Well, we saw him last night. We went to Late and Live at the Teviot, which
It's in Edinburgh.
which is a kind of at the end of the night of each day, everyone kind of gathers at Late and Live, and all the comics come to. It's a real sort of it's the distillation of the festival at Late and Live. Daniel Kitson was comparing, and he was superb. He was very funny. He mentioned at one point hanging a zombie, which made us laugh for 2.5 minutes.
I think what they need at Leighton Live is some kind of metaphysical cloakroom so the comedians can hang up their egos.
That's a really good idea, Matt. So yeah. Well, listen, we've got loads of stuff coming up. We've got a competition coming up at the second
we have
hour.
got a competition.
You can play.
Okay, no. Give us an email, you know. We haven't had that many emails. Simon and Nick at xfm.co.uk. It's easy. Or give us a call. 08700 800 1234.
The email is Simon and Nick as one word with and, not the answer. Give us an email. We have had some problem with our email, but if you send us an email, we'll promise we'll read it, and we might even, you know, read it out or say hello to you or something. So just tell us how we're doing, because we don't know. We're just up here blindly wandering the streets of Edinburgh with a bottle of meth in each hand.
What we need is a bit of an attaboy from the people at home.
Do we? I think we might do, Matt, and what I want to do is feel good about myself. So let's do something, because Carl's nodding. What do you want us to do?
Play some ads.
Do it.
All right, ad then.
XFM. Simon Pegg and Nick Frost, live from the Edinburgh Festival. With The Guide, free every Saturday in The Guardian. XFM.
Just gonna tune up.
We're taping now for the radio.
That's it, the red light's on.
XFM.
This, there, and the end starts today. I really like that. Did you like that? Were you listening to that at all? Or were you just picking things up with your finger? I'm talking to you, buddy.
Naff off.
Okay. Coming up after the news today, we got some lovely emails coming in already. We should start.
Thanks for that.
Thanks, everybody. There's somebody doing an essay about Vietnam, and we're going to have a good look at them when Mike's doing the news, because we don't care about when he's on, because we don't give a monkeys about anything.
Look at Mike.
Look at Mike, all angry.
He's sitting there like Rigsby.
After the news, we've got a competition coming up, which is called No. Which is a true-false game based around facts about Scotland Town, where we are at the moment with XFM and the Guardian Guard. And the Guardian Guide, two different What's On guides. My favourite is the guide from the Guardian, though.
Yeah.
I hate the Guardian. It's a terrible paper.
Well, the Guardian Guide is over 1.5 meters thick.
And how inconvenient is that?
Can I give you a fact, just so when we do play...
Oh, yeah. No. This is the kind of fact you'd be given, and you'd be asked... Do it to me, say it as if I'm a caller.
Hello, Simon.
Hello.
During building of the 4th rail bridge, the rescue boats stationed under each cantilever saved 8 lives. Is that true, Simon, or is that false?
Is it either nay or
Sorry.
Nick, I think great, by the way. It's okay, yes.
He's right, it is indeed okay, the yay.
And if that had have been the competition, I would have won DJ Shadow tickets, maybe some CDs, maybe a spaced box set.
Maybe a smack in the mouth.
Oi!
I've gone drunk.
Put on, is it news next?
Some ads.
Alright, let's have some ads, let's have a bit of news.
Yeah.
And,
alright, fair dues. That's fair enough.
The Strokes. I was blagged my way into a do once, and the Strokes were there, and I had a competition with my friend, how many of the Strokes could we stroke with one finger? And I think I got Johnny Magoopy, Flag Blagger, and Steve Bennett. I got 3 of them anyway, with a stroke, and Albert Hammond Sr., who was standing in for his son Albert Hammond Jr. Don't look at me like I'm some idiot. We're going to play our competition now, which is called...
Okay, there.
No. Which is a true-false question, based on Scotland. We've got 2 callers online, Tarek and Liz. Hello, guys!
Hi there.
Hello, is that Tarek?
Yeah.
Hello, Tarek, how are you?
I'm the bloke, yeah. Fine, thanks, you?
Yeah, I'm not bad at all. Where are you phoning from, Tarek?
I'm walking through, Dalston at the moment. I've just got off my bike.
No, you're not, because we can actually see you. We've been following you for days, and you're lying.
You sound slightly Scottish, Tarek.
Vaguely Scottish, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Where are you, sorry, Tarek?
I'm in Dalston, cycling. I was listening to you rather dangerously while cycling, and I thought it...
You know what, Tarek, I cannot stress enough, please do not cycle and use the phone. It's dangerous, and it's probably illegal, buddy.
Oh, no, I'm walking now.
Good lad.
That's illegal, too.
Oh,
Ken Livingston now says you can only use a phone if you're standing very still. I hate that little jerk.
In a concrete box.
Who we got now? Liz?
Oh, we lost our line. We lost our second player.
I reckon then, and I hate to say, well, no, I love to say this. I think, Tarek, you've won a few gifts.
I'll tell you what, Tarek. If you can tell us, if you can get a score of above 2 or 2 or more, you can win the prize. If you don't, we're going to be tough on you.
Okay.
Basically, what happened? We've lost the line to our second player,
What
Liz.
about if we just go random?
Random?
Yeah, because people might hear him and think, I could beat him.
Really?
Right, they could be listening in London and go,
right.
I could beat him.
Let's go random. Tarek, we're going to open it up again to the player that's going to take you on. We're going to have a drop of who? Musically next.
No, we won't do that. Well, hopefully the lines will be
Someone will be there now.
Like, really mental now in
Okay,
London.
phone up now, XFM, 08700 800 1234.
And let's just, like...
And let's see if you can take on Tarek.
You can win all sorts. Space box sets, DV... Well, what we got?
Tickets to DJ Shadow, D-Day Shadow.
Compact discs.
You can win the shadow of D-Day. It's an incredible image.
It's a big old prize.
Just bring up now. Fight Tarek for your honour, because, and I hope that back there at Moon Control, XFM London, we don't lose another caller, buddy. You know who I'm talking to.
And whoever Liz was, thanks for nothing.
It probably wasn't Liz's fault. We probably lost the uplink.
Oh, do you think?
Satellites are like,
You know what? I'm a man. I'm an Aries, you know. I just fire off the hip, and I'm blaming Liz.
Right, let's see. Is anyone there now?
Hello?
Oh, who's this?
My name's Alex.
Alex. Hello, Alex. How are you?
I'm very good, man. Enjoying the sun.
Thank you. Well, thank God for you too. Thanks for coming in and helping us there, because we lost somebody.
Thank goodness for man.
We lost somebody very close to us.
Tarek, Alex, are you ready to do battle?
Yeah, let's go.
You know how to play the game Arcade? No.
Nope.
Oh, what? See, I haven't been listening, so you're not our friend. Basically what we're going to do, we're going to give you a Scot fact, or called Scottish Fact.
Right.
You have to ascertain, using the phrase "ochai the nay" or "ochai the yay," whether it's true or false, right?
Okay.
Yeah. All very kind of, you know, push us away with your indifference.
Okay.
Nick, give the first fact to Tarek. Stick it right to him.
Tarek, hold on to your saddle. Bagpipes were actually invented by the Romans. Tarek, is that ochai the nay or ochai the yay?
I think they were actually invented by the Greeks rather than the Romans, so that's probably an ochai the nay.
Well, you sound like you know what you're talking about, Tarek, but that's tough badoody to you because our source says it was the Romans. But you might be right, and you could, if you are right, if you actually can find documentary evidence that you're right, bring it into XFM and we'll give you a sticker.
Okay.
But otherwise, it's wrong. Alex?
Yes.
Is this ochai the yay, ochai the nay? Kelvin Grove Art Gallery and Museum in Glasgow was reputedly built back to front, facing away from the city, when it should have been facing the other way, and the architect, as a result, killed himself to death by jumping off it.
It's ochai the yay, it is built back to front.
It is ochai the yay.
Alex knows.
I've got a source very close to me that informed me of that, and I trust her like I trust anything.
Alright.
Tarek, are you there?
Still here.
Let's play. Shut up, you lot. Let's play the game. A Scottish anthropologist called Russell Wallace came up with the natural selection before Darwin.
Ochai the yay.
Ochai the yay is correct.
Oh, well, you've drawn level, Tarek. Well done.
It's one apiece.
He apparently independently formulated the theory of natural selection before Charles Darwin, and he was bummed, let me tell you.
His grandfather, Charles Darwin's grandfather, did that before Darwin.
Who's this?
It's Tarek again. Tarek, nobody likes a smart ass, man.
You got a big old brain on you, Tarek.
Sorry.
Oh, don't say sorry, we love you. Okay, Alex, are you ready to consolidate your lead?
Let's do it.
Good. Let's play. Sorry. Edinburgh Castle is built on top of a volcano. Is that ochai the yay or ochai the nay?
That's ochai the yay.
Oh, Alex, you really are doing well today. Well done.
That is 2-1. Tarek, you need to get this to stay in the match.
I think we should give Tarek something even if he loses because he's a bit of a brain box.
Yeah, he's right. Are you ready, Tarek?
I'm waiting.
Let's play. Some historians believe that William Wallace was actually a bird. Is that ochai the yay or ochai the nee, Tarek?
Oh, well, what is this? That's why ochai aye.
What?
Are you saying, is it yes or no?
Yes.
Oh. Are you saying that some historians believe that William Wallace is a woman?
No.
Thank you. So it's ochai the...
Oh, so ochai the nay.
Yes, correct. Okay, so now you have 2.
Have you got any smack, by the way?
Oh, come on, like we'd have smack. What do you think we are? We're drinking a couple of Stellas. We're not junkies.
Scottish beggar, I'm sorry, carry on.
Jesus. You've been reading too much of that blooming book about train spotting, mate. Alex, are you listening?
I am.
You're not that Alex off Big Brother, are you?
No, thank God.
Oh, okay. 40% of... whoa. Let's play. 40% of Scottish men are born with webbed feet. Is that ochai the yay or ochai the nay?
It's ochai the nay.
Oh, Alex, you've pipped Tarek to the post by getting your 3 facts right. It's a controversial one today because Tarek obviously knew that bagpipes...
He was there on his own, and Alex come in, and Alex has scooped the pot.
Alex came in with Encarta in his glasses, and he's looking everything up like a blooming internet buffet.
I'm an ethnic minority.
You what?
Ethnic minority in London, and don't know if that counts.
Who is?
Tarek.
I am.
Listen, mate, I'm half Welsh and I live in London.
Tarek, are you Scottish in London?
I am, yes.
Because we're London and we're in Scottish. Weird. Listen, we'll give you some CDs or something.
For everyone. Why does there have to be a loser? Why can't we have 2 winners for
Carl,
once?
can we give Tarek some CDs? Because he knew about the Greeks and he kind of knew that the bagpipes weren't really Scottish.
Alright, we'll sort him something out.
Alright, stay on the line there, mate. Stay on the line, we'll sort you some out. Alex, you've got the big prize, which is the DJ Shadow tickets. Hang on for them.
Well done, guys.
Here's the bees! Hello. That was Flaming Lips there, coming out of what was probably the most chaotic edition of
no.
we've ever had. We've done a competition. We've got Jimmy Carr with us, by the way.
Oh, hello.
He's
How are
sat
you doing?
right here.
I've got tea. There's shortbread. It's lovely.
He's having a great time.
Hang on, it's XFM. I shouldn't be saying that, should I? That's more Radio 4.
It's shortbread, but it's laced with
crack.
Yeah, crack.
Shortbread with hookers.
Yeah, there's prostitutes handing it out saying, eat
Shortbread's wearing a blooming bra.
Yes. Congratulations on your Perrier nomination, mate.
Thanks very much. I'm on a bit of a high.
Are you? Are you walking around thinking, I'm Jack the Flippin' Biscuit, or Shortbread as you're in Scotland?
Yeah, I'm walking around thinking I'm fantastic. Obviously, everyone in London is thinking, the Perrier what?
Yeah, exactly. What's that?
It's a very, very
Spring
important...
water?
It's a very important award.
Does it mean anything to you, seriously?
Yeah, it does. It means the world to me.
Do you think that...
It's a big, big deal.
I know, I believe you. I think that... I think all comics that get nominated, it is enormously important to them. And they all say, it's nothing, I don't believe in awards.
It's massively important. If I don't win, I'm going to cry for days.
Well, I must admit, I've, myself, been up for awards that I haven't got, and, I find it devastating.
Were the other people in sort of contention rubbish?
No, actually, well, no, sometimes
I'll be fine then.
It's alright.
It's a different scenario.
But I still trashed a hotel room and, knifed a tramp. But it was in another country, so I'm not gonna get done for it.
Listen, we shouldn't really talk about that until it comes to trial.
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot. Jimmy, how long have you been in Edinburgh this time?
About 3 weeks, I think. Well, it seems, yeah, since the beginning of it.
And
not the beginning of Edinburgh, that's crazy.
Since the dawn of time, Jimmy Carr has been
Since the town was founded.
In the 7th century.
Yeah, just to get my place in the Gilded Balloon.
You have to.
Yeah, oh, right. Yeah, no, I've been here for about 3 weeks and doing an awful lot of shows. It's been very good, actually.
Is it tiring?
No, not at all. We work an hour a day.
Do you know what?
An hour a day. There's coal miners listening to this. Well, obviously there aren't in London, clearly.
Not anymore.
They might be listening on the net.
Exactly.
xfm.co.uk if anyone's interested.
Because let's face it, all they can do now is surf the net, because, you know, they've had all their... Oh, don't say
it's
that.
not quite hard,
No.
It's not quite psychiatric nursing.
But there are a lot of comics have come on well, this is the third time we've done this, but the comics that have been doing the show for 3 weeks come in all, I'm knackered, I've had enough, and you know, but you're right, you only work for an hour a day, what's your problem?
Yeah, the problem tends to be cocaine.
Okay, that's alleged. Oh, no, it's true.
It is true, yeah. If you go to the assembly bar at 3 in the morning, they're not staying up on Cocoa Pops.
It does look like the Antarctic at that time, doesn't it? People just wading knee-deep in rocks.
I may be sometime in the loo.
Yeah, it's a terrible business, really. Oh, an awful lot of booze as well. I mean, I think people forget how sort of drug and booze fueled comedy really
people try not to talk about it. People try and ignore it. Yeah.
Sorry, was this? I shouldn't have mentioned it. No, I'm terribly sorry.
I'd like
there's been a recent
stress
problem
at this point that we are not participating in any of that while we're up here.
Speak for
Last
yourself.
night we got very drunk, and Carl told a great story about leeches,
which we are going to hear later.
We're going to hear later.
A great story about leeches.
It's true.
Is this something that you've learned from Gervais? Is it? Some interesting animal fact.
It is a bit.
Gervais told you?
Well, he saw the same programme.
He saw the same programme.
You didn't tell us that.
Right. So it's off the telly information.
Yeah.
You can be trusted with this, and not something you read when you were a child.
No, it's off the telly about...
So you're reading when you were a child. Aspirational in Liverpool.
Oh my God, you've swanned in here with your southern ways. Are you that rude to the Scottish?
Yes.
Okay then.
Oh yes.
Now look, I wanted to ask you about one thing, because I saw you, I haven't seen you stand up. I hear from lots of people, Jason Byrne was on this morning, was singing your praises.
Was he? It's very good of him.
He couldn't say enough about you.
Yeah, he was going, oh no, Jimmy Carr, getting on my nerves.
Was he?
But, and obviously with your Perrier nomination, there's validation for you. But I remember seeing this thing on, is it E4 called The Drunk Review?
Yes, that was a high concept bit of telly, wasn't it?
Now, tell me about that, because that was, I didn't actually, I saw a clip from it, and it just made me laugh so much. Everyone was just munted.
It looks so dangerous. Well, you can see it. I mean, if anyone's listening on the net, you can see it on jimmycarr.com.
Oh,
I've
really?
got all the clips up there. Basically what we did is we did the late review.
Yeah.
No one ever watched the late review. Everyone just, you know, well, if they did, they were waiting around for someone to be drunk. So we thought, well, what we'll do, we'll get 4 people drunk, and we'll talk about important issues of the day whilst ripped to the tits.
That's brilliant. That's like having like 4 Keith Allens on a show.
Basically, yeah. So some of them are very good. I mean, it did kick off. I think the best one was when someone wet himself and then followed through.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah, it's a wonderful piece of television, and we nearly got shut down by the head of Talkback, Peter Fincham, because of the smell.
Oh my God.
What time was it?
Happy days.
What time? Did you record it at night, or did you just get
No, we
people
recorded it at 11 in the day. I mean, it ended up, we wanted to get a cross-section of society. Of course, we ended up with all students.
Right.
And they would drink maybe, I think on the first episode, we thought, oh God, maybe they won't be drunk enough. So a guy had pretty much a bottle of vodka. Really took himself out.
Didn't someone take a swing at you?
Yeah, I got a glass of red wine in the face, which wasn't too pleasant. I nearly got swung at. I didn't quite get get swung at, but almost because I stayed sober throughout the event.
Yeah, right.
Quite sensibly.
I saw a bit of you and you looked hammered.
Well, no, I just looked hammered. I mean, recording for 3 hours with people horribly, horribly opinionated and drunk. Wasn't great.
It looked very
Did you just
funny
pack them off into the street after you'd finished, or was there a room?
Get
that
out,
they
you
could,
drunk idiots.
No, we sort of packed them off into the street, into cabs, and hoped for the best. But we had sort of a doctor on call. It was one of the few shows we did where we had a nurse and bouncer on call in the studio at all times. It was a crazy thing, but it's very good training for coming up to Edinburgh.
Listen, let's talk about your Edinburgh show and how you feel about Edinburgh after the next piece of pop music.
Nice, lovely link.
Which sounds to me a little bit like Gomez.
Crazy.
Gomez there, Mercury Music Prize winners in 1990-something, wasn't it?
Never been nominated for a Perrier.
Certainly haven't. I know somebody that has. He's sitting right here, Jimmy
there he
Carr.
is.
Was it? How many Edinburghs have you done then?
I've done one. Well, I did 10 days last year with Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant, XFM favourites, and our mate Robin Ince, which was quite a good laugh.
So is it? It must be pretty pleasing to be sent straight into the top stream rather than get the newcomer award, which is another Perrier award they give out here.
Yeah, it's quite. I mean, so
this is your first.
It's very difficult to know what to say because it's quite kind of. It's a bit of a. It only happened a couple of hours ago.
Oh,
it's my first solo show.
Head.
Yeah, I'm amazing at comedy though. That's the important thing to remember. Amazing.
And are you enjoying it?
Yeah, I'm loving it. I mean, there's a huge difference. I mean, normally when you go to a comedy club and you walk on, it's people are obviously sceptical, especially of a middle-class man in a suit.
Oh, gotcha.
And they think, you're already on the back foot. They don't know who you are.
No.
They want wit, and they want jokes, basically. And when you're up in Edinburgh, they're coming to see your show specifically, and kind of sitting there and paying a lot of attention. And,
They've paid to see you, and they want to see you.
It's a nice ego thing.
So have you done Late and Live?
I've done Late and Live, I think, 6 times so far.
In fact, I do know you've done that because Jason Byrne told me the other day, I was talking to him about you, and he said that you did Late and Live with a clipboard, which I think...
He said you tore the place to pieces.
I did. Well, what happened was, it's very easy in Late and Live to do a mediocre gig. It's very easy to go out there and Late and Live, for anyone listening, in 400 miles away, is a very, very rough gig. Goes from 1 till 4 in the morning. A horrible, horrible...
A lot of sailors in there.
A lot of sailors.
A little nicer than it used to be. When it was at the Gilded Balloon, it was really evil. Now
it was, yeah, I did it last year and it was slightly eviler. But this year it's kind of easy to have kind of a mediocre one, so I took it a bit, I told some jokes that clearly you shouldn't tell, that were just plainly wrong, and took it a bit sort of, I took it dark.
And they loved it.
They did, the dirty whores.
They were all dirty whores that night, there was a convention.
There's a lot of it.
I've heard they gobbled up your jokes like 2-day-old mutton.
Hang on, there's too many euphemisms in one sentence there.
There's nothing you can say to that, really.
Not really.
Are you going to be taking? Well, obviously, if things go well with the Perrier, then you will be doing this in London. But are you going to do it in London anyway?
Yeah, I think I'll do a run. I'll do a couple of nights in the Soho Theatre.
Nice.
For the media people. Let's be honest about it.
I hate those people.
Do you hate them? I love them. I think they're great.
We've got a media pass while we're here because we're doing a radio show. I feel like a.
That doesn't do anything. You can't get in anywhere.
I feel like a mud rat. I know.
Do you?
I don't know what that is.
Wow. Yeah, I'll be doing, and I think I get to do the Queen's Theatre. They do the sort of Perrier.
Oh yeah.
All the people that are nominated do kind of a night each at the Queen's Theatre.
That's not the one in Hornchurch, is it?
That's not
Hornchurch. No. Hornchurch next year if the negotiations go well.
Touch wood this time, Hornchurch.
I don't hate the media people, by the way. I think they're lovely. I'd hate to think that they thought I didn't like them. But yeah, anyway.
You can't like everyone.
That one's for the people, I guess, at the Queen's. That's more of a public, that's a big theatre, isn't it?
I think that's cashing in, isn't it?
Cashing in?
That's the cash in. Yeah.
You said it?
Yeah, that's with the bling bling. That's why we do the Queen's Theatre.
Are you down with that? Are you cool with that?
I'm cool with the bling bling. Oh yeah, I'm representing.
Yeah, are you?
Oh yeah, very much so.
Respect. You look to me right now like you're representing like a mother.
Yes. Does word to your mother actually mean say hello to your mum for me?
Yes, say hello to mum. Say hi to mum.
Is that a lovely thing? Is that a lovely thought? In the middle of a rap record, they're just sort of saying, oh, say hello to your mum.
Listen,
maybe call your mum.
I'm not dissing your hood or anything, but, say hi to your mum.
Yeah, she's lovely.
Sweet, yeah.
Thank you for the tea.
Well, listen, word to your mother.
Well, thanks very much.
And word to your mother, Nick.
Thanks, buddy.
Jimmy, what's coming up for you as well? Tell us extensively about your future.
I'm doing a bit of telly in September. You'll be sick of the sight of me if you have E4. I'll be on every day.
I do have E4.
Well, I've got a new series called Your Face or Mine.
Nice. What's it about?
It's basically getting couples on and then getting them to judge each other's looks.
Couples who are together? Or?
Couples that are together. Okay. So you come on with your girlfriend, and then I show you pictures of fellas, and you say whether you're better looking than the fella or not. And then you've got to judge your girlfriend against women that we wheel in. for money.
Oh no!
So you're duping guileless simpletons who want to come on the television into possibly falling out with each other because of a dispute
I think we
about
split
looks.
up 3 couples so
Really?
far, definitely. Definitely. I wouldn't
amazing.
give it. I wouldn't give it a week for them. They walked off with the money, but really, it's going nowhere.
You should maybe co-join your show with Relate. So if they split up, you can.
If
put
we
them in
got some
touch
sort
with
of
Relate.
sponsorship, yeah. Although the Relate people don't seem to have much bling bling. I'll be honest with you.
No, they're poor.
That's it.
Very
Break-
poor.
Coming out of the break, it'd say sponsored by Relate, and there's like a cracking of a relationship going on, like the Cabras at Coronation
Possibly
Street.
some divorce lawyers would be a better plan.
Nice.
Yeah, they've got the cash.
Bingley, Montley, and Fitch, or whatever they're called.
They're a good firm. They're a
Ask the
strong
killer
firm.
question now.
Listen, now all week we've been playing a little game called
Alright.
Desert Island Sandwiches. Jimmy Carr, you're on a desert island. You're allowed one sandwich. What's it going to be?
Marks and Spencer's triple pack. You're going to go for the. He's got the BLT in there.
Yeah.
He's got the prawn.
Right.
And you've got the ham with mustard. You've got the triple pack from Marks and Spencer.
You found a loophole in the game.
It's actually surprisingly inexpensive as well.
Go on, how much?
I think it retails these days at $1.99.
Marks and Spencer triple pack, $1.99.
That is what you've done there is you've come into our game. You've wormed out a very small hole in the thing about having more than one sandwich, and you've beaten it. You've taken it to pieces,
Well,
Jimmy.
it's one sandwich.
You've been playing that all week, have you?
I didn't. Well, it was kind of my idea. It started to fall flat, and then someone on the internet said, "Oh, it's all right. Keep playing it." So, like idiots, we said, "Yeah, all right, we will."
Yeah.
Also, we're extremely unimaginative and run out of things to say to people.
Did you? Well, I like the sandwich question. I think you can tell a lot about it.
I liked your answer. I thought it was nice because you did have your cake and eat it.
I thought it was
in
clever.
bread form.
Right.
Clever answer.
How long?
I like the fact that we're doing the post-match analysis of this. This 2-minute comment has been at least twice as long as the item.
That's what we're doing all
That's
the time.
fantastic.
We're constantly being self-referential about how do you think that went when Jimmy was saying that about?
I didn't think it was bad. I thought Jimmy was really funny, and it was just really easy.
We should have him on again.
Yeah.
Well, that bit there was good, wasn't it? When they were just talking about me talking about the thing before.
I love it when
How
Jimmy talks about the
postmodern
way
is
that-
this?
How long are you on for the festival now, Jimmy? For
I'm
the rest of
on
it?
till Monday.
What happens if
Don't
you win the
bother trying to
Perrier?
get a ticket. I'm going to win.
Oh, hey there, big head.
What happens if I win?
Yeah, what
I get $7.5 grand. I think it's tax-free because it's a prize.
Yes, it is.
Really?
Yeah.
You can
That's not true.
up
I
to
think you win a prize.
£10,000 tax-free if it's a gift.
So you get £7,500. You don't have to. You do a special show in a big theatre up in Edinburgh before you go home. Then
No, I
just
just
go
think
home.
you get given an award. I'm clearly not going to win it. If you're betting, Omajalili may well win it. Adam Hills may well win it. My money is on Adam Hills this year.
Yeah?
It's
What-
an amazing show.
What about Kitson?
Kitsen's in with a good chance, with something. I don't think Kitsen particularly wants it, to be
Phil
honest.
Nichol the outsider.
Phil Nichol and me, I think, probably slightly more outsiders.
Uh huh.
I just think that, although Phil's show's very personal as well this year, about
You
the
never can
disastrous
tell.
year he's having.
Really?
I would say Omid and Adam Hills have got a very good chance.
So the weird thing about the Perrier is that it often surprises. And I remember
delights.
there's been a few years, always delights, but often surprises. It's like I remember when Leno and Woodley won one year, and nobody expected that because they were an Australian act, and no one seemed to be betting on them, and they suddenly came in and scooped the prize.
Can I give you a recommendation? Are you doing another day of this?
We're doing 2 more days.
You want to get some guys called Flight of the Conchords in.
What are they all about?
They're a folk band, basically.
Uh-huh.
I know this sounds awful. They're a folk band, and they're really, really funny. Like the funniest thing I've seen at the Fringe by a million miles.
Really?
What are they called again?
They're called Flight of the Conchords.
Where are they from?
They're from New Zealand. Their song about Lord of the Rings is possibly the funniest thing I've ever heard.
All right, we'll take you up on that.
Oh, you should definitely get them in.
Jimmy Carr, thank you very much.
No problem at all. Top
Cheers,
tips.
Jimmy.
Hello, this is Simon Pegg and Nick Frost on 104.9 XFM, live from Edinburgh with the Guardian Guide. Nick, what are you doing? Shh. What are you doing? Speak to me, I can't, there's dead air.
Are a group of businessmen next door.
Yeah.
And it appears that Steve Cram is giving an after-dinner.
We're actually,
Nobody's seen me!
we're in the Linklater suite
He's
at the
seen me.
Scotsman Hotel in Edinburgh, and there's another conference room next door, and it's Steve Cram is in there, and he's giving an after dinner, and at the moment he's got his Peter out.
Linklater Suite 2, I think Steve Cram is.
We're in Linklater Suite 1.
Can
of
I
course.
say this?
It's a big room. Let me just demonstrate that.
He's off. Here he comes, he's back. And he's down.
I just run around the room screaming.
No one will probably know what I'm talking about here, but I met a hero of mine last night in the bar, in the library bar up in Edinburgh. That's where we are.
Who's that?
The rugby player Gavin Hastings. I saw him across the room. He came to walk past me, and I grabbed him and I had to say, "Gavin, you know what? I'm a great big fan of yours." And I shook his hand, and we had a lovely little chat for a while.
I'm getting a telepathic message. Nobody gives a monkeys.
I hate you sometimes. You're not my boss or my blooming dad. Shut your gob.
No, that's actually really great fun. Listen, it's great fun you met that guy. No, we've got loads and loads of emails, and we've read them all, and they're really great, but we can't kind of single anybody out because it would be unfair to everyone else.
Yes,
so we just want to say hi. Big shout out to the Spaced Out Forum, because there are sort of spaced friends on the internet who've got a big room where they go and they all talk, and they're a great bunch of people, and I know some of them are listening, so hello to them.
Hello all.
Hello all. We've got a great big a third hour coming up. Is it the third one already? We got Joker in the Pack, our competition.
We got Joker in the Pack. We got Karl's leech story, which, believe you me, is out of this freaking world.
Karl's wee ghosty. Can you get your phone? Do your phone, because I'm feeling a bit low. I feel like
I'm always feeling low.
The energy's. Jimmy Carr was such a lovely guy, and now the energy's just gone out of the room, and I'm feeling really upset. I don't know what to do with myself.
Here it comes.
What about this?
When I hear that noise, sometimes I rub my tummy.
Brilliant. Okay, now listen, what we're going to do now is we're going to use the medium of radio to try and sell you some things by playing out some adverts. Do it.
Music is music of tomorrow. The music of tomorrow is here.
XFM.
You don't get out much.
Blow your whistle. This is Simon Pegg and Nick Frost at in the Edinburgh Festival, live from Scotland, painting a picture of beautiful Scotland with the Guardian Guide. I'm here on my own actually because we're in the Linklater suite at the Scotsman's Hotel, and Nick's just gone over to where the refreshments are at the other end to get a cup of tea. Have you got it yet?
I'm over here!
Have you got your tea? Because we're back on air. I know I did a wheel earlier on and I missed a bit, but at least I wasn't in the room. You're in the room. Are you gonna...
I'm coming, buddy!
Well, come over. Come back to the table. You alright?
Oh, it's a big old room, eh?
It's massive. You taking a break?
Yeah.
Come on. Oh.
Don't you spit it, you idiot!
Knockers.
Knockers. Listen, we're going to be playing in this hour our new and fantastically successful game. No disrespect to Lock Either Nay. Joker in the Pack. Joker in the Pack.
Joker in the Pack.
That's David Bowie there with Joker in the Pack. So phone up right now to play Joker in the Pack.
Can I give the number?
Oh, go on then.
08700 800 1234 if you have any information about this next competition.
Give us a call. So we're going to play a couple of songs now.
Do we want a woman for this one?
You what?
A woman.
You're always going about having a woman.
Let's just balancing it out. We had two blokes on the
Yeah, right. Let's get a lush woman.
Yeah.
2 points, okay? 1, when are you going to tell the leech story? This hour?
Yeah.
Yeah. 2, Karl would like to have a female, because the demographic, errs heavily on the side of the man. And, you know, obviously because we don't want just be too appealing to men. Whereas me and Nick do very much so, but,
yeah.
So if you are female and you want to have a competition, maybe win some DJ Shadow tickets. Have we still got any of them left?
Yeah.
We literally can't give them away.
Mr. Monosyllabic today, aren't we, Karl? So we are giving them away.
Karl just stuck his eye on the mic and I really loved it. He's doing it again.
So phone up and play Joker in the Pack, where you have to identify a real comic amid some pretenders. Here's BRMC. Whatever happened to my rock and roll? Answer me that. Riddle me read.
You flushed it down the loo when you had a puke.
Okay, now we're going to be playing...
What did that mean? What an idiot I feel.
Joker in the Pack.
Joker in the Pack.
There he is. I love that noise. Joker in the Pack. Joker in the Pack. With, Pauline. Are you there online, Pauline?
Yeah, hi guys.
What's your name, Pauline?
How are you, Pauline?
Very well. How are you?
You know what? I'm not bad at all, Pauline. What about you, Simon? How are you?
I'm well, Nick. Why are you talking in the late night shock jock?
I'm trying to seduce Pauline with my caramel voice. Pauline, tell me, is it working?
Yes.
It won't when you hear about his caramel pants.
Oh, no.
Listen, there's a space box at stake, so be nice to me.
And it's, if you are nice to Nick, he will sign it in blood. And there's also DJ Shadow tickets. There's going to be a lot of people at the DJ Shadow gig who are listening to our show, and some CDs and stuff, and some XFM stickers, and a pen.
You could win loads, Pauline. It could be like a little Christmas for you.
Oh, it'd be brilliant.
Do you celebrate Christmas?
Of course I do.
Well done,
Not everyone does, love.
No, not everyone, no. I do.
I love Christmas personally. We're going to play you 3 different jokes by 3 different people. We want you, all of us here, to ascertain, if you can, who is the real comedian. You don't have to make a decision straight away. We will ask you what you think, but here's the first one.
King Arthur was heading off for the Crusades when he called one of his squires and said, "Here's the key to Guinevere's chastity belt. If in 10 years I haven't returned, you may use the key." His Majesty crossed the drawbridge and set off along a long, dusty road. He stopped, turned his horse, and took one last look at his castle, whereupon the squire rushed towards him, yelling, "Stop, Your Majesty! Thank goodness I was able to catch you. This is the wrong key."
Give me joke! Pauline, what do you think?
Yeah.
Did you like that joke?
Yeah, that was funny.
Alright, listen, don't make your mind up now. We're going to play you joke 2, and here it comes now.
What does John Wayne call his kids? The Waynes.
Oh, God. Pauline, what do you... let's have a little half-time think about things. Do you think either of those men are comedians?
Possibly the John Wayne one.
Oh, he was confident in his delivery, wasn't he, Pauline?
Yeah, definitely.
Thanks very much.
Let's have a listen to the last guy and see what we think.
Following a dramatic escape from burning freight vessel, 2 men are adrift in a lifeboat. While rummaging through the boat's possessions, one of the men finds an old lamp. Remembering an old wives' tale of luck, he rubs the lamp vigorously. And to the amazement of the castaways, a genie emerges from the spout and offers them one wish. Without giving much thought to the matter, the first man has an idea. "I know," he blurts out. "Make the entire ocean into beer." The genie nods sagely, claps his hand, and the entire sea turns into the finest brew ever sampled by mortals. Simultaneously, the genie vanished to his freedom. Only the gentle lapping of beer... Oh, shit, let's start that bit again. Only the gentle lapping of beer on the hull disturbs the stillness as the 2 men consider their circumstances. Beaming, the man turns to the other to find the other looking at him in disgust. "Nice going," he said, after a long, tension-filled moment. "Now we're going to have to piss in the boat."
To be honest, Pauline, I don't think I've ever been quite as low as I feel right now.
Oh, you're not going to play that music from the telephone, because that's the same as mine.
Oh! Play it! Here it comes, play it! Here it comes. Here it comes. This is for you, Pauline. Even if you don't win, you're going to get this. That's perhaps the greatest joke of them all.
Oh, it's brilliant, but I keep reaching for my phone because that's the one I've got.
Oh, we're so sorry to spoil your day.
Oh, you give with one hand and take with the other, you.
I'm only kidding, I'm only mucking around with Paul. Pauline, what do you think? 1, 2 or 3?
I'm going to go with my original thought of 2.
Pauline, it was number 3.
Oh!
Mike, what's the guy's name?
Jason Woods.
Jason Woods. He's a real-life, bona fide comic, and he's on at the Edinburgh Festival doing very great... Oh, Pauline,
you know what? It's a shame, but not everyone can win.
We wanted to give you... We'll give you something. Give us some DJ Shadow. No, forget it. No, Carl's just shaking his head. Give her a CD.
No, you got to have losers to make the winners feel like they deserve it.
Pauline is right.
Oh, we can have something. At least a pen.
No, listen,
give her your barrel.
Listen, I've got a barrel handwriter here.
Cool.
I'll stick it in an envelope or something.
What about your box set?
No, you've lost. Stop trying to... forget it. You've lost, Pauline. Let's have a music.
Pauline, take care.
Thank you. Bye.
Carl, that was brilliant.
Thanks.
Yeah, I used to be a beatbox. Spent some time in Upper St Leonard's as a breakdancer. We're on 104.9 XFM live from the Edinburgh Festival in the centre of the most beautiful city in Europe. What are you doing, Nick? What are you leafing through there? Make the pages sound louder.
Just flicking through the guide.
Ah, the Guardian guide, free with the Guardian every Saturday, and that's the reason that's the reason that we're here.
How much is that?
With the Guardian, I think the Guardian on a Saturday is.
How much is the guide?
It's free.
What?
The guide is free.
What?
What? It's free with the Guardian, and the Guardian's a fabulous read on a Saturday because it's packed with stuff, and you get a guide to what's on around where you are. So, Carl, we're going to take this opportunity to slightly adapt Carl's Ghosty, and instead you're going to tell us your leech story, which is equally disturbing.
Yeah, right. It's a little test. That's a bit scary. They got a load of leeches, got like 2 bags of leeches, 2 bags of about 100 of them.
Where'd they get them from?
Pick and mix.
In the Leech District.
Yep. So 2 bags, 200 leeches in total. And they got this little maze. Do you know, like, those little games you had as a kid, like a wooden maze, and you had like a metal ball?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
And you tilted the ball round.
Yeah, I did have one of them.
It was one of them, and they put like some food for the leech in the middle of it.
Chicken?
And, yeah, it was. And a little bit of chicken in the middle. And they put the leech on the maze, and it went wandering about, and it was going up the different aisles, finding its way about. And after about 15 minutes, I think it took it, it found the middle of the maze, and there's the chicken. It loved it, right?
It did love it. That we can confirm that. It
loved it. Couldn't get enough of it.
Yeah.
So they took the leech out, and they said, right, let's give it some more chicken. And they put some more chicken in the middle of the maze, and they cleaned the maze up, got rid of all the slime that it had left behind, wandering up and down the different things.
Yeah.
And straight away, no messing around, it didn't go up any wrong alleys and stuff, went straight to the chicken.
So you're saying it remembered?
It remembered where it had been.
Go on.
Right? So they said,
It recorded the route, and
it remembered it. So they said, right, that's 1 leech done, and they did it with another 99 leeches, got rid of, like, a load of chicken, put it in the middle of the maze, had 100 leeches eating all this chicken, right? So they taught it, they all knew the way.
100 leeches knew the way to the chicken?
Yeah, they all, it was all different routes as well.
Right.
So they all remembered the way. And then, they got all these leeches, and they'd had a good meal and that, but they blended them, right? They put them in a blender.
They did what?
They put them all in a blender, and,
Does the Leech Society know about this?
They should do.
Dunno. But they blended them, right? And, then what they did was, they got the other bag of leeches that they had.
Oh yeah, I forgot
Probably
the
in the
bag.
fridge.
Right, got them out, and, they said, right, here you go, just eat some of this stuff. And they fed the crushed leeches to the other 100 leeches. Right?
Why?
So they were like pretty full and that.
Yeah.
And they left it for a bit to let all that go down, digest and stuff. Got some more chicken out. Right, got some more chicken out.
Don't tell
Put it in the middle of the maze. And the leeches that had never even seen that maze, right, walk straight to the chicken because they ate the brains of the leeches that knew the way.
Simon has fled. Simon has fled.
XFM. Simon Pegg and Nick Frost, live from the Edinburgh Festival. With The Guide, free every Saturday in The Guardian. XFM.
Right, can we split the bass off a bit? Let me know where I should go.
XFM.
Alright then, that was the Stereophonics, and have a nice day. You have a nice day, Nick?
It's alright.
Okay then. Jason Burney, you having a nice day?
I am now.
He's here, he's with us.
Hello,
He's with us.
boys.
Welcome to the show, Jason.
Thank you very much.
You're on the Simon and Nick show on XFM 104.9 with The Guardian Guide. Comes every Saturday, small. It's bigger in Scotland though, I've noticed.
It's The Guardian?
The Guardian Guide. The Guardian's actually 4 foot wide in Scotland.
We're in it now.
We're actually sitting in the massive Guardian.
Yeah, we're just over by the vegetable section. And you're a recipe, which is quite nice. Quite nice indeed. Yes, yeah. I like The Guardian. It's a nice, safe paper.
It's a great paper,
Yeah.
and they did a good What's On guide at the weekend called The Guide.
And what's on? Does it tell you?
It tells you what's on.
What's happening? Gigs, you know,
Stuff.
gigs, clubs,
Comedy.
just what's around town.
Anyway, listen, we've got Jason Byrne with us, who's a fabulous comic, who's at the Edinburgh Festival and the Edinburgh Festival, two festivals running at the same time. I prefer the Embryo Festival.
Nice. It's quieter, isn't it?
It's quieter.
The Embryo Festival was really good last year.
Yeah, absolutely.
More eggs, not as much comedy.
Yeah, true. Hard to get in though.
It is very hard.
The wombs fill up quickly. There's Dennis.
How are you having a nice time up here?
I'm having a very good time this year, because I'm only doing 2 weeks, because I gave myself a present of only having to do 2 weeks instead of the month of debauchery.
But you can do that now, can't you? Because you've got a high profile and you don't need to come out and slog your guts out for 4 weeks like some kind of monkey dog. Say it.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, that's it. I'm a showbiz personality now, so I don't have to do stuff anymore.
But when people come to see you because they know what you do.
I know they're going to get a good hour for their money.
Yeah, you do. You get a good hour. I mean, you get a rubbish first 10 minutes. Then you get a good hour. So it's an Irish type of hour that you get.
So it's an hour and 10 minutes. 10 minutes of rubbish.
Yeah.
And then an hour of good stuff.
Yeah, well, I do 10 minutes rubbish on my own before they come in.
Yeah.
And then they come in kind of mid-flow, and they're going, what happened the first 10 minutes? You wouldn't want to see it.
As a warm-up for yourself, more than anything.
Yeah. But there's another show running before me, so I do the tail end of their show.
Who is before you, by the way?
Nicholas Parsons.
Oh my God, that old fella.
Yeah, he was a fantastic, who I did hear curse at the back.
What? No way.
What
describe what swear word he said without saying it.
Well, he said, isn't it terrible everybody has to queue up outside in the rain?
Now, if you know what that word was, listeners, phone up and tell us, but not on air. Was it the F word?
It was the penguin word, yeah.
Oh, brilliant. I love the thought of... Everyone imagine Nicholas Parsons saying that now.
Yeah, it was fantastic.
What's the penguin word?
The penguin word is what we say in Ireland for the...
Oh, I see. For the...
Yeah.
It's funny because...
penguin you and penguin on.
Oh, is it? Yeah. I think it's hilarious. Everyone that's listening knows exactly the word we're talking about, but we can't actually say it, isn't it?
I can't. We were talking about this yesterday. I find it really weird when you see old celebrities who you've grown up with and you see them swear and you think, don't do that.
Don't do that, you're messing with my head.
Yeah, no, it's just wrong. It's just wrong. And then I think he dresses in letters then at the backstage.
Letters?
Oh, he dresses in letters.
He's got a suit of letters.
Yes, he does.
Apparently, Stuart Hall likes to lie underneath a glass what, Carl? Sorry, I can't talk about that. All right, listen, let's talk about you and stuff.
Yeah, talk about me.
Your show, it's really kind of, your stuff is really improvised, isn't it?
Well, I never do the same show twice, ever. Cause
that's what's brilliant about Jason, is that he kind of makes it up.
I mean, I never, basically it's more out of, it keeps me going, keeps me on my toes, you know? So people come along, and every show that I do is like, that night is their show, you see, and they go, and basically what I say is, if the show's no good, it's the audience's fault.
You give too much,
I think. Audience. When I knew you, Simon, 8 years ago, because we were pretending to know each other again, but we don't really. And I used to cart around a pair of mannequins' legs.
You used to have rubber hands on sticks.
And rubber
hands
on sticks, and it was hard to get through the customs. So it was like, what are you doing with rubber hands and sticks and false legs? I was going, I'm a comedian. They're going, no, you can't bring them through. It's too.
Really? Did they say do something with them then? No.
No, but they kind of joked and make me feel bad. Like my mother. Sorry.
Okay, listen, calm down there, buddy. Just back it down.
Takes earphones and a microphone.
A lot of people this week have been sharing with us, Jason.
Do you want to share something?
Well,
those guys at customs, they put that rubber hand somewhere it shouldn't go, didn't it? Some kind of sick joke.
Tell us what Mummy did.
Well, it was... Well, when I was older...
It all began 3 years ago.
It all began...
Jason, be quiet. Here's a song. That was Oasis, still whining on, little by little.
That was Noel singing that one, though. I think he sounds better than
I think he sounds better. He's got a better attitude altogether. Like our guest who's still here, Jason Byrne.
Yeah, hello.
Attitude. Here he is, Jason Byrne.
Hi. Oasis are good. They're good fun, though. I think Blur are better, though. Blur.
I've got a soft spot for Oasis, and I really want them to do well, and I every time they release a new album, it's like, come on, this time you're going to show us what, like it was.
Do you think you can have Liam? Seriously?
No, probably not. He's a bruiser, isn't he, Liam?
He likes to think he is.
I got in trouble with him once for doing a monkey walk like him on stage, and he saw it, and he got really angry. Or maybe he didn't, actually. He probably didn't.
It's all a front.
It's all a big...
They wear ballet shoes.
I think he's a lot more humorous than people give him credit for, actually.
Oh, I hope so.
Yeah, he's very funny.
We're not talking about you enough, man.
No, you're not talking about me enough. Can I tell you about my gig last night? The mad thing that happened at the gig.
Out with it.
This was freaky because this is where I just think my brain was being trained so fantastic. I always ask people where they're from and stuff, which is crap always, and then they build it into something brilliant. But asked the guy, where are you from? And he went, I'm from Manchester. I went, wait, what do you do? And he said, I'm a builder. And I was there going, oh, that's fantastic, blah, 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 a bit of messing about with that. Moved on over to my right. Nowhere near this guy, and says, where are you from? He goes, I'm from Manchester. He's going, no, really? Yeah. He goes, well, what do you do? He goes, I am a plasterer. And I was like, going, no way, this is freaky. So I said, okay, a couple of guys about builders and plasterers. Then I moved right over to the left-hand side of the room, because that's what I do, is I kind of spread it around, the love.
And it's a big room, right?
Yeah, it was a big room, yes. I went over to the left, and I said, what do you do? And he goes, oh no, I said, sorry, I said, where are you from? And he actually said, I am from Manchester too. I was going, no way. And I go, okay, what do you do? And he goes, I am a plumber. And then I just said at the end, look, this is getting freaky. How many people are from Manchester? And only 3 of them put their hands up. The 3 people I picked.
Aye, that is kind of creepy.
Yeah, it is spooky.
That's chilling. You should tell that on Carl's Wee Ghosty.
Yeah, it should be. Yeah, whoa.
My God. And that's
evilness of
it's only those 3 guys that were in that were from Manchester.
Yeah, I've guessed people's names and I've guessed what they've done and, you know what I mean, just by the look of them.
You're telling some kind of weird Uri Geller style.
I am, yeah. Watch me bend my audience.
I feel like you're eating my brain.
Well, listen, I've been asking everyone, to be honest, it's falling pretty flat. Playing a game called Desert Island Sandwiches. You're on a desert island, you're allowed 1 sandwich for the rest of your life. Tell me what it is now.
Half a table tennis table.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What kind of bread? in bread?
Yeah, I could make...
Do you know most people say ham?
Well, you see, I'm choosing the old surreal sandwich, which is in the shape of half of a table tennis table.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and the bread is just one big bap.
So you'll be sat there on a desert island with your table tennis table and a bat going, I am starving, but at least they laughed when I told them what
No, half a table tennis table, so you can lean against a tree.
I've been so conventional.
And you could play with the monkey.
You could use it
with the monkey which is also made out of ginger. Do you know the Jaffa cakes?
Yes.
They're the most expensive biscuit and the ones that get locked away the most in supermarkets.
Really?
Yeah.
And the most healthy as well.
Yeah, indeed.
I think locked away in supermarkets.
Well, you know, when they're not, they will empty on the shelves quite quickly.
Right.
And then, they won't just leave them out there.
Has it got like a Jaffa cake safe?
Yeah, there is a Jaffa cake safe in all supermarkets.
Or Jafe, if you will.
Yes, a Jafe. A Jafe.
You can only open it by sticking a bourbon in and turning it.
Yeah, because they're quite low, the bourbon biscuits. They're quite crappy.
Jason, before we wind this craziness up.
Yes.
Tell us everything that's coming up for you, because you've got loads on and people need to
tell us where you're on and what time
you're on in Edinburgh, firstly, and when if you're doing something in London, because this is obviously going out in London. No one can hear us in Scotland. It's pointless. It's pointless. Apart from if you've got Sky Digital or on the internet.
Okay, yes.
Well, yeah, what's up?
Well, what I'm doing, obviously, I've got another, whatever. I'm here till Monday, and I'm going to be in the Pleasance, over the road, which is a church, a Proddy church, and,
sectarian violence.
Bay, orange marches. Orange march. People in Northern Ireland, right, that march, do the orange marches. I think that would be much better if they just marched for lemons, because the bitterness would be much easier to cope with. Anyway, yes, playing in a church. Oh, by the way, because I'm Catholic, yous are obviously Proddies.
I'm not really anything.
Yeah, you are.
I'm not. Why do I have to be
anything? I am officially a Roman Catholic.
Are you a Roman Catholic?
Yes, sir.
Well, Nick, you must come along to the church I'm playing in, because there's no altar. Where the altar was is a bar.
Doesn't that say a lot?
That says a lot.
God
Mass.
would be spinning in his grave if he could hear this.
If he was alive today.
So, I'm in the Pleasance, I'm on at 8, on at 9, and I go home to Ireland and working on the next TV show. Hopefully.
Which is what?
Which is the Jason Byrne show. So lots of telly.
So we're about to be sick of your face.
Yeah, my face.
I don't think I'll ever get sick of that face, to be honest.
No, me neither.
Thanks, Nick.
I'm only kidding.
Thank you.
That's fantastic, man. So you're absolutely massively busy and you're just about to be splurted everywhere.
And I've got a baby that's 2 years old.
Oh, you're a massive success story and you're starting to get on my tits.
Okay, sorry.
So let's listen to some music. The Stone Roses, I Am the Resurrection, not you!